All right, everybody, welcome to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Planetary Rotation here in beautiful, sunny, and very humid Orlando, Florida. Yeah, it's a rough day to wear a suit in this humid weather, I must say, but it is really heating up here in the tournament. Before we get too far into it, of course, Corey Baumeister, joined by the one and only Goblin King himself, Mr. Jim Davis. Jim, how are you, man? And what are you looking forward to today?
I'm feeling great. I'm looking forward to a little Vivv versus the world. You know, that's the big narrative, and everyone's trying to figure out how to beat it. We have some late entries here, some 11th hour deck lists on Magic Online, you know, and that's the talk in the room.
Yeah.
The feel in the room is sort of like folks walking around saying, I got a good Vivv matchup, I can beat it. And folks walking around saying, I'm playing Vivv, nobody can beat me.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like that's how it always is when you got a clear best deck. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of people say they are going to or can beat Vivv, but will they? That is the question that we'll be answering throughout this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun, but it's not just us two that you're going to hear yapping on all day and night. We got some other amazing casters here in the booth. Corey Baumeister, Jim Davis bringing you the morning shift here, and then we're going to have none other than Reed Duke and Ailey Loney bringing you coverage here to round out the rest of the tournament. But now we're going to talk about exactly what we are playing. We're playing some Vivv, of course, but what's the format? And walk us through a little bit of Standard, Jim. So
we're playing Standard, of course, Magic's premiered format. Most recent 3 years of sets. And what makes this tournament really, really exciting is Planetary rotation. We just had a rotation. We just saw 5 sets leave the format. Edge of Eternities come in, and we had a fairly large round of bannings as well. So 7 cards left the format, 5 sets left the format. So you have a whole new world to kind of play in and see what these players can do.
Far out, man. Far out. All right, let's check out exactly what we're going to be seeing here today and tomorrow. So, starting it off here with 9 rounds of Swiss. All players with 18 match points or better, the 6-3 record, will advance to day number 2. And then day number 2 is when things get really, really spicy. We're going to be starting at 9 a.m. That'll be round number 10. We're going to have 6 more rounds of Swiss, and then those top 8 players are going to be advancing to our traditional top 8 single elimination playoff, but they'll all be Pro Tour competitors by the end of this. And Jim, walk us through some of the other prizes besides just those Pro Tour invites.
Yes, that prize is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Going to the Pro Tour, for many players, is their chance to kind of punch their ticket and get in. We got some money here, too. 5-figure payday up top.
Not bad.
Just $10,000 in first place. And a very unique prize here, too. Standard for a year. So what does that mean? It means 1 play booster case of every Standard legal expansion, which is like 50 of, I think, at this point.
Yep.
And in 2026. So that is a whole ton of Magic cards setting you up to play all the decks you want in Standard for the rest of the year and get a whole bunch of cards, which is great. And then money goes down all the way to top 64. So we get cash prizes from finalists down to 64 and a really cool promo. So
it looks so awesome. Yeah, I love it.
Very, very avant-garde art here. We have this Get Lost, and every player in the room gets one. But the top 128 players get a foil borderless promo version, which is super cool. An awesome memento to know that, hey, I played in this tournament. This is the only place you can get this card.
Yeah.
Which is really, really cool.
Yeah, and those things end up being very sought after. You know, I mean, these getting into top 128, that ends up being like something people walk away with, and they're like, yes, okay. Good enough weekend, even if you take 120th, where you're maybe not making the pay, you know, the top 64 pay jump here, it's still great. It's still a nice little consolation prize. So
yeah, very unique, too. It's really cool to have this card that's only for this event. So 5-10 years from now, I'd be like, oh, yeah, that was the event in Orlando where X, Y, and Z happened. And Jim and Corey did a great job commentating, you know? So.
Well, hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. That's for sure. So, all right, that is what the players are going to be playing for. Going to have a lot of exciting Magic to go. We got our players that are getting ready in the feature match area as we speak, and we'll bring you that coverage as soon as possible. But before we get into it, Jim, tell me a little bit about why this Isit Cauldron deck is kind of the tournament, a deck of the tournament. Why is everyone playing it? Why is everyone talking about it?
It's the perfect storm. You know, it's the deck that your optimal Magic deck in a lot of ways is a deck that can win in multiple ways that are extremely powerful. So the main plan, of course, is to put Vivv under a Cauldron, giving the powerful Vivv ability to all your creatures, make a bunch of mana, draw a bunch of cards. But that's not all the deck does. It's almost to the point where it's like a plan B, where it has this plan A kind of prosthetic memory, hasted creatures, drawing and discarding cards, you're growing your Mako, you're growing your creatures, and all of a sudden you just have all this power in play very quickly. And when you have a deck that can present this kind of like really powerful combo threat that you have to respect, also beat you down in that aspect, and then still be like a blue interactive deck. There are removal spells, there are counter spells in the sideboard. There's all this play and all this room for like creative expression as far as like what you want to answer. You can tune it indefinitely.
Yep.
It's kind of like the perfect kind of Magic deck.
It does really remind me a lot of, some previous decks. It's kind of, first of all, the decks I love to play. Combo decks that you can put pressure on them with the non-combo, and then, they're like, well, I have to beat that, and then you're like, oops, I win. Those kind of decks have always been extremely powerful in Magic's history. Copycat, 4-color Copycat in Standard is very similar. Even Temur Breach, is really close. I start looking at the decks that are close to it, and I'm like, this is why I love this deck. It is all my favorite decks I've played in Magic's past. It's got that same kind of style. It's really nice.
Corey's the bad guy.
I really am.
Yeah.
I would be playing Vivv for sure. I think the deck is incredible. I'm on the team of, try to beat me. I don't think you can. What would you be playing? I saw a spicy deck you were playing at your store championship last week. Would you be sleeving that one up?
See, I'm the good guy. I'm a try and beat the bad guy kind of guy.
Yeah,
I played the 4-color Mystical Teachings deck, which is a control deck based around Mystical Teachings, an old school Magic card for all you old schoolers out there. Yeah. I was playing that card. I won the state championship in 2007 with that card. Oh, my back. Ow.
Teferi, right? Not the Teferi you think of, the 5-mana flash Teferi.
Mage of Zephyr,
I even forgot what it was, and I played the crap out of that deck, too. It was sweet.
Yep. So that deck's really cool. And there are a lot of decks in the format. There's a lot of variety, which, like I said, we have a rotation where there's kind of a new unexplored element. Vivv came in, Paulo Vitor de Rosa, one of the GOATs of all time.
You ever heard of him?
Yeah, maybe you've heard of him, world champion, Pro Tour champion. And he kind of came out of retirement at the last Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Where the Vivv deck was just legal, and he built it and played it and did quite well with it.
Yeah.
And that was the Isit Prowess Pro Tour. So folks are playing
was.
Prowess but before the bans, but the deck was there. It's still really, really good. So, seeing it kind of do well in that environment and now translate to this. So that was kind of a known quantity coming in, but there's still a lot to do in this format.
Yeah.
There's still new cards, new things to do, and then the cards that got propped up from the rotation maybe weren't good enough then are good now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of really exciting decks that have been coming up. While I think it is Vivv versus the World came to play. Mm-hmm. There's this new mono-red Dragon deck. Yep. Call it Dragon if you want, whatever. It has a lot of hate cards for Vivv within them. Nova Hellkites ends up being an incredibly powerful creature. There's Azorius Control that's end up putting some good numbers against Vivv. So this is the tipping point, I think. Mm-hmm. We'll see if Vivv can overcome all these decks that are going to be a lot more targeted. This is going to be really reminiscent of the RCs with Breach, where it's like, okay, we saw a ton of sideboard cards to be able to beat the deck. Is it enough? We're going to find out.
Is it?
Dang it.
I think it's the kind of thing, too, where when you go into a tournament and if you assume that 40% of the field's going to play a certain deck, that creates these incentives where I can actually play that Clarion Conqueror in my main deck.
Yes.
I can actually kind of take these steps to try and go, all right, well, if I'm gonna know what you're doing automatically, I can change what I'm doing and try and match that. So we're gonna see. It's a big test.
And that's the main thing. You and I have played a lot of these style of events before, these open entry events that are very large. You get a lot of locals from the area that kind of play what they have. You get a lot of people that travel in, play the best deck, come in and clean up. Mm-hmm. And then we played a lot of pro tours where, there might be a best deck. Is there a big difference as far as how people prepare for a pro tour versus an open event like this? Do you think it's much more targeted, pre-sideboarded decks, or do you think people still just have to respect the wide open metagame at a tournament like this?
For sure, and that is the kind of element of an open tournament where, say you play the deck with 4-main deck Clarion Conquerors and 4-main deck Rest in Peace, or whatever you think is the best way to beat Vivv, and you play against Johnny Homebrew in round 1 playing mono green Stompy.
Golgari mid-range or something.
Exactly. So there's an element of that, and that's kind of like the challenge. Do you want to take that shot and be like, all right, well, if that happens, I'll have to have a plan, but I want to beat Vivv, or are you willing to play the more generically good deck? At a Pro Tour, when everyone here is here to win. This is the Pro Tour. It's a little different. You have folks who are a little more, you can be a little more focused that way. Mm-hmm. But it's a fun line to walk, and I'm excited to see the players walk it.
I love it, too. And, that's the one thing I was trying to get at, too, is, at a Pro Tour, you see a lot more pre-boarded decks. Mm-hmm. You'll if Rakdos is the best deck, you see a lot of Rakdos decks that are already pre-boarded for the mirror.
Yep.
And sometimes that stuff works. Sometimes they kind of level 3 themselves, They're like, all right, everyone's at level 1. I want to get up here to level 3, so I'm the anti-deck. And then, like you said, you play against just the wide variety of decks, and you get eaten up. So it is going to be a fine line. But looks like we got our first feature match here. I think players are still getting ready to go, but we're going to have have Francisco Gonzalez on Dimir midrange.
Against Hall of Famer Willie Adel.
Woo!
Little mono red action here. 17 mountains from our Hall of Famer, all the way from Brazil.
Yes.
That's awesome. Love to see that.
No kidding. When I saw Willie Adel on the screen in our just tournament in general, I was really shocked. But hey, came to battle with the new deck. So walk us through some of the changes that this mono red deck is playing. That we haven't really seen before, and I believe this got popularized by Quiniac. Quintanoli online ended up winning a challenge at the final hour and kind of took it down. So
yeah, that's our 11th hour wrench where Quinn wins a challenge like 2 days ago with mono red, kind of act out against
which is out of his comfort zone, right? Quinn
right.
Not very comfortable with mountains.
Yeah. For joking, of course, Quinn, of course, noted mono red player.
Maybe the mono red player.
Yeah, and Razorkin Needlehead is the big new card here. So red for a 2/2. Your opponent draws a card, they take one, kind of a mini shielded effect.
Yeah.
And when your opponent's trying to draw a bunch of cards in one turn with Vivv, that's a good way to do that. And then it's also just a fine card by itself. Yeah,
perfectly reasonable.
2/2 first strike. Your opponent has a draw step. They're going to draw some cards either way. So it's kind of cool because it's a card being put into a shell that's already proven, which is the mono red shell. It's not asking too much of you to play this card. You're not playing Recipes in your main deck. It's just a good threat. That's fine in a lot of matchups, but really good against Vivv. That's a great way to attack that format.
That really is. You replace maybe some of the other creatures that aren't that great at the 2-drop, something that really destroys Vivv. It's what you want to be doing here. And the one thing I like about this card right now is I think Vivv players are kind of agreeing that Torch is not good in the main. That's a card you very much cut. So Vivv players are kind of trying to next level this tournament by maybe playing only 3 into the Flood Mod, 0 Torch. I've seen some lists like that, lists with way more Quantum Riddlers than removal. Those are the players that can just get absolutely punished when you can't just go, all right, you have a 2/2 that's going to be difficult to deal with. I have a Torch the tower. When players don't have that kind of removal, they can really get caught. But hey, it sounds like we're ready to battle. I want to see. We got a Brazilian Hall of Famer here down in the feature match. Let's go check it out. All right, everyone. Welcome to our first match of coverage here. These players are 1-0. Slight hiccup to start our morning. Sorry, we missed that very first one. But we are absolutely ready to go. 1 speed already ready as we get the new Burnout Bastronaut here in space on our first match in Spotlight Planetary Rotation. I mean, this is so fitting.
I love the speed being on 1 before the game even starts. Love it.
Yes. I guarantee Willie played it and they're like, well, we're not ready yet. All right, so second mountain, just a land from Francisco. Getting ready here. Dimir midrange up against mono red. How do you like that matchup, Jim?
It's pretty interesting. The Dimir deck is an aggressive deck by nature where it's a disruptive aggressive deck. It wants to kind of get in, get some early creatures, run Kaido, and then kill some stuff. Red gets up under that. Typically red decks have been good against these sort of Delvery, cheap interactive spells. And then some of these changes, like we see here, Razorkin Needlehead on the board, good against card draw, Enduring Curiosity, kind of a bit of a liability with a Needlehead in play. So
might have to side that bad boy out, huh?
Yeah. So and cool to see this is the anti-Vivv card, but still has applications in other matchups.
Yep. Absolutely love it. So we see a couple creatures hitting the battlefield. We see the Azure Beastbinder here. That's another card that's very great at shutting down creatures that want to be adding a bunch of mana with Vivv, and just a good aggressive threat. But yeah, I'm with you. I think Dimir midrange can have a really nice matchup against these red decks if they respect it.
Right.
But to respect it, you got to play a lot of removal, and spot removal isn't necessarily good against the big bad of the format. So we'll see how this matchup ends up.
Yeah, Dimir is a deck where you can be good against what you want to be good against, but usually win or lose games in deck building.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Dimir has one of the best sideboards. So being able to always be flexible where, game 1 you might not be as good. Post-board games, you can mix and match your deck to be good against anything. Witchstalker Frenzy there, taking down the creature after a couple attacks get in, and we're almost up to full speed here. Speed 3.
Pedal to the metal.
I believe it was Tokyo Drift, but whatever, All right, gets in some damage here. And when you get to max speed, this Bastronaut really does hit hard. Really the only thing for max speed in the whole deck that matters is the card we are seeing, but getting double strike definitely matters.
Yeah, Double Strike, Menace, and the Pump effect puts it in a spot where you tap out against it, you basically get a whole lot of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Cecil, a card that a little scary against mono red, where you kind of toe the line a little bit.
Yeah.
If you flip it, it's great. Until you do, it's a little sketchy.
Really reminds me of a lot of like mono red burn up against Death Shadow back
Yep.
in the day.
Yep.
You always think like, oh, this card is not good. This deck is not good against red, and then you see Seth Manfield play against a mono red deck and just be very patient and kind of makes it work. But we shall see. All right, here is one of the new cards here from Edge of Eternity. One of our most powerful cards in the deck, Nova Hellkite. This card's incredible.
Yeah, really, really good card. Hell's Thunder and Glurbringer had a baby,
Yeah, I mean, back in my day, for 3 mana to deal 4 damage, you had to take 2 yourself. You had to cast Char and hope for the best.
Which worked out sometimes.
It really did, yeah.
Yes, the 1 damage ping here on the Hellkite, pretty sweet. The first strike on Needlehead, plus the damage ping, making blocks here a little awkward.
Yeah. There's Bitter Triumph. Gonna discard a card here. But like you said, first strike damage should deal with Cecil straight away. And doesn't take 2 because it doesn't deal damage. I believe that's how it works.
Correct. So
yeah.
So first strike, while the Cecil dies, it won't be doing the damage on the way out. So a little win, little loss.
Yeah, definitely a win for Francisco because, no matter what, just taking that extra damage would have been brutal here. But keeping the creature alive is big game. And look at that respect to Nova Hellkite. Like, a lot of the things you want to be doing is, okay, take the 4, and then the next time when they pay full price for it, then you deal with it. But then you get that cat and mouse game of, all right, now maybe Willie won't play it. Now that you clearly have removal up, play 2 other creatures. Maybe animate a Soulstone Sanctuary. That information that is face up, a good player uses that against your opponent, and maybe doesn't just jump into the, I have 5 mana, let's go.
Yeah, for sure. It's the kind of card where warping being face up can work to your advantage.
Yeah, it really can. And man, the bat coming down, Deep Cavern Bat to take a look at the hand. Burst Lightning takes it down, and gotta say, bat looks a lot worse when you have a 3 mana card that warps in, deals 4, and kills a bat.
Yeah, if Hellkite kills something,
oh,
we were off to the races.
So good. So absolutely powerful. So we are max speeded up. The Bastronaut's able to essentially deal 6. But wants to get the Screaming Nemesis going anyways. And this just looks like Willie Adel's easy victory for game 1 with Francisco missing some land drops.
Yeah, missing land drops is huge here. Really can't afford to fall behind. And we can see that the first 2 creatures that Willie played are still on the board.
Yes, that's a bad sign.
Right.
And I mean, looking at Francisco's main deck here, we're going to be looking at the sideboard here real soon. There is only 6 removal spells. For Dimir, that feels a little low. Most of the time, there's a lot more. So, all right, looking at Francisco Gonzalez's sideboard here, we have 2 Annul, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Duress, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Imitation's Tactics, 2 Negates, 1 Preacher of the Schisms, 1 our little negative dragon there, our Scavenger Regent, 1 Strategic Betrayal, and 1 The End. I like that was at the end. I think that's very fitting. Oh, no, I didn't see the next row, Jim. Dang it. Okay, never mind. 1 Tidebinder as well. What are you bringing in?
This is tough. This is a sideboard that does not look very ready for mono red. We see a lot of anti-graveyard, a lot of counter spells. Preacher of Schism is very nice. I think Tidebinder is pretty cool. It's cool countering the triggers on the links and things like that. Aside from that, maybe a Betrayal for an extra kill spell, maybe the Dragon, but there's not a lot here that says, hey, I'm ready to beat mono red.
Yeah.
Gonna make things tough.
How does Tidebinder work with the Nova Hellkite if you kind of warp it in? That doesn't really work that profitably, right? Does it just stay in hand, I imagine?
So if you counter the 1 damage trigger,
the
Hellkite will no longer have haste and therefore can't attack.
But it will not get warped out?
I believe it does still warp out. I believe that's a condition of the paying the warp cost. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I believe that's how it works. So it's okay there. It stops the haste.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Good against the links as well to stop the damage there. A few things here and there. It can stop triggers on, Razorkin or Higher Claw. But it's not great, but probably better than,
Kaidos probably, right? Like you take out Kaidos?
Maybe some, it's tough because there isn't much else to take out. We see Lord Skitter here is, okay, Phantom Interference, Fabloom Trick, these kind of finicky cards that aren't good when you're behind. And their mono red deck is going to be trying to get ahead as much as possible and probably getting underused. So a bit of an uphill battle for Francisco here.
Makes a lot of sense. And then from our Hall of Famer, Willie Edel, we got 1 Abrade, 2 Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Who's the Vivv deck now? I love that. 1 Chandra Spark Hunter, 1 Fiery Annihilation, 1 Fire Magic, 3 Magebane Lizards, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Shock, 2 Sunspine Links, and then 2 Vengeful Possession. What do you like here?
I love the Shock. Just the old classic, you know.
Yeah.
Forget Burst Lightning. We got Shock here, too.
Well, 4 Burst Lightning in the main. Come on, bro.
I know, but I'm just putting some respect in the OG.
I do love it.
But yeah, a few cheap removal spells, you know. We want to see more of the same from Willie, you know, kind of like keep a small creature off the board. In reality, the Dimir deck is a mid-range deck.
Yeah.
But it is a deck that needs to kind of get snowballing, where the big cards in the deck, Enduring Curiosity and Kaido, both rely on having small things in play. So if Willie's able to kind of like pick things off one by one, not let Francisco get going, things get really, really ugly. So a few kill spells, keep it kind of cheap, keep it kind of lean.
Okay, I absolutely love it. And if you want to be attending one of our next events here, SCG Con Houston is going to be coming up. This is going to be our next wave of regional championships. Remember, everyone, the U.S., we do have 2 of these events, so we'll make sure to be bringing you fantastic coverage of both of them. It's going to be October 17th through the 19th. If you want to check out the hashtag there, hashtag SCG Houston. And if you want some more information, it's starcitygames.com/SCGCon. That's going to be modern. We're going to be live streaming that one on YouTube as well. And these events are great. We have a ton of different side events that we have. CDH 5Ks, modern 5Ks. I mean, there's Super Sunday RCQs. I know you love this. The Mystery Booster 2 sealed events. You cannot come to one of these events and showing up on Friday where you don't see Jim Davis just giving away wins here in these Mystery Boxers 2 sealed events.
I was with you until that last part.
It's like it's candy. It's like, oh, you sit down against them, you get a win, you get a win, you get a win. Is that correct, Jim?
Everything up until that last part sounded very accurate, yes.
Okay. Gotcha. So you make them work for the wins that they inevitably get.
A few, yeah. A few.
Okay. So make sure and join us at SCG Houston. It's going to be an incredible time. Make sure to get qualified for that one, as well as, of course, you can LCQ in. We've seen plenty of players at the regional championship circuit that maybe, hey, didn't have time to qualify. They come in, win an LCQ, go on and win the event, like Jesse Robkins, one of our most recent ones. So cool stuff.
Love those events. Love seeing players go to the Pro Tour. The last few events of an RC are so exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Not just from a coverage perspective, like just walking around the room. Even the player who, you know, just makes that top 32, they win the last match, they're not playing for top 8, but they're hugging their friends, they're crying, they're screaming. It was cute with their first Pro Tour. Love it.
I still get chills. I'm not going to lie, y'all. I'm man enough to admit it here. I cry a little bit. You know, I tear up when I see somebody, you know, high-fiving and realizing their dreams, you know, slowly coming true. It's nothing better than it. Because we've both lived it at some point. Yep. Our first moment, we can both remember that forever.
Nothing like your first Pro Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. How'd you do in your first Pro Tour?
I lost to Javier Dominguez in the last round playing for cash.
Really?
Yep. So it was Pro Tour Honolulu 2006. I didn't know who he was at the time.
Yeah.
And then when they were deleting the DCI stuff, I went back and went like, oh, cool. Like, let me check my records and stuff. And I'm like, there it was. Javier Dominguez, round 16, Pro Tour Honolulu. I'm like, oh, okay, that's someone good to lose to. That's fine, you know?
Very similar to me. Mine was Hollywood 08, where Charles Gindy won with Elves, and I got to play Bitter Blossom, Cryptic Command in my first Pro Tour and stuff. And I lost to this unknown player at the time named Yuta Takahashi. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry. Yep. He was playing Blue-White Revelark, which was a great matchup for me. And I lost playing for the Riku. I was already in the cash, though, Jim. Already in the cash.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah, yep. Took 55th, top 50, went to Berlin.
Well, I was already queued for the next PT. Because I won my first PTQ, and then before that Pro Tour, I won a PTQ for the next format, too.
Oh, my God.
So
all right, you're the GOAT.
Yep.
You're the GOAT. I'll give it up to you.
I'm going to keep one-upping, all right?
It's not hard to do. Let me tell you. You got a good career.
I wasn't going to say that, but, you know, I mean, if you're going to say it for me, it's fine.
All right, looks like we had a mulligan from Willie. Put one card to the bottom, kept us 6. And here we go. Francisco Gonzalez starting it off with our very powerful flyer, getting a map. And heading on over to Willie.
One drop is so important.
It really is. Really is.
For this deck in general, but particularly in this matchup where Francisco has to get on the board and be able to kind of stick things before he starts killing things.
Oh, boy. Jim, I've eagle-eyed something.
Okay.
Francisco kept a one-lander, so this map has to connect with a land or we have to top deck one. Otherwise, we have no play next turn if this gets destroyed. Okay, you at least get to map it up.
I was going to say, don't tell Willie, because if he's got a removal spell.
Yes.
There was certainly a pause there. It seemed like, do y'all want to kill your Siren or deploy a creature? Willie goes for the
Maybe
lizard.
he had the Soul Read and is like, I can't not play the Claw.
Yep.
Hired Claw coming in, one of the best one-drops here for these red decks. Bloomburl had some of its mice taken away, had some of its extremely powerful creatures gone, and Hired Claw still here to hang out. And I know Cecil was one of the other cards in hand for Francisco, so no matter what, we have a follow-up, everything is online, and we're good to go here.
Big hit. Yeah. Willie has no idea how important that hit was.
Yes. And honestly, I love the wrist. Maybe on the play it's a little questionable, but we see a lot of times player come into the feature match, first time in the feature match of the tournament, and maybe they just mulligan to Oblivion because they're playing a little too safe. I like some risk being taken.
Yeah, a lot of fear when you're playing against a Hall of Famer on camera, one of the early rounds, little jitters. But, yeah, I agree. I like that.
Absolutely. Lightning Strike. Hell yeah. Got to love that. Dealing with Cecil here. There was another Cecil in hand for Francisco, but gets that killed straight away and gets in for 2.
Now, the good thing here, like I said, is that we see the 1-drop, the Siren's still in play.
Yes.
So something is still in play. Now options open up. A Kaido or some other big play. Kaido, just keep this ball rolling and don't fall behind. Falling behind is a death knell in this matchup.
I'm really curious if any Kaidos are left in the deck, because I have always taken all of them out, play or draw against red. I just felt like it was far too much of a liability if it gets shot down, but we'll see. Definitely on the play is the only time you'd want them, but we'll see.
My fear is that there just weren't really many cards to bring in.
Yeah.
So I think that some number is probably still in the deck. And again, I think play draw is a huge difference as well.
Yeah, for sure. So there is the bat, and has to take the Hellkite, it would seem.
Yeah.
Just imagine if there's another Hellkite off the top, though, Jim.
I would enjoy that. I like that card a lot.
But Francisco does not. So there is Cecil number 2 as well. So a great turn 3 from Francisco to assemble a powerful battlefield. Has the best keyword in lifelink up against mono red. That is very huge.
I love the lifelink plus Cecil duo. It's like gain life, lose life, gain life, lose life, gain life. But it Cecil won't flip because you're not really getting there all the way, So
I believe that's what we call a nombo.
Yep.
All right, speed 1 comes down.
Got the double goblin. Say go. Willie pumping the brakes.
But you can't pump the brakes below 50 miles an hour for speed 1. That's the whole plot. Sorry for the spoilers, but
55.
Is it 55?
Maybe it's 50. I don't know.
I think it's 50. I don't know. Let us know in the chat, y'all. This is very important.
Yeah. Keanu Reeves.
Oh, fantastic movie. All right, so there is the Sunspine linked. No other cards in hand. So living off the top here from Willie.
Yeah, that's huge,
This is turning up great for Francisco.
Yeah, I think Francisco, the more 1 and 2 mana spells Francisco draws, the better.
Yes.
And now you saw the Curiosity in hand, a little flash there. Like, now is the spot where that card can actually really come in and get some work done.
Yep.
You got to put this thing away.
All right, let's see what the top deck is. We need a big one here from Willie. Francisco had 19 here, pretty much the battlefield stabilized, Enduring Curiosity and a Drowner ready to go, as well as one other mystery card. It's definitely Francisco's game to lose.
Yeah, and the Drowner checks the best possible draw in the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now with that not even drawn, get the Claw out of here, and now, yeah, for sure.
All right, here comes a couple attacks. Now, no matter what, we're going to get some damage in, as they are Menace. And this is a smart attack, because no matter what, Willie gets to kill a creature and doesn't have to deal damage to the Cecil. Just gets to accept this trade with the Spygas Siren and pump the other one if you have absolutely nothing else to do. Or you can also still pump the Hired Claw. Speed 2, I think they're on a boat.
I don't think I saw that one.
It got worse, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Speed 5, they're like a lawnmower. Yeah. It's like a ride-on lawnmower. If there's any movie studios out there want to steal my idea, we'll talk. Call me.
Yeah. Right? You got it for sale? That brilliant idea?
Yeah,
okay.
We'll talk.
Wow. So decides to pump up the Claw. And now a starting town as the 4th land there. A little brutal as we had that Enduring Curiosity get going, and it might have been at the end as the other card. It was one of those alternate art versions. So, a little bit of reprieve here from Willie to be able to get back into this, but Willie still needs a big draw.
Yeah, for sure. And those counters on the higher claw, to be clear, we have a +1/+1 counter and a stun counter.
Absolutely, yep.
So that's why it looks a little weird there if you're confused. I got you.
Plus and a negative. You know, it's just a 1-2 now.
That's not how this works.
That's just math, Jim. Doesn't attack with Cecil here. Cecil is such an interesting card in these red decks because, like, I think I agree with how Francisco is playing it. Wait till you get a little bit lower, and then, hey, if you're at 12, let's flip this bad boy. But until then, maybe not as good. All right, that is a shoot the sheriff there instead, so even better than the end. Able to kill a non-mercenary, which is not perfect anymore these days. There is a very important mercenary that is unkillable, and that's Mako.
Ah, yes.
Yep. Pirates everywhere.
That's a card that requires a keen eye. It's like, what can this actually kill?
Yep.
Not quite as simple as just, artifact or non-black creature.
Or Doomblade back in my day.
Yep.
Yep. So just a top deck land from Willie, but it's the best land. You can animate this Soulstone Sanctuary. Is an outlaw for what it's worth.
Yep.
It's also not an outlaw.
Moving on to Enduring Curiosity.
Thank you, Jim.
Typically, I'm not going to lie. I think Enduring Curiosity is my most hated card in Standard, even before the bans, because the sinking feeling of this turn right here. Curiosity is cast, 2 cards are drawn, you're already behind, and you feel like the game is over, but you're at 13, you need to keep playing.
It reminds me a lot of, God, what was the one blue thing you'd put on creatures?
Curious Obsession.
Yeah, it's a lot about Curious Obsession. Like, I remember testing for that Mythic Championship, and we just kept saying, like, yeah, put 2 on right away, because if they deal with your creature, you still got the cards back. So, and now this makes it even better, because if you deal, air quotes, with Enduring Curiosity, if you don't kill it, you didn't even deal with it. You have to exile it. Exile. If you didn't exile it, you still didn't fully kill it, as it's still going to keep drawing you cards. So it's so incredibly powerful.
And the big part in this matchup is it's also just a big body. It's a 4/3.
Yeah.
It's a creature that you're more than happy to rumble with. It blocks well and still gives you an advantage. Card's great.
So Hired Claw played before combat here. That does trigger, so you lose 2 damage. That triggers the speed up to speed 3 immediately. And then Curiosity coming to just block this land. And a little boost from the Hired Claw.
Yeah, so Willie's scrapping here.
Yep. And I think this is a nice, putting Francisco to 13. I think if Willie had the option to put Francisco, maybe not. Because he took 3. Okay, life totals weren't fully updated. So, all right, just kidding. This is a little bit more awkward, as now Cecil will get the ability to flip. But so that's a little brutal. Francisco's going to go to 9, but it's going to have a 4/4 lifelinker untapped.
Yeah, it's like you were saying, the shadow effect where this gameplay. Oh, okay, never mind.
Wow.
Not going to flip.
That seemed perfect, right? You gain 1. Cecil deals damage. You go down to exactly 10.
Cecil untaps too, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like it's an offense-defense thing. But
is lesser, equal to, it would have transformed. So, interesting.
Staying home, playing some defense.
Okay.
The Preacher Man.
So good. Preacher of the Schism's kind of the go-to Dimir anti-red card, as it has a big butt. 4 toughness is very hard to kill. And whenever you're behind, which is most times against mono red, being able to attack and get a lifelinker is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the real, like, if you're asking a Dimir player what they want to play against, just look at their deck list and see how many creatures they have.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they want to beat, Vivv or decks that are more linear, more aggressive, or control decks, not as good there. It's too slow of a clock. Yeah. But against the decks playing creatures and the decks playing a lot of aggression, it's the perfect card.
Yeah, agreed. And I do love the flexibleness of these Dimir decks. They really can transform into whatever they want. Of course, you can see their direction in their sideboard, but no matter what, they get to really be malleable for certain matchups, and that's the appeal to Dimir. It's the classic, agency, if you will.
Yeah, it's the good player deck. Players who want to be able to beat everything.
Yep, absolutely.
51% against the field.
Gotta love it. Sometimes 49%, the classic Jund effect.
Yep.
All right, so Hired Claw gets traded and uses that remaining 2 mana to put another counter on Hired Claw. But Willie hellbent, or maybe has 1 card, and looking quite bad for Willie et al. It looks like Francisco is able to even this up.
Yeah, I like how Willie's playing, though. He's just scrapping.
Yeah.
It's Hall of Famer for a reason. When you watch the best players in the world play, it looks like they should be out, and
Yeah.
they just keep scrapping and scrapping. And Willie's probably going to lose this game.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, that every 10th game, they kind of just find a way to sneak out a win.
Exactly.
And that's what separates the best in the world from your average player.
100%. The Reed Duke effect, if you will, probably the best at doing that. I have seen him continue to play games where I'm just like, all right, come on, buddy. And then I'm like, oh, my God, come on, buddy. You just took it down, you know? So I never question the greats.
High level Magic is about getting every percentage point you can at every point where, making the right choice perfectly and playing perfectly is not going to matter all the time. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
Exactly. Good habits to get into, that's for sure. All right, another Preacher comes down. This time Cecil does flip. We're up to a comfortable 8. No one draw that can kill you here. There is a draw. The Hellkite could deal. You could deal 5 in this turn, which is still impressive. But that's just not enough. And Obliterating Bolt for Cecil, very timely.
That's where it starts.
Yeah.
This turn had to start with Cecil dying. So that's step 1. Let's see what else Willie's got here in the tank.
That was indeed step 1. I think the tank might be empty here. We're doing some math. 4, 5, 6. We got 7 possible if that map hits. So doesn't look like lethal this turn, but yeah.
Yeah, that was a 5-step program.
Yeah.
Not a 1-step program.
It sure was.
And even if lethal's not going to happen here, we're going to see cards off Curiosity. I love the 8-8, the perfect symmetrical life total for the Preacher.
Yeah. Getting both is always just unfair.
Yeah, 4 cards coming off Curiosity, and yeah.
Yep. We're going to get 5 total cards drawn with the Preacher as well, plus go to 7, then back up to 8, then have a 1/1 lifelinker to block as well.
Yeah, maybe wouldn't have hated the map onto the bat to try and get a little more of a life buffer.
Yeah.
I think there's spare mana to spare, but it's hard to say because you're about to get a whole bunch of new cards.
Yeah.
So a lot to think about as far as like what you're drawing, what you might want to play. Ah, that's the secret. So you reach over to your opponent's pad and just cross their life total out right to 0.
Smart stuff.
Oh, you're 0. You're at 0 actually. It's on your pad right here.
Wow, this is the classic story of how Jim should be DQ'd from his next tournament immediately.
But you are allowed to reach over and cross out your opponent's life and write a 0?
I don't think so. We can maybe get a judge in to confirm.
We'll talk to the judges.
But we'll confirm that for y'all.
Confirmation on that for sure.
Yeah.
Just cross that out.
Looks like there was a small life total discrepancy, and they're getting it evened out. I mean, hey, competitive IRL, you got to make sure everything is done exactly correct as you're held at a higher standard when it comes to a tournament like this. But, yeah, there should be no draw that Willie would be able to top deck here to be able to clean this game up.
Yeah, often one of the cards that kind of is like the comeback card is Sunspine Links.
Yeah.
That's a lot of basics in play.
A lot of basics.
Francisco.
I believe if you have mismatch basics, it does count as a point, though.
Willie is still playing completely optimally here. So adding a counter to Hierarchical at the end step because of the life loss from Preacher.
Even though we regained it, I mean, that is just some tight magic there from our Brazilian Hall of Famer. And by the way, if y'all haven't heard of Willie Ado, well, maybe you haven't been paying close enough attention to competitive Magic back in the day. This is a phenomenal Magic player from Brazil, is always a part of that Team Brazil where if you've ever been to a Pro Tour and someone from Brazil top 8s, you don't just see it, you hear it. They always have an awesome chant. They're always building up their community. It's really exciting. Willie Edel has 5 Pro Tour top 8s, 8 Grand Prix top 8s with a win, so no slouch here, Jim, by any means.
Yeah, Pro Tour New York, 2000 was his debut.
Oh, my.
About 7,000 years ago.
No kidding. Yep. I was 9. I was just about to start playing. Yeah, I was just about ready to go. So we'll take a look at sideboards one more time. Starting with Willie Adel's side, any changes that you make here, Jim, or is it kind of the same play draw here?
For the most part. I mean, I think that being on the play, you can expect Francisco to try and go a little leaner. Like you're saying, maybe have less copies of Kaido. But for the most part, it's business as usual. Keep Francisco off the board and get yourself on the board. And then as long as Francisco's playing from behind, Willie has an excellent chance to win.
Yeah. And I want to remind everyone, that was Francisco's keep of a one-lander on the play, and it really worked out. He definitely got rewarded for that slightly risky play because, I mean, hey, the rest of his hand was absolutely amazing and really worked out.
Yeah, I think that's a good skill to have, recognizing the texture of the matchup. Like, all right, This matchup isn't great for me. I know this hand has a chance of failure. I think it's unlikely that Willie will just kill this creature on turn 1 rather than play a 1-drop. So it's a risk, but if it pans out, I'll be in great shape.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about our next Spotlight series that we're going to be bringing you in. Oh, this is going to be an exciting one. It's going to be SCG Con Baltimore, and there's going to be webs everywhere. Going to be webs everywhere. It's going to be really exciting. So this is going to be our next Spotlight event. This is going to be standard. So this is going to be open to the public. If you want to show up and compete, you definitely can. Baltimore, a really fun city as well. We're going to have, of course, Spider-Man legal in standard by then. It's going to be October 24th through the 26th. Hashtag SCG Baltimore to get some more information, and starcitygames.com/SCG Tour if you want to get some more information. Or /SCG Con, excuse me. I can read, I swear.
It's debatable.
It is debatable. Ton of stuff you can do there as well. We're going to be broadcasting that one on YouTube as well if you can't make it. Bunch of artists, special guests, city highlights. I mean, it's just going to be just really, really fun.
It's also pretty close to Halloween, and I will give a guarantee. I will personally give a high five to any person in the hall wearing a Spider-Man costume.
How much do you want to bet we're going to see? Like, I just picture I'm going to, like, leave the hall after a long commentating job, and I'm just going to see 4 people in Spider-Man pointing at each other in the lobby, and I'm like, come on. And then I'm going to laugh every single time because it cracks me up. I'm a big fan of Spider-Man. You as well?
Yeah, I'm a big Marvel guy.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
Who's your Spider-Man? Is it Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire, or Tom Holland?
I'm very old, so you know it's Tobey Maguire.
You're Tobey?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was what I saw when I was still a kid, so that was where, like, you know, I felt that emotion from Tobey Maguire, and, like, I really felt that story. But I really do love them all. Andrew Garfield is just one of my favorite actors, too. Like, he is phenomenal, so I love that as well. And, hey, even the Spider-Verse and all that stuff I really enjoyed. Those are some great movies.
I'm a Tom Holland guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's great.
He's a good, very, very good actor. I love him. All right, so players getting ready for our third round here. We're going to have a metagame for you here starting in the next couple rounds. We don't know it quite yet, but believe it or not, Vivv is the most played deck. But, you know, maybe not as much as we had thought. So we'll have the rest of our team here working behind the scenes on everything. We got Nick Miller crunching the numbers as we speak. Going to be bringing you some deck techs. Got our phenomenal production crew as well, making this show possible. And here we go. Speed 1. Keanu Reeves is back with the Bastronaut.
Family.
Oh, you're crossing over movies here. Okay.
We're going everywhere.
I like it. All right, both players have a 1-drop. Spyglass Siren gets the map. Here comes the automatic take 1, as it does have Menace. Speed 2 is here and ready to go. And let's see what the follow-up is. No creature, though. You really want a creature on that turn.
Yeah. Definitely interaction. It has to be one or the other.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Francisco needs to be. If Francisco has the 1-land Spyglass Siren hand this time, that would be a little risky, but seems to be flush with lands.
Yep. Seems to have plenty. I saw Curiosity in hand. There is the what is it? Imitation Tactics?
I think Intimidation.
Intimidation. Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right.
As we said, reading and so on and so forth.
Reading is difficult.
It's not easy.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Intimidation Tactics. Come down, takes an artifact or a creature, takes the Hellkite out. The only other big threat, and, well, we got 2 Burst Lightning and a Burst Lightning at home.
Yeah, this hand's pretty bad. You know, this sort of reactive hand is kind of poor. It's interesting because
I did not love that play.
Ooh, all right, going for the map, getting shocked, but. With Willie's hand is all interaction, and Francisco is trying to make land drops and kind of like get down the curiosities and stuff, you lose the texture of that keep you off the board game because you aren't applying the pressure too.
Yeah. And I saw a glimpse of Francisco's hand. It was lands, Enduring Curiosity, and Cecil, so not great there either. So.
Yeah.
But Hired Claw here is actually a great draw. Any creature you can play here is phenomenal, especially with the texture of his hand. It doesn't even play the Cecil. Doesn't want it to die. What do you think of that?
It's tough. You know, with Willie missing a land drop.
Okay, we drew a Drowner. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the creature draw is huge because, like I was saying, you don't want to have a bunch of kill spells to just kind of like try and be a control deck, you know?
Yeah. So taps down the Hired Claw. Regardless of what happens, no matter what, the block wasn't going to be great for Drowner. So, you know, I mean, honestly, tap down either one. It really doesn't matter that much. The same thing is probably going to happen. You're still going to boost up the Hired Claw, and you're still going to get damage in. And now we are max speeded up. So we do have a double striker now after this. But, hey, if you were able to attack with both, you get double strike before damage.
That is a cool interaction with the Hired Claw,
Very
yes.
cool.
All right, but now it is Enduring Curiosity time, but Willie has the answer in hand, I believe. We saw a copy of Fiery Annihilation, which I believe exiles.
Yep, Fiery Annihilation, a great card. We also have another Burst Lightning in hand. Those are the two pieces of known information, so I love this play instead. Preacher and Cecil, diversify your threats. Maybe you can block a Menace creature, and we'll go from there. Looking great from Francisco again here.
Yep, bodies, to get things in play. Try and get into the mid game. The longer the game goes, I think Francisco's happy. There are some big plays in Willie's deck, the Dragon, perhaps Sunspine Lynx, but for the most part, the longer things are going, the happier Francisco is. Ooh.
So there is the Annihilation on the Preacher. Deal with that straight away, and then you get to get in here for 2 damage. Excellent.
So this is good, but this does open the window for the Curiosity in Francisco's hand. There only is 1 Fire Annihilation in the entire deck list.
Yeah.
There's also 1 Obliterating Bolt. Sorry, 2 bolts total. So there are a few answers to Curiosity, but not a ton that are clean.
The proactive Curiosity play here does not look great, though. Dealing yourself 2 in exchange for a card, read the bones here up against a red deck is not necessarily the best thing you can be doing here. Like, we might not see an attack and just see a pass of the turn. I would not be shocked for that.
Yeah, and honestly, that's not bad either. Like I was saying in the last game, the body of Curiosity, it's just big. It just blocks pretty well. When you're able to block and trade and leave behind a really good piece of material, that's a really good place to be.
The Bastronaut still can get through, essentially. It could get double blocked, and you could kill one of the creatures with first strike damage, but it would die with regular combat damage here. But going for the Drowner instead.
Interesting. So a little more interactive, a little less mana efficient.
Okay, so you could double block this, and that's not bad as well. We know about the other card, though, as a Burst Lightning. So it actually does not work out very well because, well, now I think Willie is just thinking, should I give him the option of double blocking and kill both his creatures? Or, yeah, this is kind of the bait attack here. It's face-up information, so if Francisco remembered or wrote it down, this block is not going to work.
No, here it comes. Moments before disaster.
So now you get to go double pump and then say first strike damage on Cecil. That just came in this turn.
Yep. No worries.
Man, if Drowner had haste too,
that
would be even sweeter.
That honestly makes more sense. So the fear of it for me for this turn was that wasting 2 mana when you're kind of behind like this is a really rough thing to be.
Yeah.
But if Francisco just mistakenly thought that the ability would be available as well, then it is all the mana you need. So that makes a lot more sense. So a little bit misstep. Tough year, of course, in the feature match area, playing against a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Welcome to the tournament. You won round 1, but hey, you get to play against probably the most accomplished player in the field. Nathan Stoyer is always here, so hard to argue with those. They both have very good careers.
Yep, that's definitely true.
Yep. Nathan just did all his stuff in one event or in one season.
Yep.
Really spread it out.
Yep.
Okay, Big Dragon. What a top deck. What a top deck. Enduring Curiosity there would not have been even that good.
Yeah.
Like, you were going to take 6 damage from the Bastronaut, but instead you top deck one of the only sweepers in your list to clean this up and leave Willie Adel on nothing. What a draw.
That's insane.
Oh, big game.
Yep. Exude Toxin. We'll to be exuding toxins here in a minute.
No kidding. That was incredible here. Now we have Curiosity to start getting the card advantage going.
Folks, look away, folks.
Oh,
if you have small children watching, please tell them to avert their eyes.
Well, it's still a trade. But yes, it's not great.
Yeah. It's not a great trade.
Yeah, trading, it's a half trade because the Curiosity still sticks around.
There's a reef in there, right? Is there a reef in there?
There is a reef.
Yeah,
There's multiple reefs.
Yep.
So, yeah, can't even attack because of that. It would not be a trade with the reef, so.
And this is where the Curiosity begins to take over.
Yes. Yeah, usually Curiosity kills the cat, but this time the cat kills you.
Yeah, and I like his attack here, too. 15 life is enough for me to feel comfortable. Like,
oh, yeah.
Let's get in, do some damage, draw some cards, get this game over with.
Yeah, you think about what's the worst that could happen to you, and it's like end step Lightning Strike, untap Nova Hellkite plus attack. That's 9 damage.
Right.
Great. I'm still going to beat you pretty badly.
Right.
Draw a couple cards, and then just, if you hit a 1-drop, you hit a removal spell or something, GG.
Yep. Land opens up almost everything, too. Most of it like is ones and twos.
All right, there is a Spyglass Siren. Get a map here. See if we want to crack it. If anything, why not? You don't want to give yourself the Nova Hellkite of killing my Spyglass. You at least give yourself a chance to make this a 2-2. Picks up those beautiful full art Edge of Eternity lands. They're nice.
I like old lands.
I know you do.
I'm an old man.
You really are. I love those full art ones.
The art is great. I will say the art, I'm not a big alternate art kind of person, but the special guest list or whatever it is for Edge of Eternities, the art on those cards is unbelievable.
So good. Space and card art just mix.
Yep.
It's just really good. Big fan. So Hired Claw gets boosted with the land and then gets a damage in. Then you put the counter on. So a grand total of 4 damage here. Nice 1-drop.
Yeah, it's still scrapping.
Yeah, definitely. And, Obliterating Bolt. We got a game here. One good draw deserves another here. Willie Edel had 2 ways to exile that Curiosity. Found one of them.
It's tough, though, because it's kind of already done its job. It's gotten in for some solid damage and drawn 3-ish cards, which is a lot.
That is very, very true.
Love a scrap, though. Willie's just going to keep on scrapping.
Yeah, and so far, Willie played against a Boros burn deck for round 1. Managed to squeak it out. And then plays this round 2. Willie's like, where's all this? Is it Cauldron decks?
Vivv who?
Exactly. All right, so doesn't even get in there with the land this time. I think I would have liked to just push the pressure because eventually red does get you. But hey, if Francisco's hand is bad and all he's doing is holding back Reefs to do some blocking, there's those 2 alternate arts, so we do have 2 of them. That's okay, but not amazing. It will shut down Willie's attack here, almost assuredly.
Yeah, it's an interesting proposition. Do you want to race?
Yeah.
Or do you try and get the game over with? Or are you happy sitting back and playing a more controlling role?
Yeah, the more I look at this, the more I think holding back does look better. But, of course, if your opponent top decks a Nova Hellkite, you're like, dang, I wish I maybe should have got a little more aggressive. But that looked like another dragon off the top. I think that was another scavenger region, which now, just play the front side.
Yeah, it's funny because, there's only one on the list, but shuffles back in. So you step out and I'm like, Corey, we already played that card. Oh, right. Yep, it's an omen.
It's reading the cards things, man,
Yeah, I have trouble reading, too. So.
Yeah. We're a great team.
I know, right?
All right, comes in, shrinks down the Hired Claw, so it's unable to block.
Yeah, it's now a vanilla 3/3.
I believe it's still a vanilla 2/2.
That's the counter on top, right?
Yeah. Yeah, can't be blocked by creatures power 2 or greater. So, yep, you're very right. It is a 3/3.
It has no abilities. Still has types, though.
Yes, exactly. So you could boost it up with the land and make it a 4/3 to trade with a Reef, but not the place you want to be, and you can see it on Willie's face. No. Not where he wanted to be here in round number 2 in game 3.
It's kind of the cool thing about Magic tournaments, too, where you have players who maybe woke up in their own bed this morning.
Yep.
You have players who flew in from Brazil. You just put them all in a room, make them play Magic against each other. It's great.
Absolutely. Nothing better. A solid trade. You're happy to trade a land for a powerful 1-drop.
Yeah, things are really turning Francisco's way here. We've hit that, almost mid to late game.
Yeah.
Bodies in play, still access to a Reef, still cards in hand, and Willie, just not a lot going on.
No, not much. When you get to this stage of the game, there's not a lot of play to Willie's deck. It is a lot of, hey, I drew this, I have to play this. The masterful play came in right before we lost all our creatures. to that Regent.
It's a big draw.
Yep.
It's a pretty exciting moment, too, you know? You're playing the feature match area, round 2 against a Hall of Fame player. You're down a little bit. You're getting scrappy. You pull that card. That feels good.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing like that, you know?
Absolutely.
Feeling alive this morning.
Gets in here for presumably 2. I wouldn't see any reason not to attack with the binder, but there is the Sewer King.
That'd be a slight misstep there as Lewis Skinner makes a token pre-combat.
Yeah, and I also think maybe we didn't attack with the Beast Binder.
Okay.
Because I think we were at 9. Maybe thinking the Soulstone can get activated and block, but it can't, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so maybe a slight misstep there, but hey, right now, Francisco has to do a couple, more missteps for Willie to have a chance for sure. And outside of these little minor things, Francisco's been playing some great Magic.
There's big picture stuff or there's small picture stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So the little minutia here and there, you know, but overall, this game has gone, about to script, I would say.
I would agree. Yep. So 4-3 coming in just like last turn. Another ability to animate this reef if you want to, or you can start getting in there with your actual creatures here. Goes for the Lord.
Dethroned.
Back to the sewer.
Yep.
And just a land, saying go from Willie. Probably assuming maybe it's a burn spell in hand, or it easily could be another land.
Ooh.
This is what I would be doing too. Jam.
Confident activation there.
Oh, yeah. Here comes an attack for 6. Willie down to 2. Even burst lightning. That's usually good enough at the end. Clearly doesn't have it. Looks like a handshake is on the way.
You could fire it up and give it haste. It is
Yep.
it is a mouse. It is a lizard. It's an otter.
And it's a GG.
And it's tapped. Yep.
As
All right.
Francisco Gonzalez takes it down to advance to 2-0 here at Magic Spotlight Planetary Rotation. That's got to feel nice to win a feature match here up against a Hall of Famer in maybe not a great matchup. On the draw as well. You lose game 1. That's tough, but a big win.
Yeah, that really is. You look at a player's like trajectory over the course of a tournament.
Yeah.
And what's the moment where things really start to go right or wrong, and that's the kind of thing that can push towards a big run.
Oh yeah.
Where you had to walk over the match. You're like, I just beat one of the top Magic players of all time.
Definitely one of the top players in this field.
Yeah. On camera, round 2.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Oh, yeah. Whenever I get that, especially maybe if I had a little minor misstep, super minor things there from Francisco, but especially if you have, maybe something you want to clean up throughout the match and you still get the win, you're feeling it. You're like, all right, now it's time to get that glass of water, splash it in your face, get a coffee, and get ready to crush this tournament. So that won't be all the Magic, though. We are going to have some more Magic ready for you here. We'll jump on down when we are ready to go. But, man, Jim, I am just so excited to see this tournament unfold. I think this is going to be a really good one. I don't think Vivv is going to dominate as much as, maybe has in the last couple weeks. I have some hope. Some of these decks are ready to go.
I'm looking for some spice.
Yeah.
I'm still of the mind that this is a pretty new format. It's been out for a few weeks now or whatever, but there's a lot of both new things to play with the Edge of Eternities.
Yep.
And like we were saying the last broadcast, when you have a rotation like this, it unlocks a lot of the cards already in the format.
Yes.
Where you have all these cards that weren't quite good enough or didn't line up the right way or whatever, and they unlock it. There's just so many sets in the format right now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's going to be really fun to check out. So let's jump on down. We're going to check out one of our backup matches, and we're going to be jumping in on game number 2. So let's head on down to the feature match. All right, there we go. We got Scott McNamara on the top here, and we got Pat Price on the bottom. Is it Cauldron? Here it is. The big bad is here, and Scott McNamara just said, hey, I got a really spicy one here. I'm playing something against the beaten path. And Simic Omniscience? What's going on here?
I like how I just gave a whole speech about innovation in the format, and the match comes up, and first thing Corey says, ooh, look, it's Isit Cauldron. Yeah,
hey.
Simic Omniscience? This is awesome. Are you kidding me?
Hey, I love a certain deck. Let me tell you, okay? I find them both exciting. But walk us through the Simic Omniscience deck. It has one of your favorite cards for sure.
Yeah, I'm a big Kona Rescue Bestie stan.
Yeah, you are.
Beastie stan. And This is the card that got a huge upgrade from the new set with these station lands. So Kona's a creature with the Survivor ability, where if it's tapped your second main phase, you do a thing. That thing is just put in a card for free.
Yep.
And these station lands allow you to just do that on a whim. No attacking, no other facilities. It's just a land. So you pop in Omniscience, and we've seen what that card could do in Standard.
Nothing, right?
Maybe a little bit. So kind of a cool, new take on Omniscience, and an old favorite for some folks, maybe not for others. But yeah, this is a really cool, innovative list.
Yeah, I love it. And so the one thing, when you play up against a deck like this, all these decks have interaction. Pat Price probably has Into the Floodmaw, probably has Torch the Tower, as I see a Floodmaw in hand. But a good player, even if Scott has it here, even if you have the Kona, you're ready to go, maybe is going to play something else until Pat, decides to tap a little bit lower and then go for the big bad thing. So, this deck is kind of easy to play against when your opponent's just on jam mode. You just hold up mana on the turn they can do it. But players that really know what they're doing, they dance around and then they play it when they got some backup.
I think you see here too, but this deck is like pretty big in on Kona. Where a lot of the Kona decks that I both built and seen are a little more flexible. They're a little more like we can do the Kona thing or do something else. Yeah. This is a full-on combo deck. This is we're not casting Omniscience here. We are doing the Kona thing. So pretty cool to see all the setup, the bounce spells, the stock ups, and so on and so forth. And Lost in the Maze?
Yeah, Lost in the Maze is on the stack right now, so Pat Price is reading it. We'll read it together as well. It is Flash. Whenever Lost in the Maze enters the battlefield, tap X creatures. Put a stun counter on each of those creatures you don't control, and tap creatures you control have hexproof. Oh my goodness, Jim. My dots are connected. Are you connecting said dots?
You can't see me, but I was just slack-jawed looking at Corey like, oh,
yeah,
okay. So I was honestly like, there's not a lot of protection here. Well, that's a great protection spell.
That last line of text is going to be great because your opponent does not have a chance to respond to you crewing. I mean, they do, but when you crewed it, your creature is tapped. It's tapped. It now has hexproof, and you get to go to your second main with impunity. I mean, that is some spice here. Scott McNamara as well, if you don't remember him, took second in our very first Spotlight series. In Atlanta, I believe that's where we were, took second place to Nicholas Odenheimer on that Gruul Leyline build with Demir, and has been kind of a fan favorite ever since then.
As someone who loves Kona, I'm actually kind of disappointed in myself that I didn't find this interaction.
I've been disappointed in you. Not for this, but, just in general.
This is a really good interaction.
Yeah.
This is excellent.
And, Scott has been playing a lot of different decks here that are not Isit Cauldron. I've been seeing him play a lot of Roots. We've lost Tyvar, so I was, still kind of wondering how that would work, and I kind of thought he would be playing it at this tournament as he sent out maybe a vague-ish tweet saying, I'm playing something that is not on the beaten path. Looks like it didn't go with Roots, but found something even spicier.
Ooh, body language here from Scott is not looking good.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the turn, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's still an A+B combo deck where you still have to find the pieces, but, I would say Scott has a lot of interaction still. There's a lot of bounce. We have Unauthorized Exit. There's Dispel Exile. There's a lot of card draw. That's pretty much all it is. Bounce, card draw, combo.
Yeah, which is sweet, honestly,
yeah.
But
here's the card of the weekend. I'll call it early. It's Agatha's Soul Cauldron. No Vivv to be seen yet, but let me tell you, there's plenty of ways to find it. Cracks Knuckles, we can start by Winter Night Storings here for free and try to get some Vivvs into the yard to really get it going. And there is the powerful Final Fantasy creature. I'm
going to give you the live look into the booth here. Corey has sat up about 6 inches into his seat. He is up and he is leaning forward. He is in gamer position. He's very excited right now.
Currently bouncing with excitement.
Yep.
Yeah, this deck just does some big stuff here. A+B combo deck as well, but when you get it, I mean, you absolutely pop off. So now we'll see how Pat tries to maybe diversify some threats. As if you exit the Soul Cauldron on the Vivv, go to put a counter on the Draconautics. Even if you deal with the Draconautics, Tursa would have the mana. Nothing to be done by Scott, so now we have a solid 8 mana available.
Yeah, and this is a lot of the power of this deck is that the ability to put counters onto different things, whether it's Marauding Mako, discarding cards, prosthetic memory, the fact that this deck can so easily just have counters laying around. It's not even like a deck building concession.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to like have this like, extra way to have counters. They're just there. And that is huge. So when your Cauldron goes off, it really goes off.
Would you say it's not a bug, but a feature?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And that is a big old Dargon. We got a Dargon here. The exhaust ability comes off from the Engineer. So per my math, I think we have 1 mana floating.
And no Delirium, it looks like, but only one type away. So we see a Delirium here. We see a Hasted FOMO. We could just see Lethal.
We do have a card drawn as well, so 1 counter will go on. Okay, we have a lot of cards drawn. That's right.
Oh.
Spicy.
What if we got lost in the maze?
Oh, man. Hate getting lost in corn mazes. Never fun. But the one thing we do still have going on here is this fear of missing out post-combat. We can still have 7 mana available. But wow, lost in the maze here. Pretty spicy, Jim.
That's awesome. And the thing is that this turn looks so good for Pat. Now all of a sudden things are pretty scary.
Well, it's not over yet. Let's not count our chickens yet. We're still doing stuff. Now, the thing is, when you get past combat, there is no more winning outside of combat. We lost Thrill Seeker. That was the big thing that you lost from this deck. The only way to win outside of combat is Vivv with a bunch of spells, but this deck is actually not that good of a Vivv spell deck. Like playing Vivv itself, it's just okay. It is meant to be discarded. So this is in this deck.
This is the turn. I mean, Scott has paved the road for himself. Unfortunately, body language wise, does not look like we're going anywhere on this road. Maybe.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I would imagine we have this, but we'll see if this is going into Omniscience. I would agree. Body language. You know what? Whatever.
Okay, maybe we're just the worst poker players.
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay.
No.
We are good at poker, Corey.
We are.
We are good at poker.
We really are. Omniscience, Breeding Pool. Did not have the follow-up. The Meringue River Regents with the Rolling Dragon Storms, that kind of ability to draw a bunch of cards, that was kind of the plan here. And kind of just get a bunch of card advantage, tap your opponent down, win with a bunch of dragons is how we would be finishing it off. Won't be seeing that sweet deck from Scott in action through its end, but hey, we got to keep an eye on him. That was really nice.
Yeah, it's tough because the Omniscience decks are like, you say A plus B combo.
Yeah.
It's sort of like A plus B and then a little bit of C too.
Yeah.
That was the A plus B, Kona, and put it on Omniscience, but you got to have a little card draw too, which is tough.
And maybe that shows why tried and true is a Cauldron, where you only have to count to this many, A and B, and you can get it going. But I'm sure we're going to be seeing plenty more of Pat and that Isit Cauldron deck as well. But, hey, that's going to do it for us. Any closing thoughts here from our first round?
I'm just hyped that Scott had this awesome deck. It stinks to lose round 2, of course.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was almost the perfect segue from my speech there about innovation in the format, how there's so much more to explore.
And then proved you wrong immediately.
What do you mean? We saw this awesome deck. I mean, we didn't win, which, that's fine. But as someone who, I've played a ton of Kona, and I didn't think about this weird old enchantment from, what set is that card in? The Lost in the Maze, Murders, I think?
No clue.
Right.
Thanks for putting me on the spot. Yes, it was Murders.
But,
okay.
but that's the thing, where, when you have, the ability to kind of dig through and find these old cards, interact with the new cards in a really unique way.
Yeah.
Now we're cooking.
You find stuff that's just been lost in the maze for years, so you got to love it. That's going to do it for us here in the morning. On the other side, you're going to have the fantastic Ailey Loney and Reed Duke bringing you a couple rounds, and then we'll see you a little bit later. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round number 3.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Planetary Rotation here at SCG Con Orlando. I'm Alien Loney alongside Hall of Famer Pro Tour champion Reed Duke to bring you the next round of coverage to see who can topple the menace of the weekend, and that is Vivv Oniye. Reed, what do you think?
I think it's going to be an interesting narrative thread to follow. Of, you know, we have a deck that widely talked about as, you know, a cut above everything else, and so there's going to be the people who joined him and the people who try to beat him.
That is pretty much the tale of the tape here this weekend, as the players who have the most reps with this Vivv deck, who understand that they have a big target on their back, you got to think that they're still in a pretty good position this weekend. They haven't found the answer yet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly some of the players that I've spoken to, they think so. It's like, you know, this deck is just a power level outlier where even if people bring the right cards to attack me, you know, I'm just doing things that are so much better. So that's the great thing about a Magic tournament is everyone thinks they have the best strategy, right?
Yeah,
and you play the games, you let things develop in order to understand who's right, who was a step ahead, and who was a step behind.
Well, it's going to be a fun puzzle to try and solve here this weekend. Who can defeat Vivv? Is it going to be Azorius Control, perhaps? As spoiler alert, that is our feature match coming up here as our players are ready to get underway. So let's head on down to the feature match area. We're going to be checking out Adam Dedzi versus Daniel Fournier. It's going to be Isit Cauldron up against Azorius Control. We see quite a few control strategies here this weekend. Obviously, the deck lists aren't public just yet, but, you know, we get to see them because we're special, I guess. And quite a few players have attempted a control strategy here this weekend.
Yeah, Azorius Control is a cool one. A little bit down the list in terms of the, you know, what I would consider like the best or the most popular strategies, but it is often cited as a foil to the Isit Cauldron deck. A lot of ways to neutralize or go over the top of what the Cauldron deck is doing, and a lot of ability to just sort of ignore, you know, certain elements of the game until you can land a big Ultima or, you know, Meringue River region, whatever it might be.
Yeah, definitely the top end of the Azorius Control deck is something to look out for. The scariest that I have encountered thus far is Elspeth. She scares the living daylights out of me because the number of tokens that you know, just inherently make with this deck can be absurd. So, yeah, let's see if we get some Storm Slaying going on down here.
Yeah, most definitely. Elspeth, I think if you see Daniel Fournier untap with an uncontested Elspeth, that's sort of the signal that he is has taken control and is in the driver's seat. And to your point, that's not a permanent that the Isit Cauldron deck is particularly well equipped to deal with. You can attack it with some big creatures, but you can't remove it directly, and Elspeth is great at defending herself.
As things stand at the moment, though, fear of missing out is going to miss out on this combat, unfortunately, taken care of by Get Lost in the hands of Daniel Fournier. 2 map tokens for his troubles, though, and Soulstone Sanctuary hits the board and go. So not where Adam Dedzi wants to be at this point.
No, but exactly where Daniel Fournier wants to be. This is what control decks are built for, is these games where you get to arrive at turn 4 with a clean battlefield, a high life total. There you see him destroying one of Adam's lands, so further setting him back. So it's going to be on hard mode for Adam, trying to build up some kind of offense or board presence from this late stage position where Daniel has all of his weapons available to him.
Yeah, that's the scariest thing to see as a blue player with mana untapped. 2 copies of Get Lost there, taking care of both threats so far from Adam. So he's now land down, 2 creatures down effectively, and not looking too great at the moment. Let's see if we can get something to stick here. Prophet's Eidetic Memory on the stack. Okay, the result is we're going to draw a card. Is there a follow-up here to get the bonus from Prophet's Eidetic Memory at combat? 5 mana open. How bad could it be, right? It's what you always hope as the non-control player is you just sit there and you're like, please, just have nothing. Just lands in hand, right? That's all we need.
You tell yourself many stories about
Yes.
what's all these great things that your cards are going to be able to do for you, and then most of the time in reality, none of them live to see the light of day.
I know personally I play very poorly against control because I just want to jam my stuff, right? What is the best thing to do in Adam's situation here? Just be happy with what you've got or try and keep the pressure on here against Daniel?
Such a good question. It's something that a lot of players really struggle with. You know, the combination of counter spells, board sweepers. These are the most challenging types of cards to play around. In general, I actually like your strategy of just don't overthink it, play your cards, make them have the right answers, and try to get the game over with quickly. Because the longer you let things drag on, the more you play into the control player's hands. However, in a game like this, Adam has definitely missed that window to get the game over with quickly. So now, whether he likes it or not, he's sort of forced to settle in for this longer game where he's going to have to try to bob and weave and get something to stick, even though Daniel's deck is more equipped to play this game.
So we have Vivv on the board. Resident Troublemaker in these Isit Cauldron decks. He gets to live for now. Gets a couple of counters on him, gets exploring, and reveals the big dragon on top of the deck there. The Quantum, what's his face?
Quantum Riddler.
That's the one.
And a Sphinx even.
Nice. It flies.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a dragon.
Definitely blue's answer to Red's dragons.
Oh yeah, Red's dragons are sweet. What's it? Nova Hellkite? Oh, I love that one so much.
Yeah, Nova Hellkite's the new one that's people are excited about. I think we'll get to see that over the course of our broadcast.
Hell yeah.
In the meantime, Daniel taking advantage of maybe a little bit more of a subtle tool. It's not a big flashy dragon, but Consult the Star Charts, in my opinion, is one of the strongest cards from Edge of Eternities. Is one of the best instant speed card drawing effects ever, maybe.
Yeah. It's so good. This is what you want in 2-mana card draw, is something that gets better the longer the game goes.
Exactly.
It's kind of reminiscent of, I forget the name now, but was it from Innistrad, I think? The 4-mana, draw a bunch of cards, and then later on you can spend more mana on it, 7 mana from the graveyard.
Memory
flashback.
Deluge.
That's the one,
Yep.
thank you. Reminds me a little bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's nothing that you want to see from the Isit player side of things. It's like, oh, cool, how many more answers are you getting in your hand now?
All right, so finally we see some action in this game. Adam picks a fight with Vivv, getting to take advantage of some of those map tokens that have been sitting around, burning a hole in his pocket. Then Daniel sculpts his hand with Consult the Star Charts, uses Day of Judgment as a 1-for-1 answer, and this is kind of the big moment for Adam, where Daniel, we know he has a great hand. He's got all his weapons, but partial shields down moment. So Adam's going to try to resolve some spells, sort of overload Daniel's mana, and get something on the battlefield. If he can't, then we're going to see a control player untapping with 7 lands and a full hand, and that's very, very difficult situation to continue playing through.
Oh, absolutely. We saw Winter Night Stories, chuck a couple of instants into the graveyard there. As Daniel's quite happy to play the draw-go game. And let's see if Adam can cobble together multiple spells in one turn and try and get all of the answers out of Daniel's hand. I wish to cast this Vivv, please, control player.
I'll remind people, we know that Adam has a Quantum Riddler in hand. He stacked that on the top of his library. Might be trying to sort of go empty-handed before deploying that for full value.
Oh man, Quantum Riddler with Winter Night Stories. When I discovered that while playing this deck, I was just like, oh my god, that is so good. Because it's just, build your own ancestral recall, essentially.
Yeah, yep, yeah, warping the creatures and getting to, in some way, use the body for that temporary moment when it's on the battlefield is such a good feeling.
Yeah, it is. The warp creatures in Edge of Eternities Limited are excellent for station. this is kind of the same thing, you know? You get to utilize it elsewhere and make another card more valuable, but yeah, that's a little combination. Because I was like, why is this dragon in the deck? Why is it so important? Oh, I understand now. Oh, it was great. Not that I'm saying I like the deck. I don't condone it. But it is very cool when you find little things like that. So 3 steps ahead. Gonna say no thank you to Agatha's Soul Cauldron sitting on the stack here.
Yeah, you see that that white die floating in the middle of the battlefield, I think is Adam representing, okay, I have a Vivv trigger on the stack, and Daniel is responding before Adam gets access to that mana.
Vivv can be exceptionally dangerous if it's left unchecked and starts growing and growing and growing. This is kind of like the fair and honest game plan for Vivv is just get big and start dinging, you know?
Yeah, as much as Vivv ever plays fair and honest, I do agree. Now, you asked a really good question earlier about how do you play against the control deck when they have these shields up. Adam's doing a really good job. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to pick spots where he has a mana advantage over Daniel, and so can play spells at a rate that makes Daniel uncomfortable. Vivv's a great way to do that. Prophet's Eidetic Memory is really perfect because it's going to trigger Vivv to get a counter when you cast it. It's going to give additional counters when you go to combat. Then Adam can use that mana in whatever way he sees fit to, you know, play Quantum Riddler or another Soul Cauldron or whatever, while Daniel is, you know, not prepared to fight at his full potency.
And also when it gets to a certain point, it's kind of like the tipping point for the Isit deck. When they just have so much mana, it doesn't matter if Daniel counters one thing. Oh, I still got all these, you know? It kind of gets to that point where it's just way over the top of anything else that the control decks can do. So Daniel's got to be very careful and picky about what he wants to answer and win.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Pesky little wizard, this Vivv Ornitier. Let's see, big thing come down here, Meringue River Regent. Hitting the board, just saying, all right, well, I guess I got to try and kill you now, because at this point, if Daniel doesn't pressure the life total here, Adam will run away with the game. But we are going to bounce our little friend here first. Vivv goes bye-bye.
I'm impressed at Adam's ability to stay in the game. Like, look, Daniel's doing everything right. He's neutralizing threats. He's pacing the game out the way he wants, but Adam, you know, 2 mana is not a lot to fight this turn where Adam has a lot of cards in his hand. He has his full combo, both of the namesake cards of the deck on the battlefield now. And this is going to be an impressive turn one way or another.
It sure is. And this is at the point where most people, if they've seen this already online, they'll be like, okay, Scoop, go to the next game. Depending on what's in hand. We know there's a Winter Night Stories in the yard. I think there might be just the one.
Winter Night Stories in the yard, Quantum Riddler in hand. We know about these things. Yeah, this is a brutal combination that Adam has assembled. For people who know the deck, you could sort of shortcut, like, I'm going to do a lot of things. It's going to be really bad for the opponent. It is our first time seeing it on broadcast. Yeah. So we'll do our best to walk through the combo, but there's going to be a lot going on. The first thing I want to point out is that when you have a copy of Vivv exiled to the Soul Cauldron, you can actually count that separately from the Vivv on the battlefield. So even though the ability reads as only being usable once per turn, you have 2 instances of that ability, so 2 opportunities to generate mana. So you see Adam with almost all of his lands tapped, but it's not far-fetched to think that he might get access to like 10, 12, even more mana as this turn progresses. Because
even before the Vivv activation, use those 2 lands, get Vivv bigger, then activate Vivv, use all the mana, then use the second activation for even more mana. It's pretty gross. Extremely powerful stuff here. So it's going to be, I'm wondering what Daniel can do in this situation, or if he's just going to let it play out.
Yeah, so with 2 mana, the most likely piece of interaction that Daniel has is going to be No Moralize. But hey, with 10, 12 mana, you can navigate around that pretty easily.
Yeah.
It does not seem that Daniel has access to Annul or Get Lost. He probably would have used those. But Essence Scatter to counter the Quantum Riddler that's very effective. That's about the best Daniel could have done.
Pretty scary creature outside of the Vivv that's already on the board there. A 6 power Vivv, 12 plus mana. Okay. Just a Steam Core Scholar. And pass. Now, Adam's not tapped out. Don't be fooling thinking Adam's tapped out. He's got a whole reservoir there underneath Vivv.
So Daniel has a couple of problems here. I have to imagine, like, if he lets either the 6/9 Vivv or the Soul Cauldron exiling Vivv untap uncontested, he's going to be worried about losing the game before he gets another turn. But answering both of those cards and having something available to fight at instant speed is quite a tall order. Seam Rip, okay, that's a wonderful start.
Uh-oh.
There's your Elspeth.
Hi, lady. You're going to cause some problems. Yeah, she going to kill some things, make some creatures. Yeah,
-3, destroy target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or greater. Honestly, from my experience with this card, that's the least used mode, but it's absolutely perfect there.
Yeah, you kind of just forget she has that sometimes, but it is excellent at removing Vivv off the board. So now, all of a sudden, the tide has turned here for Daniel, and things are looking pretty good. We do see this Quantum Riddler hit the board, Winter Night Stories. We are still digging, so can Adam rebuild here, get a Cauldron back on board, and work his way towards a victory here? Or is Daniel stabilized?
Yeah, looking for either Cauldron or Vivv here, which could get counters immediately from Proph's Eidetic Memory. This has actually been a great game.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be somewhat one-sided with Adam having that kind of slow start, but we've had fireworks.
Yeah. You know, both players doing really impactful things. I thought for sure Daniel was dead at that previous turn when Vivv was on the board. 12 mana, essentially, but nothing in hand. Like, he didn't go for the Winter Night Stories or anything like that. Unless I missed both activations somehow? I don't know. Turn passes back now to Daniel. Playing Azorius Control. He's got a Meringue River Regent and an Elspeth Stormslayer on the board.
Well, we did say this was going to be the moment that signifies Daniel taking firm control of the game. Now he has the battlefield advantage. So battlefield advantage, advantage in hand, deck advantage in this long game situation. So Adam, you know, we know Adam's taken a lot of time to sculpt his own hand, and we know how explosive the Vivv Cauldron deck is. But definitely this is the exact game state that Daniel was trying to fight towards.
Yep. Gifting a fish here, getting rid of Elspeth, courtesy of Into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, pretty cool play there. I had actually perhaps misrepresented that Adam didn't have cards that could get Elspeth off the battlefield directly. But what happened there is Daniel began his turn by casting Beza. And since you can only activate a Planeswalker at sorcery speed when there's nothing else on the stack, Adam took that moment to say, okay, well, you've tapped some of your lands. You haven't used Elspeth yet. I'm going to get that off the battlefield, and if you want to replay her, then I'm going to get another turn where I don't have to worry about counterspells.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I'll always remember a sweet play Simon Gerson made, I believe, where he had a Planeswalker on board, and he was moving to do something, but then realized, oh no, I need to activate this first because my opponent's waiting for me to play something else for that exact same reason. So stopped what he was doing, did the Planeswalker first. It died eventually, but he got the benefit off of it. So always the thing I will remember: Planeswalker first.
Yeah, when I try to coach competitive Magic, the main angle that I go for is like pay attention to details. Even things that 95% of the time, it doesn't matter. You're going to take these actions. You can do them in whatever order you want. Don't be lazy because you want to protect yourself against these corner case disaster situations at every opportunity possible. Make it as tough on the opponent to disrupt you as you can.
Can we just admire how congested this side of the solar system is at the moment?
Yeah, the table's starting to tilt from the weight of the cards.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. What is the dream draw here from Adam?
Well, honestly, it feels like Adam needs to try to win all in one turn, which Corey and Jim kind of outlined when they were on last round. The Vivv Cauldron decks have evolved in a way to make them more sort of streamlined, consistent, optimized for the mirror match, but that has come at the expense of some of the combo elements. So there's no more Voldar and Thrillseeker. That card, exited standard in the rotation. Draconautics Engineer is another one that can allow these decks to win all in one turn, but that's often not played anymore. It's often omitted in favor of just, a core piece or a card drawing spell. So Adam is going to have a really hard time trying to go from 0 to 60 and win, either with a haste creature or a non-combat fashion. It's just very, very tough.
One of the ways we've seen these decks close things out is with a Steam Core Scholar, with Prophetic Memory, making that as big as possible, attacking with multiple fear of missing outs. But, nothing of the sort here as things stand. Oh, boy. When the Azorius deck starts attacking.
Yeah, and attack, it can now, especially with a wide board and Elspeth. You could send these things to the air. You do have the Quantum Riddler to worry about, but I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel has some kind of answer there. Or finds one.
Yeah. Elspeth, if he so chooses, can also take care of the Quantum Riddler.
Consult the star charts looking at 10 cards. It's like that's a big chunk of Daniel's remaining library. He really has access to, I would think, almost anything he wants at this point.
Yeah. Pick a card, any card. Super sweet card from Edge of Eternities. I love Edge of Eternities. I'm not a big sci-fi person, but I think this set was really, really well made.
I have to agree with you on that. Because I love the sort of core original flavor of Magic the Gathering, that kind of like high fantasy, however you want to call it.
Yeah.
So I was a skeptic of Magic going to space, but I do think it was a really well executed set, and I've been having fun. Daniel Fournier having fun there with his Elspeth Stormslayer.
And her army. Man, that was very swingy. Something I wasn't expecting for sure there, for it to change advantage that many times in the game, it seemed.
Same here. I really enjoyed watching that game. If that's that was the first game we covered, so if that's a taste of what this weekend's going to be, I'm here for it.
Take a look here at the sideboards for both players. So you have to assume, as the Isit Cauldron player, that people are bringing answers for your deck. So how does Adam's sideboard against the control deck in this game 2?
To be honest, I think the best thing that Adam can do is remove some of his ineffectual game 1 cards. Like, look, there were a lot of things going on in that game that were invisible to us that we couldn't see on the battlefield.
Yeah.
But if you remember, Adam drew a lot of cards. He had a full hand for much of the game. He didn't take too many actions in the early turns. To me, that signals he probably had some duds in hand, right? He probably had a Braid, Obliterating Bolt, Broadside Barrage. These removal spells that just you don't often have a good way to use them. They don't line up well against Azorius Control's threats. So being able to swap those out for just anything that's useful, like Spell Pierce jumps off the page as something that's going to really improve Adam's suite of weapons, his toolbox. More Quantum Riddlers, sure, let's get that in there. Even Flood Pit's Drowner, Meringue, River Region, at least these are threats, something that Adam can play proactively and that Daniel's going to have to answer.
Torch the Tower, I'm almost never sure on exactly when it should come in. We know there's Planeswalkers, we know there's like little itty-bitty creatures to annoy, but would you be bringing it in this matchup?
I would not. That's sort of a classic question of when you play against Control, how much removal should you leave? Because they do have those really scary late game threats like Elspeth that you don't want to be completely helpless against. But in general, I think a very, very light touch. Like sometimes I might leave one removal spell, one catch-all. But in Adam's seat, I would want to make that more something like the Into the Flood Maw, where that can answer an Elspeth on the battlefield. It can answer a Meringue River Region. It can take a Rest in Peace off the battlefield for a key turn. So that's the type of flexible answer that I would try to build into my configuration, rather than having really narrow stuff that's going to sit in my hand until the moment presents itself.
Alrighty, well, while the players finish off their sideboards and shuffle, come hang out with us at the next events we're going to be at, friends. SCG Con comes to Las Vegas in November 21 to 23. The main event is the Regional Championship, and it is going to be Modern. So, if you would like to come and hang out with us, play some Modern perhaps, or check out all the other things that are on offer at the SCG Cons. There's a bunch of events, side events, Commander, CEDH, Draft, whatever you want, chances are you'll find it. Beckett will be there to grade cards if you have them. There's a bunch of artists too if you want signatures, so definitely check out all the upcoming events from SCG. Now let's go, game number 2. Players ready to rock and roll. Adam's going to be on the play, I assume. I say that, but it's, 1% of the time they'll be like, nah, you go first.
Yeah, every once in a while. I've done it before. Ailey, I've been playing a bit of Modern lately. It's fun. You know the card everyone's talking about?
Vivv?
Vivv a bit. Soul Cauldron a bit. Consult the star charts a little bit. But the big one that I was thinking of, Quantum Riddler.
Oh, nice. It's a sweet card. I really like it. I do love a card that gives you value twice, So temporarily first, sure. That's fine. But later on, it's coming. It's funny, I was thinking about this deck. It's like they never have anything secret. Everything it wants to do is always cleanly displayed on the board. It's like, oh, cool, you have a Quantum Riddler waiting to come in on turn 5. Sweet, you have Vivv in your graveyard. You got I got the Soul Cauldron there. You're exploring or whatever. You've got things on top of your library that's revealed. There's never any secrets about it.
Yeah, it is amazing the level of optionality, flexibility, and I'll say onboard complexity for this Isit Cauldron deck. Like, yeah, there's no mysteries, there's no hidden information, but that doesn't mean it's easy to figure out what's going to happen, because there's some crazy stuff that these Isit Cauldron players are able to do.
Yeah.
It's also the difference between somebody who's really experienced and knowledgeable with the deck, who's seen all the tricks, is going to be able to navigate like a lot better than somebody who's picking up for the deck for the first time.
Oh, absolutely. The more reps you have with any deck, the better you'll be with it. And the people that end up in the top 8 here, those are going to be those players. No More Lies takes care of the second copy of Fear of Missing Out, as we now see stock up here from Daniel Fournier. Restock that hand, find some more answers. There is one Fear of Missing Out hanging out on board. Now Daniel is tapped out, so can Adam find an opportunity here to get something going?
I love the sequence from Daniel. This is a really good way to spend your early turns with a control deck where, hey, I'm going to fire off my Fear of Missing, or my No More Lies on absolutely anything that I can to keep the pressure off. I'm going to take my turn 3 to tap out for stock up, sculpt my hand, and then I'm going to try to hold the shields up after that to be prepared for the most important turns in the game. On the other hand, Adam, with a much, much, much stronger opening than he had in Game 1, here getting the uncontested Soul Cauldron with Vivv as early as turn 4. And, yeah, so right away, it's Daniel with multiple different threats that he has to answer one at a time.
Yeah. And what have we got there? 4 things in the bin? Oh, that's exiled, so just 2 currently. For Delirium for our little friend here. 5 mana effectively available. Seam Rip is going to target. What is it targeting? 2 juicy options. Yeah, all right. Gets Fear of Missing Out off the board. And Floodpit's Drowner is going to take its place.
Floodpit's Drowner is amazing here because I think, to your question, Ailey, what troublesome permanent is Daniel going to go after with the Seam Rip? I think he was trying to take an approach where he's going to leave the Soul Cauldron and try to prevent Adam from sticking a creature, but the end of turn flash threat really complicates that from Daniel's perspective.
It's Floodpit's Drowner, another really sweet design. Yeah, nothing else really like it in Standard at the moment. As we see Prophetic Memory on the stack. 3 steps ahead, says no thank you very much. I don't want that guy getting any bigger than it needs to be. And no activation there. Just in for 2.
Yeah, crucially, no creature in the graveyard. I think that's one of the secret reasons that Azorius is well set up for this matchup. Is it doesn't, its removal doesn't always dump creatures into the graveyard where the Isit Cauldron deck can use them to rebuild. Instead, it's like, hey, one of your creatures is exiled to No More Lies, one is exiled to Seam Rip. You took your one shot with your own Soul Cauldron, and now there's nothing left. No gas in the tank.
Yep. Very true. So, just going to play the game of get stuff out of your bin. I don't think there's any card that matters for Graveyard for Daniel in terms of getting things back or, flashback or anything to that effect. But, if you can, might as well. Get Lost is going to take care of... Ooh, but that's a way to get counters on things. Flash something else in. Go. Map tokens inadvertently helpful. As we see Steam Core Scholar hit the board. Does it get to survive? Draw some cards, chuck some cards. Can we get more creatures in the bin? We do have the Floodpit's Drowner, so that's useful. And also the map tokens on board to potentially give counters as well.
Second copy of Winter Night Stories in the graveyard. Here Adam's going to go for a counter on the Steam Core Scholar, which will grant the ability of Vivv, which in turn gives 3 mana.
It's got the Floodpit's Drowner's ability too. Haha. Not super helpful right now, but who knows, maybe it'll come into play later. One thing I noticed, I was wondering, where are all your Makos? Marauding Makos or Makos from Adam? Doesn't play them.
Yeah, that's really well spotted. So a little bit of a, we'll call it a bigger version of Cauldron, focusing more on that Quantum Riddler type stuff.
Yeah, plays 3 of those main deck and 3 Steam Core Scholars. Jury's still out as to how many of each creature outside of Vivv is necessary and Fear of Missing Out. But it is cool to see everyone's different takes on this and hear their opinions on the 1-drops. I often cut the Makos. Just because
after sideboarding,
yeah,
you mean?
they're
Sure.
they're little idiots, but if you're on the plane, game 3, sure, bring them back, go ham. It is handy that they put their own counters on themselves, so. Meringue River region hits the board. Does Adam have an answer for the big dragon?
So I would imagine the Cauldron's going to get reset here. One of the problems with the river region, or one of the stressors, is that so many of Isit Cauldron's permanents have enters the battlefield abilities. So resetting Steam Core Scholar, okay, worthwhile to stabilize the battlefield, but Adam is going to get more value out of that card as the game goes along.
Yeah, definitely. That's something you don't mind being reset so much. Question is, can you get it bigger than a 6/7 on the other side of the board? Land first, keep up a duel, Steam Core Scholar once again, draw some cards. It's going to be a 5/5.
Yeah, he's getting to work on your task of building this a bit bigger than 6/7.
Just need some friends to help him out here. There is also the map token activation if he wants to, but just going to pass a turn, leave up that mana, perhaps representing an Into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, it could be Into the Floodmaw, could be Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
If you're an Adam fan, probably rooting for Into the Floodmaw because there are some juicy targets here. Either remove the river region at a key moment, free up the fear of missing out from Seam Rip.
Yeah. If Daniel doesn't have anything to interact with that, seeing fear of missing out coming back, and then doing the crazy, double attack with a Steam Core Scholar, draw some cards previously, hopefully, and get double activations on the, or double triggers on the Prosthetic Memory. That's always such a sweet way to win.
Absolutely.
Ooh. All right, getting feisty. In for 6. 'Tis but a scratch.
Very unlikely that Daniel would make that play if he didn't have an answer to the Steam Core Scholar.
Yeah, sitting at 13, so would be quite dead if what I described happens, but certainly has the answer there. Exorcise. It's not a demon, but, it's a big guy, so bye-bye Steam Core Scholar. And also, importantly, exiled, so less creatures in the bin for Adam to play with.
Little bit of an inversion of roles here where Daniel's actually down to 2 cards in hand, whereas Adam has been spending lots of time doing Winter Night Stories, Steam Core Scholar, so it is possible. The control deck has a lot of card drawing, very powerful late game, but it is possible for Isit to keep pace or even outdo the Azorius control deck in this stage.
And 'twas exactly a fish. As Into the Floodmaw gets rid of Steam Rip for the time being, FOMO back on board. Can you do 13 damage in one go? 3 cards in hand. We know what one of them is for Daniel. Quantum Riddler. Draw 8 cards, so has 2 in hand. There's 1 card drawn. So he'd need to get that to a 6.
So you're thinking
Double attack.
Double attack with the FOMO.
Unlikely. There is a fountain port. I think you can make a fishy off of that. Whatever the activation cost is for that fish. 3. Okay.
Holy smokes. Wild Ride.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll make him big and chunky.
Yeah, so that can grant haste, but Adam actually elected to target the fear of missing out.
Huh, okay. Cool. So could have used the dragon, flown over top. But just going in with the fear of missing out. Down to 7. Another attack step. Targets the FOMO again.
So that's 6 damage plus 7 damage.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, you read my mind.
Wow.
Didn't make a fish. Is the fish tapped? Am I missing something?
He made a fish, and then Adam flashed in Flood Pit's
Oh,
Drowner
Flood Pit's Drowner. Yes, there you go.
to
All
remove
right.
the blocker. And we went on a wild ride here.
That was sick.
Here in Orlando, Florida.
Must have gone to the theme park. I'm not a big roller coaster fan. Not at all. But I think FOMO enjoyed that.
Yeah, how about this style of wild ride? Could you see yourself doing that?
Yeah, this one's fine. Well, okay, what are they doing? They're going on an avalanche, right? Yep. On their shields, stabbing things. That sounds more fun.
So at this point, I have to draw attention to the fact that we have played 2 very long games. Tournament setting, you have to finish all 3 in 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Or else, you risk ending the match with a draw, which tends to be a bad thing for both players.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a stressor here. The players are going to try to sideboard quickly and get this over with.
Okay, if I'm sitting in Daniel's seat, I'm looking at those 2 copies of Voice of Victory. Because if he can get to turn 5 with Voice of Victory down on the board still, and get Elspeth down, that's so much damage coming through. Like so many just little wide idiots, get around the board that Adam is going to probably develop, all the ground blockers.
It's a really, really interesting idea that you bring up. It touches on 2 concepts that we've brought up. First is, hey, you got to get a win in 10 minutes here.
Go
or
fast
else
or go home.
You're not going to be 3-0 in the tournament.
Yeah.
So that sometimes that causes you to adjust your strategy, not just in terms of how fast you play, but in terms of the cards and the approach to the game you're going to take. Also, you mentioned with your marauding Mako anecdote earlier that sometimes when you're on the play, you turn to these aggressive options. So it is sort of a gambit that Daniel could go for if he deems it worthwhile.
Because the coolest thing that I find about Azorius control decks nowadays is that they can have the transformative sideboard, They can completely go, all right, I don't care about counterspells or board wipes. I'm just going to try and get as many creatures down and kill you as I can. So, interested to see what Daniel does here. And if you like what you are seeing here today, friends, be sure to go and check out Edge of Eternities. This set is super duper sweet. Go to starcitygames.com/MTGEOE. There's some really, really cool cards. The Shocklands have been reprinted in this, half of them. And fill up the rocket ship, go to space. It's a galaxy far, far away, but not that one, Live long and prosper, I guess. I don't know. Insert space pun here. Definitely go check out Edge of Eternities. It's a sweet set, cool vehicles. There's some space bugs. I quite like them. They're fun. And go and get this cool set before you get Spider-Band, I guess.
This is Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation.
Mm-hmm.
We are highlighting the Edge of Eternities set and cards.
Yeah.
I got in an on-demand draft yesterday.
Yeah.
Squeezed
go?
one in. It was great. I got the Ouroboros, which is.
Oh.
I'm not sure how much we'll see that in Standard, though. It does appear in some of the fringe archetypes, but that one, I'll tell you.
Did you get to play it, or did you get beaten up by it?
I got to play it myself.
Woo!
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
The only bad thing about that card in Limited is that the game is over too quickly.
Yes, that's fair. Most of the time you have no answer for it. It goes off once with like 2 friends. Oh, yeah. That's it. Game over. Okay. 8 minutes to go. Adam Dead Z versus Daniel Fournier. Meticulous Archive likes what's on top of the library, as does Thundering Falls. So let's go back here to Daniel and see what turn 2 holds for our Azorius control player. Fountain Port.
Ooh, that was a curious moment. It would have been a nice time for Daniel to proactively land a threat, like say your Voice of Victory or Rest in Peace. Not that Rest in Peace is a threat, but something proactive that you can put on the battlefield that'll give it an advantage later. But interestingly, the Fountain Port does not even allow for No More Lies.
Yeah, true.
However, really, really well set up by Daniel to nab the 2-drop with Essence Scatter, then land the Rest in Peace, but he still has to answer the Vivv or else he's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yep. Fable Passage, finding land, passes the turn while he's fetching. You can see both players hustling here, acknowledging the clock. They want to win here. Draws this early, not something you want to be taking around with you into your next rounds. Steam Core Scholar on the board. On the stack, I should say.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the pace that the players are playing at. Something that's interesting about tournament Magic is like, okay, the player across the table from you is your opponent. You are trying your best to defeat them. However, you have the shared goal of completing the match in time. So it's in both players' interest to like, okay, let's hustle, let's be good sports, let's get things over with and not draw it out.
If your opponent's not being a good sport, call the judge. Because
Absolutely.
slow play is a no-no. Don't be shy. I promise. It's all good. All right. Consulting some star charts here is Daniel.
I said Daniel was going to be in trouble against that Vivv, but that was actually no play for Adam.
Yeah.
And importantly, this is more of a Soul Cauldron deck and less of a Vivv deck. Whereas there does exist in Standard a deck that I'd be more likely to call Isit Prowess.
Yes.
That's a lot more about casting Vivv from your hand, taking advantage of it with your opts, your sleight of hands, whatever it might be. But this is not that deck. Adam is not super well equipped to just make a Vivv on the battlefield super threatening. And in this case, can't even put one counter on it.
Yeah, no cantrips like you would see in the Prowess deck playing the Otters. So he's just going to have to sit there, probably just activate the, not Sacred Foundry, the Soulstone Sanctuary at end step here once Daniel is done whatever he's doing. Sitting in the tank here for a little while, though. Where are we going?
This is main phase star charts.
Yeah.
It's unusual.
Yeah. He's digging. It's like, all right, well, what's in my hand isn't going to win in 5 minutes, so let's find something else. Thank you, judges. Just keeping things visible for us. Platform Verge. There's the activation, and let's see if we can get swinging here. Nothing on the board for Daniel. 2 mana up to interact with a threat, as we see Quantum Riddler on the stack. Does this get countered? Essence Scatter sure does. But 3 damage. Okay. First blood. Let's go.
Daniel would love to have Day of Judgment here, pass with 2 or 3 lands available, take control of the game, and then his task becomes, oh, hey, there it is, your Voice of Victory.
Woo!
So that signals no Day of Judgment.
Yeah, because if you switch to the creature strategy, you don't want to be playing board wipes. At least most of the time. Okay, so that also shuts off any instant speed shenanigans on Daniel's turn from Adam's side, but unlikely we'll see anything like that, as this isn't the Prowess version of the deck. So Fear of Missing Out hits the board, chucks a Vivv. Do we see a follow-up play here? Agatha's Soul Cauldron does nothing in this matchup, as there is a Rest in Peace down, so could be a couple dead cards in hand, if he still has the Cauldrons in the main deck. What are we paying for? Making fishies. All right.
Yeah. Interesting there, because I did notice that Daniel has Meringue River Regent in hand, so opportunity to cast Coil and Catch there, but I think probably, especially with the clock considerations, he just wants the dragon to be able to attack as a 6/7.
Yeah. That'll get you dead pretty quick.
As you mentioned, no danger of any reactive spells coming from Adam.
Yes. There she is.
Going
I like
to
this card. Can you
double the tokens created by Voice of Victory.
It's so gross. Oh, you're in danger, Adam. Next turn's gonna hurt. Oh, nice. And then follow up with a River Regent to remove the blockers that actually do damage. Okay, okay. It's a Flood Maul.
On the Voice of Victory.
Yeah, he knows. He knows what's up. So no fishy given, because that would just be 2 fishies.
But that alone is not going to be enough. He's got to have some kind of plan for how he's going to manage the Voice of Victory coming back down on the next turn.
Getting feisty. I assume this is going face. Not worried about Elspeth. As usually you want to get rid of the Planeswalker first, but there's 1:30 left in this round. I don't think Adam has that luxury. Because Vivv's a 1/4. Oh, in with everything, yes. That makes more sense. Kill the biggest thing. Wow, okay.
So
Oh, it was going at Elspeth. Okay.
was going
Sweet.
at Elspeth.
Down to 3. One minute to go. Rat row, spaghetti-o. Take it easy. Deep breath.
Hey, Essence Scatter came in off the sideboard for Adam. I wasn't expecting that, but it is very strong here.
Yowza. Nicely set up there by Adam, removing the thing, countering the thing, and now applying pressure down to 11 goes Daniel.
Okay, Ely, so at this point, I do think we're going to get to 0 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
If anyone is not familiar with what happens in a tournament setting, when you get to 0 on the clock, you get 5 extra turns, so that usually ends up in finishing the current turn and 2 or 3 additional turns for both players, kind of like sudden death. So if someone is in a commanding position, okay, they'll win the game with a lethal attack in those extra turns. But if nobody wins and nobody chooses to concede the game, which is not necessarily common practice, then it's going to be a draw for both players.
So Adam is currently, I want to say he's in the better position because Daniel's at the lower life total. He's got the flyer now. This flyer is temporarily here.
Yeah, that's a warped Quantum Riddler.
Yeah. Oof, we need to string together some fireworks on Adam's turn to get this game won. Can Daniel win it from the position he's in?
It's possible. I mean, Elspeth really packs a punch here. If I saw correctly, Daniel still has access to Meringue River Regent, which can either refuel the hand or make a big dramatic swing on the battlefield.
Yeah. So Adam's turn 0, turn 1 will be Daniel.
The good news about being in those sudden death turns is that you're no longer racing against the clock. You know exactly how many more turns the game is going to go, so you can sort of take a breath and start thinking things through. So that's exactly what Daniel's doing. He's mapping out the next handful of turns. What do I need to do to assemble 20 damage in my remaining 3 turns before the game's over? He does elect to chump block the Vivv. He decides that that's appropriate.
Makes a couple fish off of the fountain port. The go wide strategy is still there. Because now we're on turn 1, so then turn 2, he's got turn 3. So he's got 3 more goes at it to get 20 damage done.
3 attacks.
This has been a close game. Close matchup, I should say.
Great match. Great match.
And it's promising, I would say, for, from now until November when we find out Vivv's fate, if Cauldron or Vivv get the banhammer, that there are ways to fight against it. This has by no means been a snowball victory for the Vivv deck.
I've been impressed by Azorius Control, first of all, in its targeted measures against the Cauldron deck. Of course, Rest in Peace, but the suite of counterspells, like the mix of No More Lies, Annul, Essence Scatter, seems to have Daniel well prepared. And then also just the control cards are really strong. Consult the star chart, stock up. These are some of the best card drawers ever. Day of Judgment as a really clean board sweeper. Seam Rip has been impressive. So
counters. Let's go. We're going to fly. They're flying fish.
Yeah, so that was main phase, make fish, add counters to everything. And Daniel hopes that Adam can't do anything too dramatic in this shields down moment, and that he can assemble a lethal attack over the course of 2 more turns.
Yeah, fire magic. Doesn't have enough mana for that to kill everything. If that came in off the sideboard. Ooh, this is close. You talk about the deceleration once the players get to turns. One of the Pro Tours I was watching, Ray Zhang and Javier Dominguez playing just before the round timer went, and they were literally like speed playing. I didn't know what the heck was going on. They knew exactly what they were doing, though, because they're just that good. And then as soon as they called time, boom. It's like someone hit pause. It was so cool.
It's almost like someone's playing with the video. Fast forward, pause, yep. Turn the speed down, but it's just how those players play sometimes.
Okay, we got some damage in. 16 is Adam. Turn 2 of turns.
So uncontested, Daniel will win next turn.
Yeah.
Another round of the Elspeth 0, be 27 damage flying. So it's not going to be uncontested because at minimum, Daniel's going to have to lose some fish in order to block and protect Elspeth.
Yeah.
But I mean, promising for Daniel's
6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
prospects.
I wonder how many cards he's got in hand. Because that's a lot of power. That's a lot of power just gone. There's Meringue River Regents. Okay, nice. Clear off some more of these friends.
So Adam had to lose a lot of material there, but he does neutralize Daniel's army.
Yeah.
So 2 attacks, not threatening lethal right now.
Because that would be 9 if there's no blocks, if he uses the River Regent that is still in Daniel's hand, right? We haven't seen that guy yet.
I believe so. So let's say for sake of argument, Daniel is able to remove the blocker, could attack for 6 and make 2 more tokens, could 0 and attack for 9. It's going to be close, down to the wire.
Yeah. Because if he bounces, attacks for 6, makes 2 more. Next turn, then he's got all of his attackers available, plus the dragon. The opposing dragon likely comes back, bounces this dragon and the biggest creature. So it's at 3, 6, 7, 8, 10. He would have lethal if nothing goes horribly wrong. If my math is good, which is not at the best of times, but I think he would have it if he makes 2 tokens now.
Could go Elspeth -3.
Yeah, that too.
Attack for 6. Use Fountain Port for 2 more tokens.
Yeah.
That sets up a lethal attack next turn, and then if I saw correctly, and Daniel would still have the River Regent to remove blockers.
Yeah, I think he's got it. In for 6. Make friends. Pump friends. Die?
There is no restless anchorage on the battlefield. That would be nice if Daniel had happened to have drawn one earlier.
What you gonna do with all this mana, man? Let's see. More fishies. Okay. You can make 2 things of fish?
2 rounds of fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Daniel's going to be able to pull this off on turn 5 of extra turns.
Jeez. Talk about getting max value, huh? That's what Azorius Control is all about, baby. Good grief. What an incredible matchup here between these players. Look at Adam's face. That was beautiful. Love that reaction there from Adam. He can see he's about to get, I don't know, very dead. Quantum Riddler off the board. There's a bunch of dudes. That is a big ol' attack. Fish lethal. Hell yeah. That was sick. Wow, Reed. Fish. Go fish.
Absolutely awesome match. I mean, I promise we didn't script that one for you, but just a great match with between two of the most important decks in the format, or at least for this tournament. Back and forth, 3 games, ending on turn 5 of extra turns. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, that was so cool and excellently played from both players. Daniel piloted that superbly to get the victory there, to become the aggressive beatdown deck. And yay, Elspeth. I like her very much. Hopefully we'll see a bit more of her later. We're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we'll have more action from round number 3. So stay tuned. Welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Planetary Rotation here in Orlando. It's great to be seeing our players in action, trying to lock up some spots in a Pro Tour, perhaps. You know, that'd be pretty sweet for these players here, Reed.
It's a great opportunity. These events, it's one of very, very few ways that you can go directly from an open tournament available to anyone straight to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, so that's definitely what our players here, over 650, I believe, players in the building here doing their damnedest to try and lock up one of those top 8 spots to secure a Pro Tour in early 2026. I'm Ayla Loney, this is Reed Duke, and we are going to jump into our next round of action. It is going to be round 4. And yeah, we're basically playing the game this weekend of how do we beat a Vivv. And it turns out lots of little dudes with Elspeth Stormslayer behind you is a pretty good way to do so. Excellent game that we saw, excellent match that we saw in the previous round, so be sure to go check it out if you want to rewatch the coverage. It's totally cool. And yeah, let's just keep checking out some more interesting decks, because as the game goes on, as the day goes on the weekend, we're going to see more and more of these Vivv decks bubble to the top is our prediction. But let's take a look at our metagame, because we do have that available to show you. So, Reed, what do you make of these lovely numbers?
Well, starting from the top, a perfect 30%. Isit Cauldron.
Very clean.
Very clean.
That's less than I was expecting, honestly.
Yeah, I would say that is not the nightmare scenario that I was worried about.
Yeah.
Let's be clear, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
30% is a lot. That indicates a deck that is very, very well regarded as a cut above the rest of the field. But it's not the only thing here. So people are bringing strategies. 70% of the field thought that they could defeat Isit Cauldron. Yeah. We're going to find out who's right. So Dimir midrange in the number 2 place. No big surprise. That's a long favorite deck in Standard. And then Azorius Control and Mono Red Aggro, I would say these are the 2 sort of like paper decks in the rock, paper, scissors analogy, where these are what people are bringing to try to beat up on Isit Cauldron. And then just huge number of strategies decently well represented below that.
Yeah. You know what's cool about that? Yes, we know Vivv's difficult to beat, but look at that. We have a combo deck for the most part, mid-range, control, and aggro. So all of the archetypes in Magic are represented here in the top 4 decks, which I think is pretty sweet. And even if you look at Frank Carson's Metagame Mentor over the last month, he's been doing them every week. The one today, or yesterday that he released, was even lower winner's percentage of the metagame than it was 2 weeks ago. So Isit's popularity, Isit Cauldron specifically, is lowering as more and more answers are being found for the deck. So yeah, I think that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, and I like what you pointed out, where, you know, whatever you want to play at Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation, you can do it. Yeah. Aggro, control, mid-range, or a combo, and you're not going to look foolish.
No.
Like, those are all totally valid strategies that people can bring and have success with under the right circumstances.
I mean, Standard is so big at the moment. Yes, we just had rotation. A couple sets have gone out, but still, I mean, there are thousands of cards available, and some that even probably were forgotten about. You know, we were talking about it this morning. Razorkin Needlehead, that irritating guy that dings you every time you draw. Like, he's making an appearance now in the red decks. So, yeah, I think there's some answers to be found.
Yeah, I'm quite excited about those red decks, especially because they opened up with, you know, a few months ago, all the red decks were Heartfire Hero, Mice decks, but now it's like, that's gone.
Dragons.
So let's find out the best way to rebuild the mono-red strategy, and yeah, sometimes dragons.
There's so many cool dragons, I hope we get that. But yes, we are ready to jump down to the feature match area. We have our players ready to rock and roll. We're going to be checking out Pat Price versus Peter Masters. Going to see a different variant of Isit Cauldron up against Simic Omniscience. This deck is pretty cool. Remember Duskmorn, that set that was released not so long ago? Yeah. Kona. Oh, excuse me. We're going to check that out maybe later. We're going to check out Match B instead, which I believe is Hoshin Wang versus Riku Kumagai. It's going to be Isit Cauldron up against Temur Battle Crier combo. I am not familiar with this one unless this is the super big dumb deck. Ferocious? No? Oh, okay. This is going to be fun. Let's check this out. I see a Nova Hellkite, Duck Orlock in this list. Oh, there's some shenanigans go. Oh, yeah, I know what this deck is. It's the Railway Brawler one where you get, like, copy Railway Brawler a bunch of times and then annihilate your opponent, I think. No,
Yep.
that's a different deck. No, it is this one. There we go. Devastating Onslaught. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be sick. Up against is a Cauldron.
Yeah, Isit Cauldron. So nothing, too sensational on the bottom side of the screen here. But in addition to the decks, I want to talk about the players. Something that I've been just floored with, really impressed, is that we have elite players from all over the world under one roof here for the Spotlight Series event. So, a lot of these big tournaments in the United States that you and I have the opportunity to cover, they're regional championships, right? Which means you get the best players from your corner of the United States or whatever it might be to come battle it out. But here, the Spotlight Series is open to anyone. There's not that many opportunities across the world. So already we've seen Riku Kumagai, one of the best players from Japan, Willie Adel, Hall of Famer from Brazil, Daniel Fournier is from Canada, our feature match player last round. So people from all corners of the globe showing up to battle today. And Riku Kumagai is a player. I played against him on the Pro Tour. I'm very impressed by him. This is a player who knows his stuff, and he's 3-0 with the best deck in the format. Certainly a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've been a big fan of Riku Kumagai. I can't remember which event it was, but it was an online event during the COVID era. He bought a mono black deck in a field of, it was either Golgari Sacrifice or something, and he just absolutely crushed it. Such a great sportsman as well, being willing to say, yeah, you know what, we've gone to turns, whatever, to his opponent, but you definitely are in the driving seat here, so please take the win, and then off to top 8 he went. So, yeah, such a great sportsman and an excellent ambassador for the game.
Easy to root for.
Hell yeah. We love that in a Magic player. Apologies for my 60s diner waitress impersonation here, friends. Just coming off of daycare drip. Those of you with toddlers will know the struggle. As we see our fear of missing out, hanging out. Lenore Elves got there. This Teamer Battle Crier. Versions of this deck are so much fun to play. When you talk about things that can stand up to the Isit Cauldron deck, I think this one is one of them, because you get to cast spells for much cheaper. If you get a bunch of 4-powered things on your board and you have okay, not in this deck specifically, but colorless cards, they're free. You can just play them for free.
Yeah, so I hope we get to see the Battle Crier deck in full swing.
Yeah.
Because once it's able to assemble a little bit of a battlefield, as you mentioned, Teamer Battle Crier with the right support, or perhaps even multiple copies of it, can enable this deck to transform from okay, this is a monsters deck trying to play a single big creature and attack, to suddenly this is a combo deck playing a ton of stuff on the same turn and possibly killing the opponent all in one shot.
Marvin Chung played a Teamer Ferocious deck in the Arena Championship, the most recent one, and got to the top 8. He was the only non-Vivv deck in the top 8. The deck is so much fun. It can do some disgusting things if you've got the right combination of stuff out. One of the key cards is the Outcast, a Trailblazer. So Heoshin Wang is definitely going to be looking for that.
The downside is a game like this, where if you can't get much traction on the battlefield, you wind up, you're playing one spell per turn against the Isit Cauldron player who's generating tons of Vivv mana and just burying you. Yeah. So I think I'm almost ready to call this one and say, Hao Shen, let's try again next game.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough matchup for 70% of the room. As this is, the S tier deck here this weekend, as now Riku Kumagai gonna get swinging. Just checking a couple things before going to damage, doing the untap. We have Delirium. So getting that damage in there, and second attack will untap the other friend.
So 3 combats here.
Not too bad. And there goes your life total. Okay, game 2, let's go. Oh boy, all right. Let's see what's in the sideboard here for our Teamer Battle Crier player. We need some nulls, I would imagine.
So, Ailey, I'm kind of glad we got to show that off at least once, even though we're definitely rooting for good, close games, and we're rooting for these players who have brought, the interesting decks to try to contest Isit Cauldron. But I want everyone at home to know, like, that is the payoff.
Yeah.
If you just show up and you're playing Isit Cauldron, you're playing the really, really strong deck that, is a head and shoulders above the field. The payoff is that every once in a while you're going to get a game like that.
Yeah.
Like, look, my deck is just totally busted. I'm going to do my thing, bury you, and Riku is already up a game at 3-0 in 6 minutes off the clock. Like, you get a freebie once in a while.
Yeah.
Now, let's hope the next 2 games are close and competitive, and whichever player wins the match, great. But in a tournament, 15 rounds, best of 3, everyone's trying their hardest to beat you. If you can get a freebie like that once in a while, that's really adds up. I really value that quality in a deck choice.
Absolutely. Friends, if you want to get some of the latest Magic sets, including Final Fantasy, if you have missed the release of this, where have you been? This set is the most popular, most successful, and all-round pretty darn cool Final Fantasy set. Go check it out at starcitygames.com, MTG-Fin. Get your chocobos, and see if you get lucky. Maybe you can crack a golden chocobo in one of those collector boosties. Have you cracked a golden chocobo, Reed Duke?
I'm not the proud owner of a golden chocobo.
How cool would it be, though, right?
Would be great.
Oh, it'd be lovely. Only 77 of them in the world. It's fun to see people opening them and being like, hey, I found this number on Reddit. So kudos to people who have done so. Game 2 underway here. Almost as our players consult their sideboards one last time. Let's see where we go here.
So game 1 in a matchup like this is just going to be really explosive. Both decks hoping to just do their thing, get out in front, and bury the opponent. After sideboarding, they likely become a lot more scrappy, where the players are going to be trying to tailor their reactive suite of interaction in order to neutralize the opponent's combo and keep it from snowballing like it did in game number 1. Especially the player who's on the draw, who in this case is going to be Riku, is going to be, I think, well served by looking at removal spells, maybe a well-placed counter, and let's make sure that the Teamer Battle Crier deck can't get that critical mass.
Yeah. While our players are shuffling up here, we can take a quick look at another one of our feature matches. Got some cool new tech here this weekend.
Hey, this is the red deck that we're excited about.
Yeah, there's the Needlehead. There goes the Needlehead. John Howder up against Ivan Espinoza. Mono red aggro and Isit Cauldron doing battle over at table C.
It's a big marauding Mako.
Oh yeah, that guy's huge. Are there 3 of them? Yeah.
At varying degrees of huge.
Varying degrees of hugeness. Oh man. And and there's, is that a Vivv underneath the Cauldron? I think so. Is it the fancy art version? I think so.
Okay, so just this one more time, we're going to showcase the Isit Cauldron deck doing its thing, comboing off, burying the opponent. After this, we're going to start showing close competitive games.
We can hope, as you mentioned. Oh,
Interestingly, Ivan has a blue-red dual land, so we talked about sort of the category, the archetype of red-based aggro has opened up with the exit of Heartfire Hero and Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
So I love seeing people's take. It's like, okay, we're going to have some burn spells, we're going to have the Hired Claw, we're going to have aggressive creatures. What else? You know, what's your theme? What's your second splash color if you choose to do that? And in Ivan's case, he has some blue mana.
Yeah. See a blue adventure card in the bin there.
That's the Scalding Viper, something to that effect. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Enters and dings for 1 or something along those lines. So yeah, like I said, thousands of cards in Standard. Go dig on Scryfall and try to find something that works. I was messing around with weapons manufacturing and sacrifice stuff.
No kidding.
It's so fun. It's like, well, if you make massive creatures, I'm just going to try and ding it to death. It didn't do very well, but it was still fun. So. Jeez, that is a crazy board. John just maximizing on all the things that he could possibly do here. Gets a Prophetic Memory down. What would you like to make more huge? Oh my. I just need a Vivv on the board to start doing some dinging, yeah? Let's go Winter Night Stories in the yard, I'm guessing. But at this point, do you even need it? Just turn things sideways and die, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the red deck, too, is like, if you're at 13, you have all these massive creatures on the battlefield. The red deck is not a combo deck, so you can kind of just win the old-fashioned way by valuing, attacking over the course of a couple turns, and hopefully there's not some kind of flurry of scary dragons and burn spells that punish you for that.
Yeah. You know, if you took Vivv and Cauldron out of this deck, it would still be pretty fun to play because it's just like aggressive creatures go.
It resembles the old style Oculus decks a lot, where you know you have the same like I'm going to fill my graveyard, get some powerful blue and red card filtering, and just amass a big board.
Yeah. So game 1 going pretty convincingly to Isit Cauldron in our other backup or our other feature matches, I should say. As our main feature match here, players shuffling up. They got time to kill, you know. They took 6 minutes to do that first game, so.
Yeah, more time doing sideboarding, shuffling, and mulligans than the entire the entirety of the gameplay of game 1.
That is almost very true, yeah.
This looks to me like Hao Shen is on the play and has kept 7 cards against Riku, who has mulligans, so this will be the game with the greatest advantage for the Temur Battlecryer player.
I hope we get to see this deck pop off, because it is really, really cool. You know, turn 1 Llanowar Elf, hope it sticks. Turn 2 Trailblazer, Outcast or Trailblazer, I always get those two mixed up. Or Temur Battlecryer if you're lucky. And work towards getting Roller Brawler down. Then, with all your discounts, you make a bunch of the Roller Brawler. You make a massive, because every time a creature enters, it doubles their power. And then they have haste, so it's kind of like the old World Spine Worm combo, just a little bit more complicated. Players underway here. No Llanowar Elves. Sadness goes in the stack as Fear of Missing Out hits the board. And leaves. Goodbye.
Yeah, not quite hitting the board there. A null is going to be a big card of the weekend, as that is just a really, really effective measure against the Cauldron deck. It counters any of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Fear of Missing Out, and Prophetic Memory.
Yeah. It's such a good answer, and I think it's the third most played card from Edge of Eternities. So we see Esper Origins now, gain some life, surveil some stuff into the yard.
Can we remind people what are some of the other highly played cards from Edge of Eternities? Quantum Riddler is one
of
we've
them,
seen.
for sure. The Shocklands.
Oh, the Shocklands. Yeah, those have to be high up in the rankings.
Yeah.
Consult the Star Charts was a big player of our last feature match.
And the -2, -10.
Tragic Trajectory.
That's the one, yeah. That's also one of the biggest ones. So, some real bangers from Edge of Eternities. Doc Orlock, yes, Riku. I had to read him too, because I haven't seen this card since Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile cost 2 less to cast. Plotting cards from your hand cost 2 less. Now, did you know that? I can stop being a cowboy. He's grizzled and a genius, evidently.
I love this because this is not one of the most played cards. This is not a new card from Edge of Eternities. This is just an old sleeper. You kind of outlined it in a previous conversation, like, don't forget about these cards, right?
Yeah.
It's a huge standard format. If you can find a diamond in the rough like old Doc Orlock, you might get paid off.
So being able to plot outcast a Trailblazer for 1 mana instead of 3, that's pretty big. Also, finding the Winter Night Stories Harmonize getting reduced, that's pretty sweet as well. Oh, hi, Vivv. Vivv's on the board. Up against Doc Orlock. What does Riku have? Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Okay. So nothing, no Vivv in the bin just yet, and it's not going to stick around either, is this Soul Cauldron, as it is annulled. So annulled doing some good work here for Heyotian Wang. Ooh. I was going to say, we're escaping. No, we're not escaping again. Esper Origin being played from the yard, and it comes back as a 4/4. So another sweet little addition to these 4 powers matters decks.
So that's a really effective use of Doc Orlock's passive ability spells from your graveyard. Cost 2 less.
Yeah. 2 mana to get a 4/4 on the board.
The
Hell
Esper Modwin.
What'd you call me? Summon. Cool art on the back too. I dig it.
Yeah, Esper Modwin, if you want a little
Lord.
flavor Easter egg, is
Please.
the father of Terra, who's sort of like the protagonist of Final Fantasy VI.
Sweet. I like Terra. Her card is very cool. I know she has a bunch, but the one that puts things in the bin and then lets you reanimate, I really like that one. So a couple chapters go in here, able to give like an overrun effect on chapter 3. A couple more creatures on the board here would be ideal for our Temur player. Riku, on the other hand, nothing really popping off just yet.
No, but untapping with Vivv is certainly a promising start.
Yeah.
Can make for a big turn. We'll note Riku has been a little bit annoyed by his lands here. Only 1 source of red, and it's starting town, so taking a few extra pain. But hopefully the difference between 18 and 20 won't really be the deciding factor in this game, as both of these decks are quite explosive and tend to do damage in big chunks.
Excellent choice of basics, I will say, Riku. Some of my favorites. He's chucking a couple lands, though, but does find a basic mountain. Hi, Patrick. And Prophesy Eidetic Memory. He has to ding himself anyway. Hits the board here. And woo boy, Vivv's going to be ginormous. All right, are we popping off? We got some stuff?
Now, I want to point out a cool play there.
Yeah.
If I saw correctly, Riku purposely elected to discard 2 cards to Winter Night Stories, even though he could have just discarded only Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah.
Now, why would you do that? The reason is it can be to your benefit to empty your hand quickly if you want to draw extra cards off of Quantum Riddler.
Nice. Also, not have to discard anything off of a fear of missing out if you draw that.
Can we show Winter Night Stories on the screen?
So, big ol' Vivv getting in there. There's a Quantum Riddler, like you mentioned.
Yeah, there you see Winter Night Stories.
Nice.
You can discard a creature card and get full value, but you do have the option to discard 2 if you want.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm just like so impressed by Riku here. Seeing that option to discard the extra land, the foresight of, okay, 4 moves later, I'm going to deploy a Quantum Riddler, and I'm going to want to upgrade my hand by drawing 2 cards off fear of missing out. Just like this is an elite player here. This is really impressive stuff.
Ooh. Hello. Okay. Finds another Soul Cauldron. Has a bunch of big idiots on the board here.
Yeah, you'll note that from the turn that we said, oh, Riku's, he's behind here. He has just these 4 lands, not even a second source of red mana. He went from that to not warping, but hard casting Quantum Riddler, drawing 1,000,000 cards, fear of missing out, Profts, Winter Night Stories 2 times. Like, this is just, this is what the Isit Cauldron deck can do.
More mana than he could spend. Got a couple lands, a little unlucky off the Winter Night Stories there from the yard. Did find another Agatha's Soul Cauldron, though, so if Vivv does get dead, the creatures that remain on board will be able to get its ability. Now we're doing some math here. So 2 extra green off of the summon. Maduin, is that how you say it?
That's what I say.
Okay. I'm sure chat will correct us. I've chosen a name for her. Terra. Woo! Battle Crier. Let's do stuff. Come on. All right. So we have 2 discount. So things are 2 cheaper. There is a Outcaster. What the heck is your name? I get this wrong all the time. It confuses me. Outcaster Trailblazer. There we go. So we're going to be drawing some cards now, if anything can be cast here. I really do love the versions with Roaming Throne, because that would essentially be free now. It's like, woohoo! Bonk. Name human. Draw 2 cards. Play another one. Draw 4 cards.
Okay, what's this devastating onslaught?
Are we doing it?
This is going to generate token copies.
Trailblazer, right? Just fill your hand?
And generate more mana.
Yeah.
So with the cost reduction of Temur Battlecrier, Devastating Onslaught is going to create token copies of Outcaster Trailblazer and actually net mana.
Nice. Sick. And then hopefully something really cool drawn in hand here for Haetun Wang. Whoa, this is cool. This card is very sweet. I think we're going to see this a lot more.
And this is drawing 9 cards.
Gross. Why aren't the Vivv decks playing this? Look at all that mana you got. X is your friend, man.
That would be nice. It would be nice.
Let's make a bunch of the Riddlers or even the Fear of Missing Outs. Oh, that'd be so gross. Extra combats. Yucky. No, but really, why aren't they playing it? Adapt to this, you bug-eyed planet squatters. Nice. Yeah, look at him. He's just like, whew, okay, that resolved.
So which busted combo deck can have the more busted combo turn?
Let's find out. Oh, man. We haven't gone to combat yet, right?
Correct.
No.
Still in the first
Okay.
main phase. And I believe Haoshan gets to add 3 mana to his mana pool from these token creatures entering the
Yes.
battlefield.
Any color. So, red, green, or blue from the Outcaster Trailblazer. There we go. Keeping track there with our cards.
2 green, 1 red, plus the cost reduction. Everything is
Free.
basically colorless. Mana
Yeah,
costs are trivial at this point.
There we go. Railway Brawler. This card is the one you're looking for. So 4 more cards drawn off of him entering. Now we're looking for another creature to enter. Or we're looking for another Onslaught.
Yeah, that would be the
game over.
killing blow
Yeah.
because it's reduced in cost so much from the Teamer Battle Crier. Now the creatures are going to be enormous because of the Railway Brawler, and they do have haste.
Yeah.
So right now there's, I think,
I found
the
it.
Esper Modwin and the hasted token creatures can attack. That's not enough to kill Riku Kumagai, but basically any more haste body is, I think, going to be enough.
Yeah. I don't think he found it. I saw a head shake there, which is sad because this would be GG at this point if there was an over.
And there are four
Devastating Onslaught.
copies of Devastating Onslaught in the main deck. We don't know if some got trimmed after sideboarding. That's something that I think it would be common practice.
Yeah. Pity. What's that though? 4, 8, 12, 16? That's enough, right? 4, 8, 12. Only those? Ah, poo. Everything came in on this turn.
Yeah, so instead he's going to wisely pivot to, okay, let me, if I can't win this turn, let me take as much material off of Riku's side of the battlefield as possible. And, I mean, we can shortcut that if Hao Shan gets another turn with all those freshly drawn cards, these 6 lands on the battlefield, he's going to win. So now it becomes Riku's task. Can you rebuild from very little, no Vivv on the battlefield, no Cauldron on the battlefield.
Land that hurts.
Can you make a winning position?
Sheesh. Almost. So close to seeing fireworks there for Teamer Battle Crier. Again, such cool cards. I'm glad that we're seeing so many different approaches to Standard here this weekend. As we see Steam Core Scholar hit the board, we're going to draw some cards, put some counters on something at our combat step. Wang rightfully getting rid of the double or attacking friend in fear of missing out. Because I don't think, does the Railway Brawler have reach? It does. Okay, so there is a blocker at least for this Riddler. Vivv in the yard. And Cauldron.
All right. So now the Cauldron is going to grant Vivv's ability to 1 creature. The Prophet's Eidetic Memory is going to add counters to another creature, which that's good enough. That's the way Agatha Soul Cauldron works, is you don't have to add the counter specifically from the Cauldron's ability. Any creature with a counter for any reason will do the trick.
It's not like a cooking counter or anything like that. It's just a good old 1/1.
Cooking counters would be cool, though.
Cooking counters would be, it's what you have in a kitchen, isn't it? Just counters. Much mana being made here. What are we using it for, Riku? So this is from the dragon before combat. Can we remove this Railway Brawler? Do we want to? I don't know. Got any card draw? Refill the hand here a little bit? Okay.
This is warped.
Nice. Looks like he's got a couple lands in hand. I know he drew 2 off of the last Winter Night Stories. So a lot of discard fodder. Not much gas. And after a blitz lightning fast, game 1, game 2 has taken almost 25 minutes? 20 minutes? Another Steam Core Scholar. Okay, cool, cool. Let's draw some more. Ooh, was that Broadside Barrage and another FOMO?
So I guess part of the plan here is to, as you said, remove the reach blocker, put as many counters on the existing Quantum Riddler as possible from Prof's Eidetic Memory. But again, like when the Isit Cauldron deck is forced to win all in one turn, it can be tricky because the decks are not necessarily optimized for that. There's like, for example, Riku has 1 Wild Ride, 2 Tersa Light Shatters as haste creatures.
Yeah.
You can, of course, start triggering Vivv if you cast it from your hand. But there's not a lot of ways to deal 19 damage starting from such a small battlefield that Riku started this turn with.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if that Fear of Missing Out survived that turn?
Yeah. Now, if you got multiple combat steps,
Yeah.
now we're talking.
Yeah. That survives the turn, gets to attack, targets the Riddler. Riddler gets all the counters the first time. Second combat, trigger again from Profts. That's another massive attack in the air, so. Shoo-wee. And yeah, only 1 red mana currently.
Oh, this card he's
shocking.
discarding is Wild Ride. So that can produce another hasted attacker, but only if he chooses to use it before combat here.
Yeah. All right, it looks like we're moving to combat. Giving it to the Scholar. Okay. I think he's going to sit tight here. Oh, no. Okay. That one just came in. The Riddler can go crazy.
Yeah, so the Riddler can attack. The important thing about adding the counters to the Steamcore Scholar is not an attacker for this turn, but another way to post-combat generate mana from Vivv's ability.
Yeah.
And or Riku's kind of posturing the same way that Hao Shan was last turn, where it's like, hey, look, I gave it a shot. I tried to win this turn. I don't think I'm going to be able to, so now let's focus on general value in the game, perhaps producing some big blockers, whatever I can do to try to, improve my position if I do have to pass the turn.
Nice. All right, Broadside Barrage takes out the Brawler in case of another onslaught. What else we got in hand? There was another Braid I saw. Cycling the Mako. Too late for you, little guy. A Braid in the Crier. Great. Okay. And Fear Missing Out. So, yeah, I think that's the best that Riku could do, and I think that's going to be enough.
Love that. Emptying the hand, playing Fear of Missing Out, drawing 3 from the existing Quantum Riddler, the warped Quantum Riddler.
Gross. That's so good. Good card is good. Who'd have thunk it? Team Battle Crier backup, hits the board, draws a card off of the Outcast Trailblazer. Riku's at 5. Can we scrounge a victory out here and get through these massive blockers that Riku's got?
Hao Shan reached for the Esper Origins graveyard. However, Doc Orlock's not around anymore to reduce the cost of that.
Expensive, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little pricey.
It's got in hand there on a null. Looks like a Winter Night story. Still plenty of time for both these decks to ensure one of these players goes with a victory and remain undefeated here. Starting off 3-0 or 4-0 soon is an excellent way to kick off this Spotlight series.
I love this game because every turn that passes, things just completely shift. Where it's like, oh, well, definitely Hao Shan is dead based on looking at the board. But then after like these super explosive turns where they just make these enormous battlefields, kill each other's stuff, it's hard to parse like who's winning on the battlefield versus just whose turn it is and the person who's about to do something crazy.
Magic is a pretty cool game. Big thanks here for Hao Shan. He's got the discount, so he's got 2 off of whatever he wants to do right now. Courtesy of the Trailblazer. Oh, Surak. Hey, bud. That's another card draw, another discount, so it's now 3. We like discounts. Just keeping the new guys to the side so you don't get confused as to who's got summy tummies and who is good to go. Now I think the Esper is free. Oh, well, free as can be. 1 mana to get the summon back from the yard, so another 4/4. 4 discounts. Is that 5? 1, 2, 3 blockers. Can we make enough attackers here to win? If he finds onslaught.
If there's devastating onslaught, reduced in mana by 4, so you could make 2 copies of Outcaster Trailblazer, draw, you know, as many cards as you want, and make 2 more mana. I think it would require multiple devastating summons because, look, Riku did do a good job producing blockers. He's only at 5 life, but he has 3 blockers, including one of them that's a 7/7 flying vigilance.
Yeah, that's a bit tricky. Like, we did see some cheap removal, so maybe a combination of the onslaught plus then a removal spell off of the mana generated by the Trailblazers would get him there. Did we find both? Does he have a Wild Ride? Is he playing Wild Ride? I don't think so. No. Ooh, another Hellkite would be sweet. Warp that in for 1 mana. Boing! You know, that's the other hasty thing on top of the onslaught that would be necessary. Shake of the head tells me he doesn't have it, so that is gonna be... Oh, it was on top! No! Don't look! Don't ever look! Are you a looker? Do you look?
Sometimes.
Don't look!
I have to confess.
Don't look! It's just gonna make you sad. Ah, man, that's rough. Would have been cool to see. I hope that we see Hosian later on when he can do some dumb stuff with the Railway Brawlers. I really want to see like 2 massive 2020 Rhinos just charging in and annihilating Vivv.
He didn't win that game, but I did enjoy what he was able to put together on that second to last turn where he was like, oh, just inches away from getting the win. I thought he was going to pull it off, but in the end, it's Riku Kumagai and the Isit Cauldron deck. Definitely, I mean, obviously a deck to watch, but a player to watch. You know, flew in from Japan, world-class player who's competed at the highest level, showcasing really, really good stuff on camera there for us. And 4-0, you know, that's a player that we could see deep into day 2.
I would love to see Riku make a top 8 here this weekend. I am a big fan of him. I think he makes the coolest metagame choices. Obviously, this weekend, play the best deck and, you know, get into the top 8, and then we'll see what happens after that. But, yeah. Really, really sweet matchup there. We are going to jump into the game that I told you about right in the beginning of this round. It is going to be, hold please, Pat Price versus Peter Masters, I believe. It's going to be Isit Cauldron versus Simic Omniscience. Now this list, another one that's also very, very cool, where it's using Kona Rescue Beastie to try and dump, you guessed it, Omniscience into play when it gets tapped. So let's see if we can see some free spells being cast, huh? That sound good?
Let's do it. Yeah, very cool deck. Kona is a sweet card because that's combining the Survivor mechanic from way back in Duskborn, but kind of supercharged by the Station mechanic from Edge of Eternities. So we've seen Kona in a variety of shells, color combinations, putting in like big creatures.
Yeah, like Voltborn Tyrant, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but to the best of my knowledge, like this is a breakout event for Kona plus Omniscience.
Yeah.
So hey, instead of putting, you know, some 8/8 creature onto the battlefield, like let's just combo off, win all in one turn.
Yeah. Let's just get all the free things. So Kona essentially upgrading himself, being like, okay, cool, I don't need to tap anymore because you could just play whatever you like out of your hands. So that should be pretty sweet to watch. Now, we can't show you the deck list, unfortunately, but we can tell you just a little bit of what's in it. There's a bunch of dragons in here, so dragon sub-theme for sure. Playing Cavern of Souls, naming dragons most likely. We've got the Bloomvine Regent, so able to ramp and then just also be a big old butt on the board, essentially. Meringue River Regent, because if you're playing blue and you're not playing the big dragon, what's wrong with you? Also, Quantum Riddler is one of the breakouts from Edge of Eternities, so plenty of dragons. We've got the Roiling Dragonstorm, along with Omniscience, so yeah, Simic Dragons. I'm going to call it that, Simic Dragons rather, because there's only 4 Omniscience in the deck, let's be honest. Woohoo! Megos.
So we are joining in game 3, which means both players have gotten to do their thing.
Yeah. Let's see who takes it down here. Is it going to be Isit or Simic? It's been a while since Simic's been a problem. Last time Simic was a big bad was probably Oko era.
Yeah, there was a period where they were just printing a lot of really nice Simic cards. Oko, Uro, Growth Spiral, Hydroid Krasis. But yeah, it's been a little tame.
Quantum Riddler here, getting some cards for Pat Price on top of your screen. Peter Masters down at the bottom. And plenty of Makos going around here for Pat Price. Chipping away at Peter's life total.
Does that bounce off in Peter's graveyard? Like,
yeah, that's the return a creature or a vehicle.
Literally just buying time by bouncing the 1-drop?
Yeah. That doesn't tell me great things about his hand then.
Well, it could be either, right? It's either the worst hand ever or the best hand ever, where he's like, look, I'm just going to take 1 less damage. If I get to turn 4, it's all over. But no, this is, I mean, okay. Let's talk about that category of card. Bounce off into the Flood Maw, these, sort of temporary answers to creatures.
Yeah.
They can be great. They can be just what you need in order to efficiently buy time, double spell, get that window to combo off. But if you have an awkward draw, your hand is 5 lands and 2 bounce offs, then you have to use them without actually progressing your game plan. And it doesn't really work out super well for you because it's only a temporary answer to the creature. It just comes right back down. You have to deal with it again.
It's a pretty slow start here for Peter, just preserving the life total as much as possible. So we see Prophesied Eidetic Memory hit the board here for Pat. So all systems go on this side of the board. Who gets the counter? It's going to be the second Mako and in for 6 damage, taking Peter down to 11. I think. Yes?
Yeah, I think Peter just
right.
paused him there.
Sure. Bringing in a piece of enchantment removal, Heritage Reclamation. Got some useful modes on that one.
I'm kind of excited about Seed Ship Impact, which is the latest version of this naturalize with upside type of effect.
Yeah. From Edge of Eternities as well. I always get really mad when I see that because I always blow up my spaceships.
So look, it doesn't seem that Peter's doing that much in this game. He's taken some beatings every turn, but he could just be 1 card away from winning. Like, for example, Coil and Catch, if he finds Kona, he gets to station his land.
Yeah.
And then he could put in Omniscience and win the game all in one shot. Pat Price only holding up 1 mana, so if he doesn't have an appropriate answer.
Does he have a planet to station with?
He has the Evendo Waking Haven,
yes.
if I can see correctly. It's really tough with it's the alternate card versions.
That's the Gaia's Cradle land, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. Well, Pete, you've got 7 life. You got 6 minutes. What you got in hand there, friend?
I wonder about these lands not being legendary.
Yeah?
I mean, it does sort of enable this Simic Omniscience deck, the fact that you can just comfortably play 4 of each. But yeah, you can't have 2 of the same planet, can you?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe you can. I don't know how the universe
I
works.
should copy-paste it, I guess. Who knows? Some celestial being out there has doubtless copied a planet. Okay, Lost in the Maze. That's the tap everything down and save my life for a return.
It's a cool one.
Tap, yeah. And stun counters too, which is important. So Pete is doing his damnedest to stay alive here.
Yeah, for practical purposes, it's almost like a Day of Judgment.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, like the game's gonna go not 3 more turns, so your army is neutralized for the duration of the game.
Yeah, they're just having a nap. Winter Night Stories now, digging for some more answers for Pat Price. What do we see in hand there? Another Winter Night Stories. Chucking a Vivv. Do we have a... No, it doesn't look like we have a Cauldron. Players who manage to stay alive at such low life totals, just, it's so frustrating as the aggressive player, because you know the longer the game goes, the more in their favor it swings. It's like, why won't you just die?
Totally know that feeling. So let's talk about something else really cool about Lost in the Maze. This is not just a spell, you know, you think of it like sleep, but it's an enchantment with a passive ability that says your tapped creatures have hexproof.
Oh, protects Kona.
Exactly. So the way this can play out is Peter can play Kona. It hits the battlefield. Immediately before anything else happens, he uses the station ability. Now, normally, Pat would have this window. He could, you know, respond to station or before the second main phase, whatever it might be, torch the tower or otherwise remove Kona. But when Lost in the Maze is on the battlefield, there's no window. From the moment Kona is put onto the stack to the moment that Omniscience hits the battlefield, there's nothing Pat can do.
That's really cool. Alrighty, come on. Let's see Kona. Peter, don't disappoint us, man. I think he just played land and passed.
He played Cavern on Beast, which that sets up the the Kona with complete immunity. He's not acting like he has it though. He could be missing Kona. He could be missing Omniscience.
Something is not there. All right, we're digging though. Are we kicking it?
Nope. Just
No.
looking for one key missing piece. He's got 7 cards to see.
This is his main phase, right?
Correct. First main phase.
Oh, he's smiling. Is that a good smile or a bad smile? That is lost in the star charts. Sorry, consult the star charts. Digging for one of the missing pieces here. Did we find Kona? Come on, I want to see dumb stuff. Please, Peter, please. These facial expressions are not positive. No! Fine. Fine. Not this time.
Remember, those creatures are stunned, so
Yep.
it's not necessarily a death sentence for Peter.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay. FOMO on the board. He's helping out with the counters. Cauldron, retro, spaghetti-o.
Represent a crazy amount of mana.
Jeez, yeah. Oof. Quantum Riddler is like what? 10? No. How big is it normally? 4. Yeah, it's 10. Jeez. Exile Vivv. All right. Another Lost in the Maze. Sit down. 1 minute left in the round.
Yeah, the Lost in the Maze does not seem to be super meaningful here. It's not going to stop the activation of Vivv, or, you know, the
Vivv and inverted
the
commas.
fake Vivvs.
I bet that wasn't a storyline in Final Fantasy, Vivv being copied. Or its power being used for evil.
There's something about Vivv because if you remember, like, Final Fantasy had all the Black Mage tokens.
Yeah.
They all look like Vivv. So
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I played Final Fantasy IX, but there is something about Vivv being
Not like the others?
not like the others, or
Something like
one
that,
of
okay.
many Black Mages.
I do like those black mages. They're so cute.
I'm sure someone in chat can write us a dissertation about
Thank you.
Vivv's backstory.
Yeah. All right. Many things have happened. Many cards have been drawn. Something is going to be gigantic. Here comes another fear of missing out. Chucking some useless cards for the time being. Good grief. I hope you guys have all your dice. All ye who are playing these decks out there in in the tournament. If anyone's selling dice here this weekend, they're gonna make a pretty penny. Okay, cool. No fireworks. From Pat, just passes the turn, 2 mana up.
Now we are at extra turns. I don't think we're going to get 5 more turns out of this game, so I believe this match will reach its natural conclusion, but we should point it out. That's what they're tracking over there on the right side of your screen.
No. Still digging for it, man. Counting the lands, seeing how many we can dig. Kona. It's not giving me anything. Oh. We got it. We find him. Hey, buddy. Woohoo! Good job. Kona on the field. Gets tapped. Station for 4. Irrelevant. We don't care about that. It's literally just a tapper. I assume that's Omniscience and Omniscience. And there's there's 2 of them.
Okay, so
Ooh.
what happened here is Peter put Omniscience onto the battlefield. Peter gets the first move there. He gets priority, and he casts a second copy of Omniscience.
Yes.
Pat Price is going to annul the second copy.
Wow.
And bounce the existing copy. Peter is responding with an instant speed card drawing spell, but it's enough. The Omniscience is removed from the battlefield.
Well, that's no fun. Wow, just sitting on those counter spells. Good grief. And at this point, shield's down. Pete had the combo, but not able to capitalize, not able to get through the counter spells that Pat Price was sitting on, just waiting for him to get something going. Didn't get to see much cool stuff there from the Simic Omniscience deck, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, that was actually kind of a cool ending. In the end, it was Pat Price's sideboard annul.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't have been an obvious inclusion the first time you play that matchup because, hey, the Omniscience isn't getting cast, it's getting put onto the battlefield for free. But it was just exactly what he needed to neutralize the second one, bounce the first one, get that one more turn to get the game over with. So,
yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting. Once again, Vivv decks taking it down there. But don't worry, friends. We still have plenty more competitors for the biggest deck in the room here this weekend. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we'll have round 5 action for you. So don't go anywhere.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Planetary Rotation. Corey Baumeister, the one and only Jim Davis, the Goblin Master over here. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 5. Jim, we're back. You excited?
I'm very excited.
Yeah. Tournament has been heating up a bit. We've seen some really nice matches. Let's check out the metagame here to double check what we're going to see. And Jim, walk us through this. 30%? Only 30%?
I'm surprised. Yeah.
Me too.
I was trying to set a line at like 36.5-ish percent.
37 was my guess.
Yeah,
Yep.
somewhere in that range. And I'm honestly surprised to see only 30%.
Yeah.
It is an open field tournament like we discussed where, the players here are here for various reasons. Some are here to compete for the Pro Tour. Some are here to just have some fun.
Yeah.
There's just a huge F&M for them too. So cool to see. And then we got Dimir mid-range here, number 2. No surprises there, honestly.
No, I think that would have been number 2 if I had to guess.
Yep, and then we got some control and aggro, just the polar ends of the spectrum here. Azorius control, the kind of the pure control deck. Mono red, the absolute full-on aggression. As for Pixie, kind of fallen off. One of the past format staples, and really sliding down here. It is in 5th place, but only 2.6%. And then a deck that I'm all about, 4-color control.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Jeskai Revelation? Are you kidding me?
Yep.
That card looks awesome. So, yeah, really cool stuff here. We do see mono-red dragons a little bit below, so I would say those mono-red aggro numbers are bumped up a bit to make it where Azorius control and mono-red are about the same percentage, as those decks are really close. But other than that, yeah, you can kind of play anything, and it'll be very telling tomorrow what the conversion rate is of Cauldron. I think that's the number one thing that's really going to tell us, are people beating the deck? Are they not? And then, the next step is, of course, how many in top 8?
For sure.
Yeah.
My line for top 8 is 5.5. Want the over or the under?
Oh, God.
line.
My head is saying over, but my heart is saying under. Does that count? Can I be sprint like that?
That is an extremely diplomatic answer.
Thank you. That's what I was going for. So before we get into round number 5, let's take a look at the standings to see what players are 4-0, starting it off here. And okay, we see the deck archetypes here. I see 3 Cauldron in a row, which is scary, but hey, then it's pretty normal stuff after that. Any big surprises here, Jim?
I love seeing Antonio DeRosa back in action.
Oh, baby. I didn't even notice that.
Old school Magic player. Believe in national champion, I think?
I believe so, yeah. I think he won the first Nationals that I ever played.
Yep.
Yeah. So
and old school player. Love seeing him back in action. I walked by, did a double take. I was like, awesome. That's great. And love seeing that. But, yeah, mono red, Simic mid-range. A little Simic stompy here, a little Ouroborroid action. Like that deck a lot.
maybe we'll have to peek into that a little bit later as well. So, yeah, let's check out page 2 here as well. But I'm with you. I love seeing all these old school players. Riku Kumagai, one of my favorite as well. And, all right, we got Pete Ingram, our mutual buddy here up top. Corey Burkhardt at 4-0. I think that was just a given right. He dominates every single one of these events. And then Riku Kumagai in 30th place there, as well as Jack Potter, the ultimate amulet grinder there, House of Mana, now switching to, another mana deck, so that kind of makes sense. A little bit more Cauldron here, though, Jim.
Yeah, that's a solid brick of Cauldron, here on the second page. But lots of 4-0s. It goes down, I'm sure, a bit further than this as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, Pete's a good friend of mine, of course. I'll make fun of him a little bit. Hopefully he stays on coverage so I can get it.
Exactly. So. Yeah. He's running hot here, though, so far, 4-0. Wouldn't be too shocked to see him in the later rounds as well. Like I said, Riku Kumagai as well. He's a player that we have seen just dominate professional level events. I remember commentating an event of his where Golgari food was just running rampant on Arena and stuff. It was a really fun event where he ended up doing well with Mono Black. That stuff was really cool. Sounds like we are going to have our players ready here real shortly. I believe we are checking out this really spicy Simic mid-range deck. I know you were seeing this a little bit in the wild. Tell us a little bit about this deck.
It's just a really cool, stompy deck, honestly,
Yeah.
It's a good way to describe it, It does mix some of the elements of Dimir mid-range, Enduring Curiosity, Floodpits Drowner, kind of like that sort of interactive package. Is Drowners in there or no?
No Drowners, but you do have the Spyglass Sirens.
Okay, sure. So some will play Drowners, some don't. But kind of, so a little bit of interaction there, but just a lot of just kind of big beats, Llanowar Elves, Ouroborroid, big new card from Edge of Eternities. one of those cards that looks like a trap card. You know, we've seen cards like this in the past that often end up being casual cards.
Yeah.
Ouroboros is the real deal.
It's the real deal?
That card, if you leave that card in play for one turn, it is over. Everything is huge. So love seeing that card. And yeah, just kind of like some aggression and a little bit of interaction, a little bit of aggression. I think this deck is taking advantage well of the fact that the Vivv decks are cannibalizing each other. So they're cutting towards the towers. They're trying to do all these things they can to win the mirror. And other decks can kind of go, oh, okay, well, the Vivv deck is not going to be the optimal Vivv deck for a vacuum, just like in general.
Yeah.
If they're going to be the optimal Vivv deck beating Vivv, that makes them worse against the field, and then this can happen.
And then you have other decks that are sliding right in, and, you know, maybe this isn't the only deck we've been seeing. We've been seeing some other spice that's competing with the deck. So far, you know, I think Vivv is still doing quite well. I wouldn't be saying, all right, everyone's got it figured out. Vivv's not 4-0 in any capacity, as we just saw. But, hey, there are a couple players that are having some success with it as well as, man, the Genomorph Imago. I don't know if that's the correct way to say that, but just absolute limited all-star. Play against that in Edge of Eternity limited. You lose. It is really good. Landfall, making all your creatures 3/3s, and then when you get to your 6th land, you are making things 6/6s. So hope to see some big stuff like that.
Great in this deck. You know, it really fills everything you're trying to do. It's a flying body. It gets in damage. And having the ability to have like a stompy deck with like all these big green creatures, but have this flyer, it's effectively a 3/3 flyer. That could be a 6/6 flyer. It wears counters really, really well. Is awesome for kind of flying over the top and getting through those last points.
Yep, absolutely. So that is one of the matches we're going to be looking at. That is Marty Joseph up against Marco George playing Isit Cauldron. So we do have a little... So looks like, actually Marco ended up switching decks. So we have it listed as Isit Cauldron, but actually switched to Dimir. Gotta love that. Maybe that's just inflating the Isit Cauldron numbers here, so it's doing even worse.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, so we will be seeing a Dimir mid-range versus this extremely cool Simic aggro deck. I know y'all wanted Isit Cauldron mirrors. I'm so sorry, chat. It's going to have to wait. I know you are upset. So
it's going to be okay, man. It's going to be okay.
All right, so players are ready. We'll head on down and get them ready. Going to be ready here shortly. Some of the other matches in our feature match, we do have Ivan Espinoza versus Antonino. I mean, that's a feature match right there. Now, that is Isit Cauldron, and Antonino is playing mono red here instead of, the go-to deck.
Yeah, he's playing the extremely light blue splash for the adventure side of Scalding Viper. It's Steam Clean.
So it's
just like, a couple Verges. The Verge is base red. It's basically just a mountain by itself.
Yeah.
And actually playing some spice here, playing let me get the name on that one.
Yeah, you got to get close to that one.
How do you say my card? You say it.
Auger.
Which is really, really cool.
Yeah,
and that's kind of nice to see. This is an evolution of this kind of new deck, and Quinn played it, won the challenge with it, and this is kind of the anti-Vivv red deck.
If I just looked at this deck list, I mean, we also have 3 Fnatic Firebrands in the deck as well. If I just looked at this deck list, didn't look at a name or anything, I was like, okay, these are the red cards that this person owns from their trade binder. Then you look at the name, we're like, okay, they probably are ready to go with this, especially if they are 4-0.
Yeah, it's a clever build, honestly, because you're leaning into these cards that are already pinging.
Yeah.
There are other cards that ping, too. So now, we have one of these old cards that, hey, this card maybe wasn't good enough before, but maybe now it is.
But got a boost, yeah, absolutely. So that's another one of our matches in the feature match area, as well as Corey Burkhart playing Isit Cauldron up against David playing Azorius Control. What do you think of that matchup?
Corey's got a pretty cool list.
He does,
He's doing a little spicy stuff here. Everyone's kind of zigging away from Torch Tower. He's zigging towards it. He's playing Stormcatcher's Talent, playing multiple Torch Towers. And it's kind of funny to see the players who are like, okay, well, Izit's cutting Torch Tower, so I can play Lana Worlds again. And then Corey's like, haha, I got you.
So he's at level 3, right?
Corey's on level 10.
Level 10?
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Honestly, Corey Burkhart is one of these players that we see at these regional championships. We see at these Spotlight Series basically every time, and is either going extremely deep or we see him in the top 8.
Yeah.
So always fun to see.
And that's kind of the evolution that you need to see, where players will often default up, Cauldron's best deck, copy the deck list, and go.
Yeah.
But It's these little changes and little tweaks here and there that really make the difference for great players.
Agreed. Sounds like these players are ready, though. Enough of us chatting. Let's go check these players out and see who's going to be 5-0 here at Magic Spotlight Planetary Rotation. We got Marco on the bottom versus Joseph up top. This is our Simic mid-range up against Demir, so we will get that fixed. This is an Isit Cauldron player who audibled, essentially, entered it as a Cauldron, wrote down the changes in paper, and decided to play Demir instead of Isit. And treating him quite well so far.
Turn 1 Llanowar Elves. You love to see it.
You absolutely do. And just such good art. That's the real one. I like it.
That's a classic.
It really is. So Llanowar Elf here, and just a, looks like a Watery Grave tapped.
All right. And there's the limited all-star. Gene Morph, is it Imago?
I'm not sure. I knew I was going to butcher it no matter what, so I was kind of hoping you would butcher it first, Jim.
Ooh, I am not your guy for that, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So plays that first, then is able to make a creature a 3/3.
Just showing off here a little bit.
Yep, exactly. Proper sequencing, even though we're not attacking.
All right, so this is a huge tell so far.
Yeah.
Not attacking with Llanowar Elves, leaving up a blue. So there is Into the Floodmaw, Bounce Off, which is the unsummon variant, and a Spell Pierce in the deck too.
So plenty of stuff that there can be. Now, this isn't open deck list here on day one, so it's not like this information is known to Marco yet. But so that definitely leads me to believe that Joseph was not bluffing.
All right, whoop, we got a hold here. So mapping in the face of 2 open mana is bold.
Especially on your best card.
Right.
Unless you have it. Yep.
So wasn't lying the first time, has a Spell Pierce.
Oh, but Bitter Triumph was not fully cast there, so maybe jumping the gun a little bit. Joseph essentially gave Marco free information there, and then, Marco gets to choose. You want the 3 life? Do you want the to discard the card?
It's hard not to jump the gun on a juicy Spell Pierce.
Oh, yeah.
It feels so good.
No kidding. Yeah.
So good.
I would maybe be Spell Piercing before the spell was even on the stack.
Right.
Yeah.
When I'm on Arena, I'll actually hold the Spell Pierce up and wave it around.
I do too.
Go on, cast your card. Come on. Go ahead, cast it.
I'm the exact same way. Whenever anyone's watching me stream or anything, they're like, wow, Corey, you're impatient. I was like, well, kind of true.
Yeah.
I know what I'm going to do. Marco plays starting town here. Getting that 3rd land untapped. And then let's see what we got for a follow-up here. I see a Drowner. I see a Curiosity. And I believe I see a Kaido, as well as a Preacher. So Marco has that very solid mid-range hand full of power.
This is what I was saying, though, where these flyers are quite good. Normally, Preacher would kind of brick wall these big round idiots on the ground.
Yeah.
But you see flyer. Get some lands going here. The Imago goes. This is a lot of damage in the air.
The problem is we haven't found the lands. So far, Joseph is just like, come on, any lands here give you just a good chunk of damage.
However, the converse to that, though, is that Joseph is ahead on board, 4 creatures to 1. Joseph's hand's all spells.
Yeah.
So it's the kind of like, Scrooby's Flood thing where, it's a little mana screw right now, but there's a lot of gas in the tank. There is some early aggression, and then once the lands do come, the hand can really explode.
Exactly. Pretty interesting here. Without having land 4, leaves Curiosity on top. Wow. That's interesting. I don't know what that tells of a hand besides the fact that you're like, I'm going to find a land eventually, and maybe it's my best card.
Yeah, it's certainly a powerful card in the matchup.
Yeah.
I love it. Pure tempo.
Yes. Get that Preacher out of here. Maybe could have did that during Joseph's turn if you're going to do it anyways to avoid any kind of possible counterspell. But, hey, Demir doesn't usually play that many counterspells for what it's worth.
Yeah, they're down really low these days.
Yeah.
We see 2 Phantom Interference in the deck list for Marco, and that's more than usual. Usually it's only 1.
Yeah, totally agree. Just a pass from Marco here. Definitely, signifying that you have a Curiosity. It's the classic 4 mana with a Collected Company deck. Be like, what could I have?
Yeah. I just got nothing. I got only lands.
Yeah, dang it.
Really unlucky over here.
Okay.
So a little pause before combat.
Looking like we want to do some drowning. Maybe Joseph just hyped to get into the red zone here. Acting a little fast. There we go. Drowner tapping down the powerful flyer.
Yeah, and Marco's already at 11. You know, just shipping in damage, shipping in damage, shipping in damage.
Oh, baby.
Love that card. Royal Treatment. Get that Royal Roll in. We got one of those in the box there?
Yeah, let's see. We're chock full of Royal Rolls, I imagine. Say that 10 times fast.
Nope. All right. And just as a little bit of combat trick here, at least leaves a roll behind.
Yep.
If it gives hexproof and the roll has ward 1.
Yep, plus that +1/+1. So this creature is going to be a 3/3. Gets to not get tapped down from the Drowner.
That's not the official Royal Roll token. That's 6 damage.
Yeah.
That's half Marco's life.
Joseph hand must just be chock full of ways to just interact.
I really love the spread here too. 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Royal Treatment, 1 Repulsive Mutation. Just a real variety pack of different things, making it very hard to play against.
Very true, and especially if when Joseph makes it to day number 2, doing very well on that prospect, will have the ability to use that to his advantage in an open decklist tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, very unique here to have half open, half not open decklist. Usually it's one or the other. It's kind of cool to see players navigate that.
Yeah, I do like it, and it's hard to prepare for. Like most of the time, if you get ready for a Pro Tour that's all open deck list, you see so many one-ofs in basically every deck list because you get a lot of value, a lot of miles on those one-ofs with your opponent ideally playing around things too much.
Yep.
But now you gotta kind of live on both edges.
So good news for Marco here, getting in the air a little bit with a Siren, but really up against it, and at 5, and again, Joseph's hand is just all spells. Unless Joseph is running the biggest long con of all time,
yes,
and actually has land 4 for the Curiosity on top, that would be
just
I'd fall out of my chair.
Big brain stuff for sure. Absolute big brain stuff. Had the Enduring Curiosity in hand, Marco did, to be able to cast that, but you look at that on this battlefield, it does not look great. So trying to find a land, trying to find more flyers.
Yeah, and these are 2 cards that are typically great ground blockers in Preacher and Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah.
Like both cards, you just shove them in there, block, make that trade. But the Flyers getting the job done.
And honestly, there are a lot of ground creatures in this deck, for what it's worth, in Joseph's list. But just didn't really draw that half. Got a lot of Flyers, and man, if we ever hit a land and we can go land, Curiosity, attack with 3 Flyers, you got to be feeling excellent. But still no land from Joseph here.
Looks like we're getting in the red zone.
Getting in there.
Marco's got something to say about it. Not much, but looks by the look of the hand.
It looks like almost nothing at all. And wow, just picks it up. Does not have enough to deal with it. All I saw was Tidebinder, Curiosity. I think he just realized, like, I can block once, and then this next flyer I have is not going to be enough to stabilize the board here. So that's game number 1 going to Joseph Marty on, some spice. Absolutely. This is definitely a deck that is firmly in the other category, Jim. So looking at the sideboard here from Joseph, we got 1 Annul, 2 Heretics Reclamation, 2 Keen-Eyed Curator, 3 Repulsive Mutation, 2 Sabsunin. Oh, I hate seeing that card. Lost to it in Limited and Aether Drift every time. 3 Tishana's Tidebinder, and 2 Unable to Screams. What are you doing from that side to be able to close out this match?
It's interesting. The big question against Amir is always, can I get under them? Can I stop them from getting under me? So play draw is pretty important. So we see with Joseph on the draw here. I think Joseph is still the aggressive deck here with Land of Elves, a lot of aggressive creatures. It's interesting the elements that these decks share, like the Enduring Curiosities and so on and so forth. But yeah, sideboard-wise, honestly, nothing is super exciting here. Nothing really jumps out at me as a must. Maybe we can tailor our Spell Pierce, Royal Treatment, Repulsive Mutation numbers a little bit. Mutation is kind of cool against flash threats. And being able to put them in a spot where they hold a mana for a certain thing and you can counter it, which is cool. But nothing really major here
Is it a
honestly.
Sabsunin matchup? Probably not, right?
I
I
don't-
want to see it, but
I love that card, but I do not think so. No.
I don't think so either, especially whenever you see your opponent being able to bounce it. Now, then again, not an open deckless tournament, but still, playing blue could get bounced. And then from Marco's side, we have 2 Annul, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Duress, 1 Fey Bloom Trick, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Intimidation Tactics, 1 Into the Floodmaw, 2 Stab, just good old Stab, 2 Strategic Betrayal, and 1 more Tishana's Tidebinder. What do you like from this side, Jim?
Kill spell's got to come in.
Boom, get him.
Even though stab is probably not great here, I think killing Llanowar is just so important. Even killing a Spyglass Siren or some other small creature, pretty cool. Tactics is fine too. Want the cheap cards into the Floodmaw. Fable Trick's kind of cool also.
Yep.
Tap to the flyer, make some flying blockers. But mostly just Marco needs to make sure that Joseph does not get under him, and Marco can get his cards going and kind of get rocking and rolling.
I'm with you, yeah. I mean, Bolt the Bird was so 1990. Stab the Elf is what we are all about now. So if you have some really, really nice cards, Jim, but you want to get, like, more cards, do you ever, like, just sell your cards?
Yeah, all
Like,
the time.
Do you like getting just a normal amount of money back, or do you like 30% only to be used on more Magic cards?
Buff it up.
Oh, well, we got the sale for you here, Jim. You can sell your cards to Star City Games at great prices. You can get that 30% trade bonus if you just want store credit. That's what I do every time. I honestly get offended when they ask me, would you like cash? I was like, no. You know I'm going to buy Magic cards. You know I'm going to put this money right back in. So please give me that trade bonus. Give me that 30% extra. And if you want to sell some of your cards, go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. You can mail them in. You can go into the site. You can come here to one of these events. They're very, very good at making it easy for you to sell your cards.
I'm living proof, Corey.
Yeah.
I played Store Champs last weekend with cards I owned. Didn't have all the cards I wanted for the deck. I came here. I have a bankroll from last event where I sold a bunch of cards. It's like, give me A, B, and C. I need a Morangi region, a couple of Consulta Star charts, and put it on my tab. No problem. Don't even got to think about it.
You just had so much extra store credit flowing around, I bet, too.
I've got a nice bankroll, yeah.
Wow.
Three-figure bankroll in my store credit.
How'd you do in your store championship? Those are pretty fun events.
I lost the finals.
Yep, so I took down mine because the last one I played, I didn't have this guy named Jim Davis to defeat me in Roanoke, Virginia. So, yeah, I was able to take this one down.
Yeah, I drove all the way to Roanoke just to shark their store championship. I'm a Roanoke store champion. I'm a Long Island runner-up.
Oh, wow.
It is.
Play the game, see the world. All right, getting into game number 2 here of round number 5. These players are 4-0. So reminder, everyone, 6 wins, 3 losses. That's the bare minimum for getting in. But players, when you're 4-0, you have your sights a little higher, right?
Yeah, you got to keep playing.
Yeah.
It's always important, I say, to not look at your record, not look at your status in the tournament, just kind of keep playing. And this is about the round where some players get a little off of that. They go, I'm 4-0. I'm 5-0, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, is this it? Is this the one? Is this the one? And you really got to try to avoid those thoughts.
Every match is the same.
Right.
That's where you got to look at it and go from there. I was going to say, are we going to finally see Stab the Elf?
Close.
Stab the Rabbit. That's close.
Stab the Bunny. Magic in 2025.
I'm here for it. All right, so another land there. Looks like Verge and Watery Grave. So mana is perfect here so far from Marco. We'll see what the follow-up is. And Joseph's extremely cool Simic deck leads with our very powerful 1/3 flyer, the Genomorph.
So much better start from Marco here.
Yeah.
Dealing with the first few threats, being able to get on the board, so important for this Dimir deck.
Yep, definitely. Now, this is a turn. We haven't seen it yet on the broadcast. Is there a powerful Planeswalker that wanted to come into play? Kaido would have looked phenomenal here.
Yep, not just yet. It's like you were saying last time we saw this deck on camera. Kaido is a little scary against these more aggressive decks.
Yeah.
It is easier to attack. It's much more impactful especially in the control matchups. But in this, slower, not as aggressive matchups, but still really powerful on the play almost in all scenarios.
Yeah, I like him here. Whenever my opponent's not going to have a lot of haste, I think I'm always wanting Kaito play or draw. But, the Genomorph is kind of haste.
Yep.
Like, you could think, my opponent just has a 1/1. I don't have to tick up. And then they play Genomorph land, make it a 3/3, and you're like, I should have ticked up. Spyglass Siren coming down, getting a map of Joseph's own. And see, we finally hit a 3rd land drop here from Joseph.
2 lands worked well for him in game 1.
Yeah, no kidding. Flooding out.
Yep. We see here on Marco's side also the lack of mapping. Maps are an interesting game piece where it's just a very telling thing. You had more mana to spend and you didn't do it. Why?
Yep, exactly. It does definitely bleed information. And I will say, players are bleeding information constantly. It's up to you to pay attention to it. And you can really learn a lot about what's in someone's hand, their play styles, and learn all that knowledge.
Ooh.
Okay. There's our beautiful counter spell, Repulsive Mutation.
Wait.
No counters to be put on.
Hold on. Something's... Let me back that one up.
No counter.
Huh.
So could have countered it, right?
It looked like it was going on the table, yeah. Okay. So, looks like it's going back in the hand.
If I'm Joseph here, I wouldn't have wanted to counter that too because, well, if your opponent goes land Curiosity, the game is over.
Yeah.
So I get taking it back, but that, believe it or not, did bleed information too. When you physically show your opponent a card, that will give your opponent information.
That is the clearest way to do it, yes.
We are here all weekend.
No deduction necessary. I have this card in my hand. That also could be a mind game, though.
It could be.
Good friend of mine, Andrew Jessup,
yeah.
Really good Magic player. He used to tell a story where he dropped a Spell Pierce on the table, and he wanted his opponent to play around it.
Wow.
A little gamesmanship, too.
Mind games. Okay,
yeah,
okay. I like it.
Not sure if that's the case here.
Okay.
But it's a cool thing to think about.
We're going to say it's the case here. Joseph's next leveling here. Looks like a tragic trajectory is coming down.
Welcome to Warp Zone.
So this counter spell, I believe, cannot counter it, though, right? Now this one can. It's just essentially censor, right? When you only have creatures with 1 power.
Yes, that is a stun counter, not a +++ counter, correct?
Yeah.
So this is a censor, Force Spike, Daze, etc.
Daze would be pretty good in this deck.
Yeah. Breeding Pool Daze.
All right, now the Geomorph is gone, and hey, this was the big cost of showing your opponent that spell on accident. But the other cost, I totally understand where Joseph was saying. If Land 4 and Curiosity came down, that would have been really bad, but maybe just a good lesson to slow down a bit, think about it before you put that spell on the table.
Yeah, and this is a perfect illustration of how the Stimir deck works, right? Kill the first few things, now they've gotten ahead on board, and now that threat of Curiosity or Kaido is always looming. And its threat is here, and while Joseph kind of squirms under that threat, he's playing creatures, playing kill spells, playing more stuff, getting more and more ahead. So even without the Curiosity, the effect of the Curiosity has in the game is monumental.
Yep, 100%. And then whenever, you finally do draw it, you get to just throw it out there, and it's going to be as good as possible when you are either at board parity or a little ahead. So we'll see if Marco can have the ability to play one of those and close it out. I think I did see a Curiosity in hand. It's just missing land 4.
Going to go Bushwhack here and get an island.
Trying to get those land drops. And now, sure, you can leave 2 mana open with that Repulsive Mutation all day, but Marco is ahead on the battlefield, so he doesn't have to play into it. So that is a brutal aspect of this whole dynamic, is if Joseph doesn't have any proactive element to play, doesn't play Drown or anything, there really isn't any proactive elements for 2 outside of some bounce spells. You can kind of put yourself into this weird spot. All right, there is Bounce Off and into the Flood Maw.
So the problem is these bounce spells are really good at a tempo game like last game, where Joseph is attacking and getting ahead on board. As purely defensive measures, they are not great.
Much worse, to say the least. Yep, no kidding. Losing our Geomorph here was a huge deal. And looks like Marco does have 2 Enduring Curiosities in hand, so I would not be shocked if we just see the classic 4 mana, land go, play one at end step, untap, play another, and kind of close the game once we hit 4 lands.
The big note here is that Joseph's just at 4. These little 2-1s are just getting the job done.
Exactly. And now it looks like Marco has the choice of crack map, try to hit a land. If you know a land's on tap, you definitely do it. Or hold up Bitter Triumph here and just kill something at end step, let the land come to you. Love this play by Marco.
Yeah, with Joseph at 4, we'll just get this game over with. We don't need any more fancy stuff. And then, if things go wrong, you still have Curiosities in your hand, which is great.
No reason to take a risk right now. I'm totally with you, Jim.
All right, Joseph, so how are you going to get out of this one?
Yeah, gonna be tricky. Just a lot of interaction here. The Genomorph was kind of everything. And the one problem I will say with Genomorph here in Standard is cards with landfall in general have a very big problem, and that is the fact that, well, you need lands and a good curve, and that's asking a lot of a deck. You know, just having to have that kind of perfect draw of a good curve out with creatures and then still make land drops while still having spells, not always easy.
All right, we're getting repulsive.
So this was for 1/1/1 counter, making it a 3/3, which is very important. But unless Joseph has anything, which I do think he had bounce off, you could just put a map on Spyglass Siren and attack for lethal.
Yeah, interesting spot where, like, the lethal is, you know, the fact that Marco might go for lethal here into the bounce off is going to maybe work Joseph. So this is a pretty simple, what is this?
Is that Enduring Curiosity? And to be fair, Marco's going to play that. This bounce off can just bounce it, and then you can go to 1. That's the option. Or you bounce one of the creatures.
Neither option's good because both creatures have ETBs.
Yeah, I almost like just bouncing the Curiosity. Hope I can find one more blocker, because then you stabilize, you know. But as it stands now, Marco gets to still represent lethal next turn while drawing a card. I mean, I think it's bad either way. Don't get me wrong. But
yeah, this is a pretty tough squeeze.
And now Joseph needs something very special.
Because the reality is that we're looking at Joseph trying to survive here. The game isn't Joseph surviving. The game is Joseph winning. So after Joseph does manage to survive somehow, now he needs to come all the way back and actually win the game too. So,
Ouroborid. That's how you say that, right?
I think it's Ouroborid.
Ouroborid?
But
Okay.
I could definitely be wrong.
We'll have chat help us out here. Jim and I, experts at card pronunciations, but, you know, we can get something wrong every once in a while, right?
Most of the time, yes.
Most of the time. That's what I meant. Yeah, that's right. So now everything gets cranked up a bit, and if you leave that card unchecked, it can do some nasty things. So big turn. Marco can have pretty much anything and end the game. I think I see a long goodbye.
That would do it.
Yeah, that is a card.
It's got a good, like, Schwarzenegger style, you know, say goodbye as you cast it.
Get to the chopper now immediately. And that'll do it here. Just doing the math. Make sure Joseph was at 2. And that's GG. Game number 3 between these two players.
Tale of two games, you know.
Yep.
Again, the mirror deck it's a pretty hard deck to play.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of play going on in deck building and sideboarding and then gameplay. But it really is somewhat simplistic in that, like, when it gets on the board, it does very, very well.
Yeah.
If it falls behind, not so much.
Exactly. And it is a deck that, like, it's not like it can't catch up. You know, the Dimir deck, you're playing a lot of removal spells, a lot of stuff at instant speed. It's the possibility, but I'm with you. If you can be playing that tempo-style game, Dimir is really cooking. So starting with Marco here, any changes we want to make? Play draw. It does look like Marco is doing something.
Yeah, I could see on the draw wanting to be a little more controlling. You know, lean a little more on the removal spells, a little less on a card like Kaido. You know, Kaido's probably coming out or being shaded in the draw.
Yeah.
You know, 4 copies is a lot, you know. So trying to ensure that Marco can cast a lot of spells in the first 3 turns and stay alive and not have that fall behind situation happen.
Yep, and that makes sense. And from Joseph's side, pretty pleased. Are we bringing in Sabsuna on the play?
Sorry, Corey, I don't think we are. However, Mutation looks a little better on the play to me. Where the counter spells, again, counter spells are really good when you're ahead. So having the ability to get a little ahead, use the counter spell and put it in. It's funny, there's a 1 null there.
Yeah.
Against a deck playing for Enduring Curiosity, it is the only target, but it is such a good target.
Yeah.
A little cheeky 1 of a null. I don't know. I see that and I want to get a little frisky.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Probably not, but we'll see.
We shall definitely see. Feels like a Vivv Cauldron card more than anything. So before we get into our third and final game here, want to give a big shout out to our sponsors of this event. We would not be able to do this stuff if it wasn't for our beautiful sponsors, Beckett and Dragon Shields. If you want to check out all the stuff that these two sponsors offer, feel free to go check them out. Dragon Shields, amazing sleeves. They've been in the industry forever. Fantastic, high-quality stuff. And then Beckett, if you ever want to do any kind of card grading, you got that high quality, those high-value cards, you know, you got to take care of them. So being able to get your cards graded and really increase the value of them is a big deal, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, Beckett's also been around forever. I recall being a kid having like the baseball card price guides from Beckett like 30, 20, whatever, a million years ago at this point, you know. So great company, been around for a long time. They know what they're doing. Absolutely.
So you can find them both on the website. Find some Dragon Shield products over there. Pick them up in a variety of colors, as well as Beckett will be able to use this promo code Star City if you want to save yourself off 15% on some of their grading services. Good stuff there from our sponsors. Thank you for sponsoring Paper Magic. And getting back down to the game here, game number 3. Gonna see Joseph on the play. Got to be a big deal with the Llanowar Elf deck, right?
Yeah, so important. So important for both Joseph's deck and then just also in this particular matchup.
Yeah, totally agree. Now that can still, of course, happen. The classic, play Llanowar Elf. It can still die. You know, Dimir can kind of break that serve a little bit better than Simic can. You know, there's no Hornet Sting, you know, style of removal in green-blue, where green-blue is a deck that does not catch up very well at all. So I think Joseph's play versus draw win percentage drastically different if I had to guess.
Yeah, for sure. Cards like Bounce Off, Into the Flood Maw, kind of cards like that, definitely a lot better on the play. And they're cards that are, like you're saying, really bad when you're behind. You know, bouncing a creature and have them play it again because they're still at 18 is not where you want to be.
All right, well, that's a lot of lands from Marco, but it looks like it's a keep, and I think it's a keep from Joseph. We're finally going to see it happen, y'all. Stab the Elf is going to happen. I don't see a world where it doesn't. They both have both of the things.
That's a nice Llanowar Elf, too.
I know. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
It would.
Ooh, but now drew the trajectory.
Llanowar Elf says, what are you going to do, stab me? Says Elf that got stabbed.
Says the last thing that someone said before you got stabbed. Yeah, absolutely. Now it is a choice, though. We drew trajectory.
All right. Well, fine. You know what? Just make Jim wrong. It's fine.
Yeah.
I set up a great joke.
You really did.
You know, and it's just so tragic.
Tragic the Elf does not roll off the tongue at all there, but we'll have to live. All right, we see our play here to get that binder down here. I always forget the full name of that card.
This is so funny.
Asher's Beast Binder.
It's so funny because Beast Binder is kind of a fringe card in Dimir, so it's funny to see the Dimir player reading it from a Simic player.
Yes.
It's a really cool card for the Simic deck because Simic deck doesn't really get good removal, but being able to kind of like, all right, your thing's a 2/2 with no abilities, I'm going to go around whatever you're doing is pretty clever.
I mean, very good at attacking into a Vivv.
Yep.
Good luck making that work next turn. That is maybe public enemy number 1 with the Beast Binder. And then we see Spyglass Siren and just a pass, not using the mana with 1 black open.
Yep.
Someone's getting stabbed.
If you're an aware Magic player here, it is almost impossible to not know that Marco has stab in their hand.
Yeah.
Because it just can't be
anything else, yeah. Nothing would make sense.
And that's what good Magic players do.
Yeah.
Instinctually, habitually, just, why'd you do that?
Exactly.
Okay. Run through my checklist of the things. Well, stab is the literal only one. Check the box. It's either a bluff, which is really unlikely, or a stab.
Exactly. And even if the stab doesn't get cast now, you know, you either put it in your memory bank. Sometimes I write it down. I usually write it down in a coded fashion, maybe just an S or something.
Yeah.
And you keep that knowledge with you, and then let's say your opponent's down to 2 or 3 cards. What if you deduce 2 of the 3? Right. Now all of a sudden you kind of are playing with your opponent's hand face up. And believe it or not, that's an advantage.
So heads up play from Joseph here, mapping onto the 1/3, which is it is stabbable, I guess, technically, but...
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. It's still not going to be big enough because we did this. But if you're fighting, Bushwhack does fight. Yes. So, you know, if stab were to come down and that was still a 1/3, that would not be a fight that the Beast Binder was going to win.
It's not. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. If it
was a 1/3, that would have been brutal.
That would be very bad,
yeah.
Yes.
And gets it in there. And, hey, Joseph, you know, whether he felt out that stab was there, definitely sequenced it in the proper way. Put the map on the right creature. Joseph played that turn perfectly around a pretty face-up stab.
Is Azure a Beastbinder and Outlaw?
Ooh, a rogue? I believe a rogue is an outlaw, yes.
Okay, so there are not a lot of ways to remove this. Never mind, it's dead.
Okay. I'm not 100% sure if a rogue is, though. I'm pretty sure a rat is not an outlaw, but
I think
you never know.
I think a rogue is, but
yeah, I think so, too. A rat should be an outlaw, though, as well. All right, Paw Patch Recruit, bringing the offspring here, a little extra cuddly rabbit.
excellent card against Dimir.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really good.
Hate that card when I'm playing Dimir. Hate it.
Flood Pits Drowner alongside their removal spells.
Just everything. You have to set it up in such a way where you have to go like end step, point to removal or spell or two at a couple of your creatures, and then have one during your next turn when they're gone. And, you know, not always possible to do so. These Dimir decks also just don't play that many sweepers anymore. You know, sometimes we see the Regent, the Dragon sweeper. But outside of that, you really do not see any anymore.
Man, Marco's so unlucky here. Just plays the fourth land, says go. Just doesn't have anything.
Just doesn't have a thing.
Yeah.
But it is interesting because Joseph was kind of tapped out here. If there's a repulsive mutation here, you know, Marco gets wrecked. So this was bold for Marco to not just main phase this. I get it. You want to go for the ambush block, but it could have went really badly.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to not see the counterspell here.
Yeah.
Joseph attacked pretty quick, too. I mean, like, again, it looks so face up.
Yeah, what's Joseph's hand, I wonder? Must be a little flooded here. When normally that's not so bad when you got some of your landfall stuff, but...
Yeah, that was a devastatingly backbreaking turn.
Oh, yeah. Curiosity lives. There clearly isn't a bounce off. There clearly isn't a repulsive mutation. And now Curiosity just gets to go to work.
Wow.
Easily could be a Snakeskin Veil style of effect. You know, there could be the royal treatment. That would make a little bit of sense to me, but nope, doesn't look like it.
Yeah, so now me and Corey are in the booth run down the options for what's in Joseph's hand, and I'm running out of options here.
I know, me too, besides lands, you know.
I mean, Joseph could have his own Curiosity,
yes,
I suppose.
Yes,
but
that would make sense.
But
no, you would have played it. You would have drew your card.
Right, drawn a card, yeah. So, yeah,
It's lands, Jim. It's lands. It has to be. Nothing else makes sense.
All right. Once that cat draws the first card, man, your heart sinks.
Yeah. Once that curious cat gets to strike once, you're in trouble. The win percentage on any Curiosity deck has to go through the roof when anything connects once.
Right.
Restless Reef comes down for the land and a pass. Just a Soulstone Sanctuary coming in, and I believe we saw a long goodbye. Might be a fast goodbye here.
Coming in and going out.
Hello and goodbye.
Hello, hello.
I was trying for a subtle Beatles reference there, but, you know, way to just spoon-feed the audience, Jim.
Who are the Beatles? Like the little bug?
Yes. They're really cool bugs. You might have heard of them.
Was that a tribe in Bloomborough?
It was, yes. They're outlined.
The bugs, the Beatles. That'll be the ant set.
Okay. Curiosity coming on in. Gets to draw another card. There's a Kaido. There's a Tidebinder. The world is in Marco's hand.
Yeah, Joseph, I'm just, what happened?
Bummer. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, landfall probably shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I'm thinking those two cards in hand should probably be able to trigger that pretty well, but I think we've just gone too far. This is looking really brutal.
Oh, man. And this is the Dimir snowball. Like, once Dimir gets out from being behind and starts to get ahead, the ahead bar, the advantage bar just pins to one side.
It is like a snowball going down a hill and gaining speed. You know,
right.
I think that's why they call it snowballing magic.
Yeah.
It's now clicking for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a really tough place. You got to think what could happen here to get Joseph back into it, and I'm not seeing it.
It's the vanilla Tidebinder.
3 mana, 3/2 flash. Let's go. Now we're going to have 7 damage coming in. Could have 11. You could just represent lethal, and I like it. You know, I mean, what kind of crazy, hasty shenanigans is my opponent going to do here? I want to represent 3 attackers that go through, you know, pretty much anything, but honestly, Marco could do whatever.
Either choice is pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, I agree with it. Like, if you fire up the reef and something happens to it, You get it for 7. It ain't that bad. But there's Kaido, too. Kaido's good, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Take a good 7, Joseph. Down to 3. Gonna draw 2 cards. Kaido draws another card. Is a free Ancestral Recall good, Jim?
It depends on if you have put spells in your deck.
Ah, okay. That's why we pay you the big bucks.
We're getting paid?
That's why we let you hang out.
I do like hanging out.
Soulstone Sanctuary comes down. We're doing the Surveil thing. Gets rid of Kaido and Siren. Doesn't need these spells. And looks like we have an Into the Floodmaw here, as well as a Drowner in Marco's hand. So it's going to be all she wrote here. But, man, I want to see some more of this Simic aggro deck. I really want to see it against Isit. You were saying you just saw Joseph kind of working a Cauldron player here on one of the top tables, right?
Yeah, it was last round. It was like table 4-ish or whatever.
Okay.
Joseph was wrapping it up and taking it down.
Sweet.
And I've heard the Simic deck has a decent Cauldron matchup, but of course you hear that about every deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out so far. You know, this game could have got a little better for Joseph, but
Yeah.
at 4-1, still a great spot to be. The deck's really, really cool.
Definitely. 4-1's doing really, really solid. Probably going to end here. Into the Floodmaw, going to put a counter on the other rabbit.
Yeah, so
And just a Spell Pierce there in hand. And that's going to do it. We got Marco George taking that down here 2-1. Able to win those post-board games. Have a bunch of removal against this Simic aggro deck. And really be able to make that plan look really, really strong. Also hit a Kaito too, you know what I mean? So Dimir was doing the things. And Joseph necessarily wasn't doing the thing that game.
yeah, it's tough when you have a lot of like finicky interaction.
Yeah.
Spell Pierce, Repulsive Mutation, Bounce Spells, Royal Treatment. When things line up right, they look insane.
Yeah.
When things aren't going right, it looks a little more suspect.
A little bit more down to earth, that's for sure. Dimir, you know, things when that looks right too, you know, when Dimir is having that perfect draw, it looks awesome. Curving into Kaito, having a removal spell on one, that's great too. But Dimir can have some of those game plans where it doesn't curve out perfectly, but the deck still looks pretty good. You don't really need that perfect draw from Dimir.
You're having raw, like actual removal spells is the big difference. You know, where okay, you just kill a thing and you just kill another thing, and you can take a not very good but still okay control roll.
Yeah.
Because you have the kind of bridge into those cards later on.
Yep, absolutely. So that was this match ending. We're going to get our other backup feature match here ready to go. Looks like I believe we are heading to Antonino Del Rosa versus Ivan Espinoza, which just looks awesome. I mean, mono red aggro versus Isit Cauldron, and this is a very spicy version of mono red aggro. So sounds like our players are ready. We're going to stop breaking it down, and we're going to see these players live in action. So let's head on down. All right, we have Antonino De Rosa on top and Ivan Espinoza on the bottom. Ivan, one of the new absolute ringers. I have played him in so many tournaments. I've played him in a lot of top 8s, and I do not want to talk about my record against him, Jim. And then Antonino De Rosa has been around forever. I want to say, I'm going to double check this later, but took down Nationals with Lightning Angel is what I'm remembering in the back of my head.
I was there too. I remember now.
Yeah.
It was with the Greater Gargadon Dark Confidant deck.
Oh, that is right.
Yep.
Oh, man. You know, greatness at any cost.
Yep. I remember.
Sometimes you just took 10.
Yep. Whatever.
And when you were in that mirror match, you would choose to be on the draw. I played that deck. I wasn't in Nationals, but I was in the Junior Super Series. Yeah, fun stuff.
Just a wee lad.
Just a wee little lad. I was a youngster. But my brother was in that event, and I think he might have top 8'd. But, all right, getting into the match here, we had a Surveil, a Tursa to the yard, put an Agatha Soul Cauldron down, and then just a Hired Claw off a Canal. So, you know, Ivan's like, what? Is that instead of Mako in your Cauldron deck, or what's going on here?
Yeah, the 5-ish blue-red lands for the adventure side of the Viper, 4 of which are basically free. The Verges. This is the one that's not free because it could be a tap land later, but
yeah, could be Isit Guildgate at a moment's notice.
And honestly, the adventure part's not bad. It's just a sorcery speed unsummon, but it's good against the things that are typically good against red decks. You know, large blockers, things like that.
Yep, absolutely.
So, Higher Claw coming in. We're going to see 2 points of damage, 3 points of damage. We got a counter here. We got dice on the way. not the ideal turn 2, but still a way to get some damage and put a little pressure on the board.
Yeah, definitely not what you wanted here as that point of aggression. But hey, Hired Claw has that bailout. You got to love that.
Not the best draw on the Cauldron side either. We have a Cauldron with the Steam Core Scholar. Would prefer the Cauldron to be a Profs at the moment, Eidetic Memory.
Yes.
And Scholar's not so big,
Yeah, but the nice thing is whenever I play Cauldron on 2, it usually means I have a Vivv ready to go. Because no matter what, you can do the thing once, you find a creature and you don't have removal held up. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. I could not see a world where this game doesn't go to Ivan. I mean,
oh my God.
Like even this wasn't like this over-the-top, oh my God turn, but it was still a good amount of free mana. It was 2 free mana. And free mana in Standard is always a very scary, busted thing.
Yeah, and the problem is that Antonino just has 2 lands in play.
Yeah.
And that's it. And next turn, it's going to be more counters, more mana, more cards, and just the pressure, too. There's just 4 power in play. This Isit deck is pretty good at just putting numbers on the board.
Yeah.
Raw power and toughness.
Yep, absolutely. And Antonino's resume, pretty impressive here. Grand Prix top 8s 11. Guess how many of them he took down?
I mean, I'm looking at your screen, so I know the answer.
Well, you're cheating. It's 4. 1 4 Grand Prix, top 8 at a Pro Tour as well, and 1 Nationals in 05. So a very experienced player. Results kind of ended in 2012, but you know what? The Spotlight Series is exactly perfect for someone just like him. Lives in the area, wants to come back, get that competitive itch, and has still got it.
I'm getting flashbacks, too. The shirt in the mouth, like a mannerism.
Yes.
Like he always did that back in the day.
Yes.
And it was very, very notable, and it's cool seeing it again.
It really is. This tournament has been awesome. Seeing Riku Kumagai here, seeing Antonino, Willie Edel, really is the true play the game, see the world here.
Great spot, like I was saying, with the bounce spell. So bouncing the Cauldron and getting that out of here.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised to not see the Firebrand just immediately go after the Mako. But this is, if Antonino's going to start making a comeback here, this is a great place to start.
Yeah, absolutely, because that Mako can get out of hand at instant speed. Cycling
Correct.
another Mako can really get you. So you're right, it can be a little dangerous, but... Now, this is going to be very telling to me, for what it's worth. This is a mono-red deck. Is it whatever? It is mono-red. Outside of that blue card, this is a deck that I'm looking at the deck list now. It is very geared to beat Isit. So if this kind of mono-red deck doesn't get it done when you have a pretty decent draw, I have little to no hope for these style of mono-red decks. Now, of course, 1 match, small sample size, but this should be favored with all this kind of hate cards is what I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, for sure. Scaldy Viper, Razorkin Needlehead, a lot of main deck hate. Again, I like the deepest might here, the flip god. Is it a god from Ixalan?
It is, yep.
Yes, got it.
You nailed it.
Turning 1 damage pings into 4. Kind of a cool way to make this a little bit less of a metagame hate deck.
Yeah.
A little more just like, hey, I'm just kind of doing this thing, and this card works really well with that.
Yeah, that card really is incredible. Oh, my goodness. Especially when you have Fnatic Firebrand, Hired Claw, Nova Hellkite pings.
There are a lot of pings in this deck.
Yeah. All right. So big things here from our established pro of the later years, I would say. The earlier years, I should say.
Old school.
Old school. That's a better way to say it.
I got you.
Thank you, buddy. Looks like that is a Tursa, the one of here in Antonino's list.
Interesting. Discarding the Needlehead.
Wow.
With not a lot of card draw in sight. I mean, with the Cauldron out of the equation, no flashback cards in the graveyard.
Maybe has the Soul Read for a Torch the Tower here as well. And wow, this is a 3/3 coming into a 4/4.
Love it.
I mean, there is the Fnatic Firebrand as well, so that is available, but...
They banned Monstrous Rage, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Monstrous Rage would look really good here. It would have been a little interesting there, or, maybe something I would have liked to see from Ivan in there as block, see if there's any kind of trick, and then bounce it.
Right.
I don't think Antonino is the type of player that would have fell for the, all right, before damage, deal a damage to it.
Right.
Would have waited till after, but still, maybe you could get a little extra info.
Yeah, almost no, possible loss there as far as
Yeah.
opportunity cost goes. Goodbye, Mako.
Mako dead in response to discarding some cards, getting those extra counters on here from the fear of missing out.
Yeah, and this is the strength of his Isit deck, right? So Antonino was able to deal with the Cauldron, stop to get the Vivv out here also, but stats, just numbers. It's just so good at putting power and toughness on the board.
Yep, big creatures against red decks have always been a good recipe. And, you know, we look at big numbers. You can boost up this fear of missing out to get it out of range of something like Lightning Strike. And, you know, whenever my opponent has, you know, a way to deal with one of my big creatures or deal with my Vivv Cauldron combo, the amount of times I just win with fear of missing out and profs combined is just a very high number, you know?
Yeah, it's a really potent Ban B. At the last Pro Tour I played in Aether Drift, I was playing the Jeskai Oculus deck.
Yeah.
Very similar to this Vivv deck, where it was the primary plan was Oculus, but you just had Profs and FOMO also.
Yeah.
And with Profs, FOMO, and Steam Core Scout with the Vigilance there, a lot of times that was just it. That was the plan.
Just good enough. Yeah, absolutely. Deck, I feel, is kind of how the Cauldron deck started, I feel, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of the building blocks of it.
Very similar.
You and a couple other pretty decent Magic players, including our colleague, played that deck. Is that correct?
Not Reed.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
Reed's smart.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Reed played Domain.
On the team, but played something else. Yeah.
Reed played the Domain deck that Matt, also of a team, won the Pro Tour with.
I mean, you know, Domain didn't do that good. It didn't go 1, 2, 3 or anything. Oh, wait.
Yeah. And I could have played that deck. I'm not the smartest, but it's okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay. Now I'm in the booth with you.
Yeah. Come on into the booth with me where we're washed and we can just commentate on much, much better players than us.
Works for me.
Absolutely. So that looks like a Lynx.
Dragon.
Oh, that's a dragon. Okay, yep, you got it. Love that alternate art, though. Looks really cool. Deals 1 damage. Doesn't really do anything. And now this is going to be a big turn here. And no, this is not sped up. This is just Ivan smelling blood, I imagine. As now FOMO, let's see, we got land, we got instant, we got creature, we got sorcery, we are delirious. Now, for anyone who hasn't seen this interaction before, profs, if you put 3 counters on, 4 counters on, when you take that second combat, you do get those prof counters again.
Yeah, huge. Damage out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Extremely powerful. And the big draw here is also the Vigilance on the Steam Core Scholar.
That helps.
So you get 1 attack step. FOMO could only untap 1 thing, but you still get the attack step. So any Vigilance creature can just attack twice without any problem. So
I mean, this is already 17 damage in the air if I'm counting right.
I wasn't going to count because Matt's for blockers, but it looks pretty good.
17 damage in the air plus 3 from FOMO, so that was 20 damage through a blocker right there if my math is correct.
Yeah, and that game is a lot of why this Vivv deck is so good.
Yeah.
Vivv thing happened pretty fast too.
Yeah.
But got taken apart. You know, it didn't really get to do the explosive, draw a bunch of cards thing. It was a good turn, but not a great turn.
Yeah.
Antonino was able to break it up, and then you just win with profs and FOMO.
And just get it done.
No problem.
Nope. It is extremely, extremely powerful. That is for sure. You know what else is powerful, Jim? Information. Information is extremely powerful. And if you want to have some information, Jim, where should we go?
Right. StarCityGames.com/newsletter. You go sign up.
Oh, yeah.
I've been signing up for this newsletter now for, 12 years or something. A really, really long time. And you want to know about events that are coming up. You want to know about sales that are happening, new sets that are coming out. Just news. Nick Miller's has some great articles on there, too, about news items, new Spider-Man cards, whatever else it might be. Right on there on your email. And most important part, especially for me, because I do not like getting extraneous emails.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 1 email a week or whatever, something like that. Just all you need, wrapped up in 1 or 2 emails a week. Concise. It's good stuff.
So is that why you haven't been emailing me back when I've been emailing you once a day? Was that too much?
You're blocked.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, we're going to jump back into this. And, well, it looks like Antonino did even this up. So this is actually game number 3 that we are starting here, as there was a technical problem with game number 2.
All right, so that's Spire Bluff now. That 1 of Spire Bluff now every turn. See FOMO discarding a Fire Magic, and it's okay. So interesting here. You'd think the red deck wants to get out in front.
Yeah.
It's really, really important to get on the board. Kind of apply the pressure and not allow Vivv to kind of have the time to do its thing. So a little bit of a tough start here for Antonino.
Yeah, not ideal. Definitely looks like this is an Isit mirror at this point, that's for sure.
That's kind of the cool part, too, about closed deck list, you know. Which game 3.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of knows what's going on here. But in game 1, you don't know.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love closed deck list tournaments personally.
I do too. They're my favorite as well. But to be fair, Antonino Del Rosa here is kind of open deck list anyways with that mono red deck box. I mean, come on, that's as open as it gets.
Yep.
That really could be Azorius control deck in that deck box as well. I've seen it plenty of times.
That's what I would expect, yeah.
Yeah, mind games. All right, so another FOMO here, discarding a card. Delirium a little far away, and this is just Del Rosa just playing defense, missing land number 3 here, Jim.
That's tough, and the card advantage, you know, spell here is what really takes advantage of that. Where, you know, a spell like this, tapping 3 mana, not affecting the board to draw some cards, is powerful, but not when you're kind of falling behind. So the fact that Isit here is able to be ahead, draw those cards, really set up for a big turn, and Antonino's still gotta do something here.
Yep. Big turn if we can have like a Screaming Nemesis, something like that. Excellent. That is a big help. No Delirium still from Ivan. No Vivv in the yard. So that last turn could have went a lot worse for Antonino Del Rosa. But hey, that's the nice thing about Winter Night Stories. You can always keep restocking. But yeah, I mean, Ivan's draw here is very tame. Of course, Antonino's draw is quite bad as well.
Yeah, one of those scrappy, ugly games.
My favorite games, to be honest.
Love games like this.
The game where you think like, oh, well, I'm really far behind. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this done. And be like, oh, my opponent is also not doing anything. This is nice. Screaming Nemesis number 2, as it just got bounced the last time. So still the same one. And a Hired Claw.
Yeah, getting to work. This is the turn where I'm a little scared for Antonino. You know, all these cards have been drawn. The hand can't be bad for that long.
No kidding.
You know, like,
I mean, there's not enough lands in the deck to be drawing only lands here from Ivan, so I'm with you. Here's Prof's Eidetic Memory. Still no Delirium as far as last turn, so we'll see if we can neutralize that and get it going.
And here come the bodies. Discards, pumps, counters, size, stats.
Large. And no attack, it would seem. And there was an Abrade discarded. Okay, so that discarding the Abrade is a sign of strength, but not attacking. Definitely maybe not so much.
Yeah.
I guess maybe we're still thinking about. Okay.
It was the Profs.
Gotcha. Makes total sense.
So interesting choice here to go onto the Mako with the Profs counters and not the attacking FOMO.
Yeah, definitely prioritizing defense here. And with Ivan only having 2 cards, and now all of a sudden Antonino Del Rosa has a pretty solid battlefield, this might be swaying back in his favor.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand, too.
Yeah.
I guess you don't play anything and your opponent bounces your cards. You know, that's what happens. But
that's a good point. That is a very good point.
All right, that's a good place to start.
Ooh, and gets full value for that Obliterating Bolt. You know, in hindsight, if Ivan could have put that FOMO up to 5 toughness, maybe that would have been better. But hey, you know, hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, it's tough because there's a variety of burn spells in the red deck.
Exactly.
There's Fiery Annihilation deals 5, Strike deals 3, so it's hard to know exactly which one to play around.
Exactly. Open deck list, you can figure that out a little bit more, and you can go by the numbers, essentially, but...
Even then, there's 2 of each, so...
Dang it!
Wouldn't help you out too much.
Dang it! All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, Nemesis is like a good card in these sort of stat-based games, you know? When it's about power and toughness on the board, Nemesis plays really well there.
Totally agree. Great card at playing both offense and defense. That just means you got yourself a pretty good card there. And, I mean... You can just read that card once, and you're like, oh, my God. That is a aggressive player's dream. Quintanoli looked at that card when it got spoiled and said, yes.
Smiling from ear to ear.
I'm in.
All right. Interesting spot. Just nothing.
Yeah, what?
From Ivan.
Ivan has just been drawing horrendously, I imagine. What else would make a lot of sense?
I mean, you know, there's a lot of lands in the graveyard, too.
Yeah.
It's not like Ivan's not been filtering through these lands. Like,
He discarded on a Braid one of the turns, so you got to think, like, unless you had spells and now you keep drawing spells, that kind of stuff, but...
yeah, I'm interested. You know, we were kind of talking last match about, like, you know, spots where your opponent does leaves mana up for something, and it's, well, it can't be anything else. It has to be a stab. It's one black.
Yeah.
Here, I guess it could be a lot of things, but it's just nothing.
Nothing.
Like, what is happening?
What is going on? Now, that being said, Isit Cauldron is, of course, a deck that can just completely pop off out of nowhere. You know, you can just explode, but no Delirium still.
Man,
Turn 47.
this is a tough game for Ivan.
Yeah, no kidding.
Unable to scream. One of the few answers in blue-red for a Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, just like the best. I mean, it's literally pretty thematic, like Screaming Nemesis, but now you can't scream.
Yeah, you don't get it.
Yeah, sorry. It's just a Nemesis now.
Yep. Just a regular old Nemesis.
Just like you at my store championships. Just a Nemesis.
Okay, so I was gonna say that was a pretty interesting block. So gonna finish off Burst Lightning.
Okay. That makes sense. Still looking great here from Antonino Del Rosa.
Still a little bit of screaming happening here. Oh, hello.
Double Lizards.
You know who's screaming now? Ivan's screaming now. Mage Bane Lizard, the punishing for spells. There actually are a lot of creatures in this Isit deck. Not typical, where Isit decks are often, you know, sleight of handing and opting or whatever. And this deck is much more creature focused. A lot of the card draw and discard is all creature based. So
Yeah.
Lizard not as exciting as it would be against the deck like Prowess, but still, you know, pretty taxing.
I mean, this is, and I was just going to say, you know, maybe Ivan is getting punished for not putting Quantum Riddlers into his deck. That's not true. There are 4 of them. At any point, the Riddler would just be incredible here.
Yeah.
Warp it in first, get your value when it becomes a big creature, you know, like that card is so good at these situations. When you run out of cards, the Riddler's got your back to be able to restock you up, but just not finding any. Maybe side them out, of course, you know, against these hyper-aggressive decks when you're on the draw. That's totally defensible.
I just can't believe Ivan had time to cast the stories, flashback of stories.
4-5,
and we're
full retail.
Right, full retail, and we're still in this spot where he just doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
Like, what is happening?
Complaint equity at dinner is what's happening.
Yeah, and Antonino's got to be like, dude, what are you doing over there?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
I mean, he is at this point, in all seriousness, probably deducing, okay, what can your hand be? Is it just all removal that you haven't cast yet, or the more likely scenario, you just have all lands?
Yeah.
But this feels like the spot where Antonino should just be kind of smelling blood and just going ham.
All right. Warping in the dragon. Warp speed, Mr. Scott.
Yeah. Looks like this was a judge call here. Just tapping a land, changing it. I would assume the way that this works, I'm of course not a judge, so don't quote me, but nothing's changed. You can usually kind of mix that stuff around. But then again, competitive IRL, you know, you gotta do your things correctly.
Yeah, it seemed pretty quick. Could go either way.
Yeah.
Seems. I believe it was the mountain that was untapped, not the Soulstone Sanctuary.
I think it was like that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it was this.
It was this,
It
yeah.
was, okay.
And then he did the canal and switch, but looks like it's A-okay. Getting it figured out, leaving that land tapped.
You know what time it is? It's red zone time.
It sure is. We're getting in there. We're dealing 1 damage to a creature, and we're getting it going.
Ivan is still at 14.
Yeah.
So,
God, if you could use this Nova Hellkite on your own Screaming Nemesis.
ooh, this
Spice.
okay.
Oh, are we going for, looks like we're going for a win here. I like it. Ivan's playing to win here, not playing to not lose. You could just bounce Nemesis if you want, but where are you getting with that? Oh, my goodness. So this is Ivan down to 1. And now can we get Delirium? The enchantment to the yard's got to be Delirium. Now this is going to be 3 damage to Fear of Missing Out. You can attack again. That's 4 more. That's only 7 damage. But that is not enough. That is going to be Antonino Del Rosa. Oh, my goodness. So that was an incredible match. We are not going to waste any time. The tournament is rolling. We are going to take ourselves a short break. Round number 6 will be right on the other side. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Planetary Rotation. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 6 before Alien Reed finish you off for the rest of the tournament. Things are starting to heat up. These players that are 5-0, they are playing win and ends into day 2 already, Jim.
Yeah, it's a good place to be.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about records not mattering for the players, but it matters for us. And it matters for you. We're watching. We want to know what's going on, you know. So good to see you. Good to do a little scoreboard watching. And, yeah, lock it up. You don't want to be happy you locked up day 2. You got a lot more work to do on day 2. But
no.
These players here are all in great standing.
You're only happy you locked up day 2 is if you are, you need those last 3 wins to get it in. You know, if you're 3-3 and you lock up day 2, great. That makes it pretty happy. So starting off with our standings here, anything that stands out here from our first page?
Definitely a lot of Cauldron.
Yeah.
I think it's to be expected. The deck's very, very powerful. It's also a deck that's being played in the hands of a lot of the best players in the room. You know, a lot of the best players are not willing to go into an event like this and say, I'm going to do something weird. This deck is really, really good. I'm going to play it. I want to try and be on the right side of history.
Yeah.
And so we see when that happens, both the deck is good, the players playing it are good, and you have a lot of
And one of the other 4, we got 4 really big decks, and, the other big deck that's doing the best is the one at the bottom. We see 3 mono-red decks here on this first page, so, hey, maybe mono-red over Azorius Control and Dimir. We will see. Let's take a look at page number 2, see if we got any other stories unfolding here, and, yep, some more Cauldron here, but we still have – now we get into some losses here. So now we see Joseph Marty, who picked up that loss with that really sweet Simic mid-range deck, and outside of that, I was keeping track. Is our undefeated players, is there any other? The answer was no. It is just the big decks, the Demirs, the Azorius Controls, the Mono Reds, and the Cauldrons up top.
The jump out to me here is A, Sultai Control. That sounds pretty cool. And then B, Sultai Control is a draw with Mono Red aggro.
Yeah, pretty clear that was the 2 players that played each other and drew, huh? I suppose that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, let's just cast those burn spells. What are we doing? Yeah. Come on, moderate aggro. Let's go.
Hey, Sultai Control, I have seen it do some work here in not too long ago at the Arena Championships. Urgent Necropsy, I believe that's how you say it, does some nice work to the Isit Cauldron decks. So, maybe that is what we are doing in that kind of Sultai Control. Sounds like our players are ready to go, though. We are going to head on down and see what's up here in a couple minutes. But the feature match that we are going to be checking out here is Pete Ingram, one of our buddies.
Yes.
On Cauldron, on the deck, versus Jason Roberts. On Azorius Control, kind of. Walk us through this variant a bit as these players get ready, because this is spicy.
This deck looks cool. Almost like an Azorius Flash deck. Aven Interrupter, Werefox Bodyguard, Stoic Sphinx. All pretty cool cards. And Flash can play at instant speed alongside counter spells, consult the star charts. So control, but able to attack. And also the big one here is 4 copies of High Noon.
4 of them.
4. It's 4 days worth of High Noons, all right? And that'll play pretty well against this Vivv deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will get this ready to go. We have Pete Ingram on the bottom. On Isit Cauldron, not Dimir mid-range. And then Jason up top on a spicy deck. I mean, 4 High Noons is saying one thing. You came to beat the Cauldron decks. But hey, Pete Ingram, an incredibly accomplished player. He has won so many events on the Star City Games level. He's made it to the pro scene, had some solid results there. Really a shark,
Yeah, Pete's a good friend of mine. I can't gas him up too much. I can't have him going back to the video and being like, ha ha ha, Jim's gassing me up. But,
no,
Pete's great.
I have to gas him up because 2 of his SCG wins were team events where we were together. So gassing him up is kind of, helping me out as well here. So he hard carried in both of those events for what it's worth.
Yeah, Pete was one of the original members of Team MGG, my team on the SG Tour many years ago. So left to work at Wizards of the Coast where he does some design work, and now he's back playing.
Yep, absolutely. Kind of does it all here. So High Noon is in play. We are now living under that world of High Noon. And believe it or not, the Isit Cauldron deck does not work so well when a High Noon's in play. But it's not completely shut off for what it's worth.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool how this deck functions. So this Flash deck, intends to play on your opponent's turn with these counter spells and flash threats. When you're able to play a spell on your turn and play a spell on your opponent's turn every turn cycle, you're breaking the parity of High Noon. This is not just High Noon as a hate card. This is High Noon as a deck building piece.
Yeah.
Which is really, really cool to say.
It really is cool. Really what it shuts down is those absurd turns. The Cauldron Vivv turns where you do something that looks like, you're playing Modern instead of Standard. That is off the table. Now it is just, we can just scribble out the Isit Cauldron. It's an Isit mid-range deck when High Noon is here versus an Azorius control deck. We'll put in air quotes.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, because Jason's playing so many creatures, there aren't that many supers in this deck. There's a couple split-ups, but there's, no Ultima or Day of Judgment. So if it comes down to a creature battle, the sizing that Pete can produce with Prophetic Memory and stuff, it could be very, very relevant here.
Yep, absolutely. And the funniest thing here, or the most interesting thing, I would say, about Jason's list, we see a mountain there. There are no red cards. The red cards that are in the deck are what you're looking at. High Noon activation. I mean, 5 times 4, Jim. Do you want to double check me? How much damage does that deal?
When I first started playing Magic, I saw the card Lava Axe.
Yeah.
And I was like, this card's got to be broken, right? You just play 4 of these and you win.
And you were right.
You don't have to attack, you don't have to block, you don't have to do anything else. Just go Lava Axe, Lava Axe, Lava Axe, Lava Axe. Easy game.
And that's still true, right?
Yeah.
Now, this mountain is kind of biting Jason because I did see an Aven Interrupter in hand, which is a little awkward, I must say. It is a Fabled Passage mana base as well, so yet that one mountain isn't the biggest deal, but we're seeing it be a little bit of a cost as we speak.
Yeah, for sure. We see Mystic Monastery in play also as the other red source.
Yeah.
An interesting question to ask yourself of how many red sources am I willing to play with these High Noons? How worth it is it to have the 5 damage? And with the creatures, it makes sense. You want to get some early damage in. If you can go end step sack High Noon, or my turn sack High Noon, it's a lot of damage.
I mean, it really is. And, I mean, the thing is, this deck counts by 5s pretty easily. When you get a Stoic Sphinx down, you get a couple hits in with that, it's not out of the realm for High Noon to be able to do some damage. So this is, we were saying there were no decks in the other category. Well, we saw Azorius Control. This is another deck. This is not a traditional blue-white control deck. So if this is our only other deck, Jason, I'm rooting for you. This is cool. There is Fabled Passage as land number 4. Untapped Plains coming in. I would be pretty sure of that.
Yeah, kind of a bummer for Pete here, not really having much to do on his turn. I mean, there's some instant speed stuff in Peter's deck, but mostly removal into the Floodmaw, a Braid. So not being able to utilize, it's really, really important to make sure, hey, I only have one spell per turn. I got to make it count.
Yeah, it could be the end step into the Floodmaw on High Noon. That could be what we're trying to kind of line up here, and that would make a lot of sense. And then go off. Maybe Pete didn't have the most busted thing he could do with only 2 mana and could think, hey, with 5 mana, I can do some real damage, but want to wait for that end step bounce. That being said, Jason's deck is just really fully prepared to counter that. So you were right. It looks like nothing, just a cycle of the Mako.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see here. So we see a lot in these Vivv versus whatever deck matchups, about sizing being really important. And the more controlling matchups, just bodies are important.
Yeah.
You just have a few Grizzly Bears in play, and you cast in, they counter it, attack for 4. Cast in, they counter it, attack for 4. And this chip shot damage really adds up because the game's going to go long.
Totally agree with you. And here is quite the combo. I don't know if Jason's going to do it. Jason does have it available, and it is an Aven Interrupter with High Noon in play. That is just not fair and very mean.
Gonna let it resolve.
Yeah, gonna let it resolve. No interrupting yet. And one Profs counter on the way. I think Jason also has... Oh, man. We might be about to see a train wreck here. Do you think Pete's going to play around Stoic Sphinx, Jim? Do you think Pete knows what Stoic Sphinx does?
No.
I wouldn't either, to be fair. I mean, I wouldn't play around it. This is not an open deckless tournament. You got to look at that one and be like, yeah, what on earth can you do? This is just a blowout here.
That's certainly a Peter.
For our established pro here, Pete Ingram.
Does put an enchantment in the graveyard.
True.
So there's a little silver lining there. But
we got 3 to Delirium. But now, I mean, the other piece, Jason could just leave this back, sit on counter spells over and over. I also saw a 3 steps ahead in Jason's hand. So at any point, Pete gets to play as one spell, Jason can go, if we can get one more mana, counter, plus make a copy of Stoic Sphinx, like, ugh.
Yeah, even just like, say go, I play a spell, counter it, attack. Say go, I play a spell, counter it, attack. Just do that 3 times and the game's over.
Yeah.
And High Noon doesn't allow Pete. Usually how you play around counter spells is you bank up, try and find a turn where you can make their mana awkward, and try and overload and play a few spells at once. Because the spells you're casting are typically cheaper than these 3 steps ahead kind of counter spells. That's not an option when High Noon in play.
Yeah. Has Jason done it? Has he found is it Cauldron Slayer? I mean, the more this is playing out, the more this looks rough for Pete.
It's just kind of cool because, like, it's just kind of cool deck building,
Oh, it's very cool.
This is not just I'm playing Rest in Peace in my deck, I'm playing a main deck hate card. It's a card that is fundamentally good against Vivv, but structurally to this deck is doing a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, because, I mean, you think about it now. What if Pete has 3 into the Flood Maws in hand? It doesn't matter. You still can't get High Noon off the battlefield as you can't, cast multiples of them. Really, really spicy thing. So Pete going for the Winter Night Stories flashback here, and I like this. We have creature enchantment in the yard. If we can discard land, instant, whatever, then all of a sudden FOMO goes up to 6 power, attacks, again, goes up to 9 power, could win the game. Now, I don't think that's really going to work like that, but it is an option.
Jason does have a lot of cards in hand. Jason's removal suite is interesting. Battle menu into the Flood Maw. That's really it, actually. There's not a lot of removal in this deck.
You forgot about the classic staple.
Sorry.
Werefog's Bodyguard, Jim.
Did you know that Werefox Bodyguard's an elf?
It's also a fox.
Yep.
And a knight.
It's an elf, though. Mono white elf removal spell.
A flash Oblivion Ring style of effect is very interesting. Wow, is this just working here? They're split up? Wait a minute.
Oh, no. Jason, not like this.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so he still has the ability to not die here. He can just go 3 steps ahead, copy a Stoic Sphinx, and chump block. But, I think if Jason would have realized this, he would have much rather just countered that Winter Night Stories, right?
I was surprised when he didn't.
Yeah, I thought for sure there was a removal spell, and he was kind of hook, line, and sinkering here for Pete. But, yeah, I mean, to be fair, it looks like Jason does still have Split Up in hand, so this copy should block the second one.
But now that opens up into the Flood Maw for Peter on either the Sphinx or the High Noon, because that's going to be Jason's 1 spell for turn. So,
yeah, but Peter's already cast a card.
I mean, for
next turn. Yep, you got it. You got it.
So with High Noon to play, the rules of Magic change. It's just you have 1 spell a turn. So if you can min-max that to always play a spell on your turn or your opponent's turn, it's a big deal.
Ooh, big misstep there from Jason. You always block it the second time. It's always going to be bigger. It looks like we blocked it the first time. Unless maybe they shortcutted, we don't know exactly what they said at the table.
Jason being a 2 makes me think you're correct.
Yep, and that's a big deal. Now you can only activate, if you have like Starting Town or something, only once. But looks like we're going to start this off with a split up. Probably choose tapped creatures.
Don't misclick that one. Oh,
yep.
Boy.
See a little snarl there from Pete. Doesn't love that.
Yeah, there it is.
Able to bounce that. Does that instead of bouncing the High Noon. So now it looks like Pete has this game all wrapped up if he can put a Tersa into play. Some hasty threat. 3 mana would be what Pete wants to be doing here. Ooh, wrong one.
Still good, though.
Still very good.
The thing is that, Pete has some Abrades in his deck. He has the 4 into the Flood Maw. So now the Sphinx's window's kind of closed, right?
Yeah.
Now Pete has threats in play. Jason's at 2, needs to answer. The High Noon's kind of keeping Jason from doing multiple things at once.
Exactly.
And if Jason ever wants to cast the Sphinx, Pete will have mana available to deal with it. And yeah, things are looking pretty good.
Yep.
Mana, of course, advantage being a big deal here, too. Controlled deck does not want to miss as many land drops.
Yep, very true, very true. And I think everything unraveled from that Stories play. If you just counter that, things look a lot different. That FOMO does not get the counters, and it doesn't have Delirium.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, it's just a 2-3, and instead of just taking 1 billion like you just took, let's see, 11 to 2, you just took 9. It would instead, you took 2, and you go to 9, and you untap. You still probably get the Stoic Sphinx bounce, sure, and the game looks completely different and much better for Jason.
Well, the thing is that Jason never needs to cast Spellbound.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the next turn. I'm sorry. I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, what? One spell turn, Pete. But yeah, that'll do it.
They played fast, and the second hasty threat gets it done. You see a little bit of an eyebrow raise there from Pete's, thinking, yep, turn 2 High Noon, still got it done. He's got to be feeling pretty good about that one. So looking at the sideboard here, we're going to start with Jason's really cool take here on this Azorius control-ish style deck. We have 2 Authority of the Councils. Oh, my goodness. 2 Biza, 2 Cathar Commandos, 2 Crystal Barricades, 2 Exercise, 1 Lyra Dawnbringer. Yep, guess that one's still legal. 2 Negate, and 2 Reenact the Crime. Those are a lot of cards I have not read out in a while, Jim. What are we bringing in?
Is Reenact the Crime the blue? It is.
It sure is.
It's like the reanimate a thing casts or something.
Yes. Let me pull this
I'll
up
to play
here.
with that card. That's sweet. But yeah, I mean, Exercise makes sense. It's the way to deal with Cauldron and larger creatures. But there's not much else here, honestly. It feels like most of the hate's in the main deck. You know. Other than that, I think the main plan is probably just where you're at.
You don't want to bring in the Authorities?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, the only haste creature is the Tursa. I guess no open deck lists. It's a little annoying at stories, I suppose, too. A few points of life here and there, but you can't really afford to have that many prison pieces in your deck. You know.
Yeah.
If you just have too many Authorities and High Noons or whatever, you're just not going to do anything and just die to Grizzly Bears.
That is very true. I think there's some, value in a couple things. Number one, your like Quantum Riddlers have to come into play tapped, so you can't be doing any, flashing back from the graveyard, harmonizing with Winter Night Stories. And most lists played Draconautics Engineers, so it would shut that down. But I agree. I mean, that is a card you can just attack through pretty effectively.
Yeah.
So, all right, and then from Pete's side, we have 1 Abrade, 2 Annul, 1 Broadside Barrage, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Negate, 2 Obliterating Bolts, 1 Quantum Riddler, 2 Spell Pierces, and 3 Torch the Towers. What do you like?
I think the most important thing on Pete's side is being able to make sure that he can play at instant speed.
Yeah.
Being able to make sure that, again, I guess Pete doesn't know there's 4 main deck High Noons. We know there is. I mean, we saw one on turn 2 there, but being able to play at instant speed, break that parity, be able to play 2 spells per turn cycle, and be able to have not that many removal spells, but the right removal spells. We saw Stoic Sphinx there. If that thing gets going when Jason's ahead, it can be really nasty, but with the right spell lined up at the right time, it can be pretty awkward. These creatures aren't, Aven Interrupter, Werefox Bodyguard, not very large creatures,
No, definitely not.
So I think, some instant speed stuff, maybe like a Broadside Barrage, some of these, maybe some removal spells, things at instant speed. Torch Tower seems fine here too, honestly, to kill smaller creatures. So make sure you're playing instant speed. Make sure you're not too soft to High Noon. Go from there.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so before we get into our next game, let's thank one of our sponsors here. Big shout out to Beckett. You want to get any of your cards graded, they're actually doing a bit of a sale. It's going to go all the way until midnight on Sunday, so effective until Monday. You can get 15% off all card grading services with promo code STARCITY. So go to www.beckett.com/submit/cards/service if you want to get any of these really nice cards graded and protected. So gotta love that, Jim.
Is it weird that I have a weird desire to want to get like a really beat up card graded?
Just like the lowest value card you've ever seen?
Like I have a Soul Ring from when I first started playing Magic.
Yeah.
That is like destroyed.
Yeah.
It isn't like, it's like possibly sleeve playable, but about as bad as a sleeve playable card could be.
Yeah.
I kind of want to get that graded.
Okay.
Let's see, where's it going to be? Like a 3, a 2, a 5? Like what's a 1?
Just to check it out?
Like is a 1 like just the ashes of a card that's on fire? Or like, what is a 1? Like, I'm just curious.
See, I want to try to get like just a basic land that's just from the land bin graded, and just see the look on their face, be like, yeah, I guess we can, bro, like whatever, but all right. Big thanks to Beckett, though, and make sure to check out that special if you are interested in getting some of your, let's say, real cards graded, unlike Jim and I's.
My Soul Ring's real. All
right, yours is much more real.
It's
I'll give you that. Yeah.
It's revised.
I'm thinking Jason's Island. That's what I want to just like. Let's get this in a protective case immediately. Fabled Passage fetches on an island, and Pete goes with a canal and passes it back.
Fabled Passage is a card that it's interesting. It was a big deal in the mana bases of the decks during the Fire Design era of Eldraine. First time it came out. and that is not really a big deal in the current format at all because the lands are just a lot better.
Yeah. Yep. I would totally agree. Absolutely would agree here. And looks like Jason's just got a land pass and no high noon this time around. Pete did have 2 spell pierces in the yard. Not sure if he had one, but might have been ready this time around. No More Lies takes care of Prof's Eidetic Memory. A great card. Low key, your game 1 plan in a lot of matchups from the Cauldron side, I'm like all in on Vivv Cauldron stuff. Most of the time you're not playing against main deck, high noon decks for what it's worth. But post-board games, Profs is just your best card most of the time. As decks slow down, put more interaction, that kind of thing. Prof gets even better, and it's already amazing.
Yeah, it's the perfect Plan B card.
Yeah.
So such a low opportunity cost. FOMO on the stack. Let me interrupt you there for a moment.
Okay, please do. FOMO gets interrupted
Interrupt you there for a moment.
And we're going to, setting you up again, but all right.
I don't need to be set up to interrupt you, right?
Okay, thank you.
More than capable.
And no land 3 here from Pete. That's a little brutal.
So to be clear, that FOMO is now plotted.
Plotted.
So in theory, it can be played for free, but there's also text on the interrupter saying that spells that are cast from exile cost 2 more. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hey, interrupter.
I believe you did that wrong. Amazing. That's a new soundbite for your stream for sure. I love it. All right. Here is the 2 mana Fear of Missing Out. And, man, if you ever get Aven interrupted again and you have to pay 4 mana for this, I mean, it's over.
Yeah, they do stack very, very well. And they also work like with and against cards that just happen to play from exile. Like a random adventure card or something like that. Or Quantum Riddler or War card. So,
just a good card. And, I mean, the application when you're playing with high noon, it's excellent. So opt on the end step. Looks like opt number 2.
That's all of them.
Just 2 ops, huh?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, that's the perfect number, it would seem. I mean, to be fair, if you are playing the 4 high noon deck, you don't want a lot of cantrips.
Yeah. there's a lot of deck building restrictions when it comes to that card.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of things, like if we were playing that card in a while for Domain, and you don't want to play Analyze the Apollo in your deck when you're playing multiple high noons.
No.
Yeah.
You do not.
Very
you
similar
do not.
cantrip.
Yeah, and I remember that even the last event we were playing. It was like the high noon deck in the main, and I think it was Matt Nass who came down, and just the high noon was actually brutal for him. So it is a universal effect that sometimes can backfire for sure.
Yep. There's that mountain, getting ready. It's fun for Pete's side because, again, the closed deck was, Pete doesn't know if there aren't, lightning helixes or whatever else in this deck.
Yeah.
In game 1, Pete saw Mystic Monastery and a mountain. So, as far as Pete's concerned, this is just kind of control.
We even saw a look on his face like, God, what is a mountain for, And I played a lot of Magic with Pete. I'm sure it is just like, God, should I know what kind of Jeskai deck this is? And no, you shouldn't, Pete. This is a very, very interesting take for sure. Always fun to see players kind of adjust on the fly to a new deck like this, and I'm sure Jason got a couple free game wins in this tournament by players just not knowing what he's doing at all.
That's why I love closed deck lists.
Love it.
I just love both the feeling of bringing a deck that's kind of weird off the beaten path and watching your opponents squirm, and even from Pete's side here of just trying to figure out on the fly, okay, this weird stuff's happening here. If I was playing high unit Avid Interrupter, what other cards would I have in my deck?
Exactly.
And trying to figure out the list on the fly is just so much fun.
I love it too, especially, selfishly for watching coverage. I think it is more interesting with transformational sideboards, that kind of thing. But then also when I'm playing, I have a horrible memory. So trying to remember all these one-ofs and stuff, I just give it up. I'll be like, whatever. I'll just play my game and hope for the best. Winter Night Stories on the stack here. Going to discard 2 cards here, maybe locking up Delirium if you want to. Delirium, not that important right now. You're not doing too much here. 2 extra damage. There's the Restless Anchorage on the other side that just prevents you from getting 2 attacks in anyways.
Well, that is Delirium, creature and artifact.
That is indeed Delirium. And didn't have to discard that Cauldron, so that was a true, I wanted to get Delirium here.
Here comes the Bodyguard.
See, Bodyguard the last time, we boosted up our Fear of Missing Out would have just been backbreaking. That was the card that Jason needed last turn to deal with that FOMO that hit so hard.
And now we're seeing that kind of classic Azorius flash game. Just like, all right, end step, play a thing, deal with your thing, attack. Now my counter spells are up. Now you're behind, and now you're really hooking. The Soulstone Sanctuary throws a bit of a wrench in that, though.
Yeah?
It's a 3/3, and the problem with these creatures is they're all pretty small. They're only 2/2s.
That is true. One does fly, which is not so bad, but yeah, if you're playing against the traditional air quotes Azorius Flash deck, Pete's just thinking, God, please no Archangel Avacyn. just end it right away. That was an incredible deck in its time for sure. All right, so we see Profs, Mako, Winter Night Stories, Riddler, into the Flood Maw. So Pete's got a hand. Pete's got some good stuff. Just behind on the battlefield and has to figure out the best way to be able to just put cards on the battlefield and start to stop the bleeding. Prevent this kind of bleeding that is just happening over and over. And with that anchorage, Jason is pretty close to just being able to win this game straight up.
Trying Profs again. You know, when a Flash player is ahead like this, the ball's in their court.
Yes, and these are the type of cards that you say, you got it.
Right.
It's a 2-mana cantrip right now that if you don't have a creature in play, doesn't really matter. Like now, if Jason has another Aven Interrupter, you can definitely hit this one. That being said...
Too obvious. I saw you felt it coming.
It was good. No, you nailed it. You nailed it. But now you do have the option to use that into the Flood Maw on the bodyguard if you want to do it pre-combat. But I don't even know how good that is,
Yeah, I mean, bouncing Interrupter is not particularly good. Like
Yeah.
Unsummon is pretty poor in this spot.
Yeah, because you can just take it again. You can just play that Werefox down next turn, eat the FOMO, and you got it,
Yeah, I think the second Interrupter is really important here. Having 4 flying power is very important. The Flash decks, they kind of play this tempo game, which is pretty sweet, but they're not a control deck. You can't afford the game to go forever because you are playing fundamentally weaker cards than the control deck. Ooh. Battle menu. That's got a lot of modes on it.
Oh, yeah. One of my favorite cards here from Final Fantasy. Absolutely loved it. So let's see what we're doing. We're boosting the creature. We can destroy a creature. Probably that mode. But let's see. What else would you want to play? Just get a 2/2 maybe?
It doesn't seem relevant in the face of...
I mean, that was the only mode that was relevant with it on the stack. You can wait for FOMO to become a 4-power creature because it's about to be.
Yeah, what is going on?
Yeah. Did we just... Okay, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Our spotters to the rescue. 2 confused commentators floundering around, just no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But now, I mean, how good is this? This really tells me that Jason is trying to close this game out. That Jason sees a window here to just kind of take it down.
Yeah, it's weird because the Knight, I mean, the FOMO's coming back. The Prof is going off. The ground creature's going to be big either way. I mean, I guess it's funny because it was cast, Pete played around it and put the counters on the Mako to have 2 creatures that are not 4 power but are also good blockers. Yeah,
you think Pete was playing around battle menu? You think he just knew that was stock in Jason Roberts' deck?
I'm saying it's after he cast it.
Yeah.
So if he had not cast it in response, I think there's a chance the counters go on the FOMO.
Yeah. Totally agree. So you're saying you would not have cast it there?
Yeah, the 2/2 Knight doesn't feel very impactful here.
And if anything, you wait till your end step to do it.
Yeah.
You always have the chance to do it. You worry about a Spell Pierce, I guess. That was what we were doing, but meh, Yeah.
All right.
I did see Pete brought in a negate, and while that is a solid card against, some parts of the deck, there are so many creatures here that if Pete saw the whole deck list, do you think he'd still bring in negate?
No.
I don't think so either.
That's the strength of playing
a
rogue deck like this. You're forcing your opponents to figure it out on the fly, and they are not going to get it exactly right.
No chance.
And those little percentages here and there, just dead negate here, weird sideboarded there, they add up.
You would see a very puzzled look on my face if I was sitting across from Jason as well here. A lot of head scratching.
You'd look on the screen and see Pete's puzzled face.
It would be the exact same face, I'll tell you that. All right, so let's see what we have here. One of the best cards Jason could have is a split up. Attack with the interrupters. Split up for untapped creatures. Throw away the knight. Still a very solid play if that was one of the options.
Yeah, but 2-turn clock in the air here is very important.
That's very, very tempting as well.
Although, Pete's got a board now.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not a bad board.
I'm also wondering how many Cauldron Vivvs do you think were left in? All of them? I mean, we see a Cauldron in the yard, so it definitely wasn't a take out everything in anticipation of this 4 high noon main dot deck, but I wouldn't be too shocked to see him trim a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think shaving down feels like it's, you know, almost like the default when you think your opponent's coming in for some serious hate.
Exactly.
That's the power of a deck.
Yeah.
You know, you could just take the Cauldron Vivv out entirely. It would still be a good deck.
Exactly, yep. Me, I do not side out those cards very often. Even in the, you know, the mirror, I think that's really where I side out the most. I would take out two Vivvs on the draw and none on the play. But outside of that, I'm like, this is a deck where I always want to maximize my busted thing I'm doing. And if your busted thing is getting hated out and you're not able to do it, you have so many ways to loot it away. I just leave in the good cards. Why not, you know?
That is definitely part of the power of having this much looting.
Yes.
You know, being able to play conditional cards, play these, you know, cards where you're not going to get stuck with them is huge.
Exactly. So here is the Warp on Quantum Riddler and Winter Night Stories to just have that beautiful combo. If you look at it like this, you just did 3 mana worth of stuff to draw 4 cards and discard 1. That card is called Brain Surge, and it's a modern staple. You know, and I mean, all jokes aside, this sometimes can be better than that, which just shows how powerful this combo is and really makes sense to me why Quantum Riddler has really caught on as far as last weekend. We saw a lot of decks that were just playing 4 in the 75, and the stock on Quantum Riddler, believe it or not, has skyrocketed.
Yeah, it's also just a card that's awesome in scrappy games. The game gets ugly, there's hate pieces everywhere. It's just a really good on-rate card.
Yep,
just play
agreed.
it, draw some cards, huge flyer. We got, is that a refute?
That is a refute, I believe. Counter target spell, draw a card, and discard.
That's cool.
Looks like this might be a negate coming back. And Pete will know this works because of the way that Jason tapped. That gave away a lot of information here.
Yeah, we got white, red up. White.
Tap the mountain. Just tap the mountain, you know?
All right.
Negate there, still has the Werefox available as Jason's play, and then a stock up, but everything's looking great from Pete so far. And, man, I want to go back to that last turn. I think if Jason got that anchorage there, I guess then you can't play a single thing.
Yeah.
You know, that is a little brutal.
With 7 mana, it's feeling a lot better.
Yeah. But then you do get to sack the map as well to put up a little defense, but you easily could just die. If Pete did the Vivv thing, the game could end, so I get it. But, man, it would look a lot better if Pete was at 6 here, huh?
There's a null discarded, a card that is, I guess, High Noon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
More targets for it. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I was only counting the Overlord, so.
Yeah, Pete saw the one target he needed there for a null. High Noon is definitely the perfect thing. So the Werefox is still face-up information. Now Profs gets to target something. If you target the FOMO, you're automatically taking that, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You want to diversify a little bit here, you know.
But if you do put the 8 counters on Mako, you can't really attack with FOMO because you can just put the Werefox out, double block.
Yeah, the cuteness here is that even if the Fox dies, Mach goes back as a 1/1, not a 9/9.
Exactly.
So not too shabby.
But we didn't even wait to attack here. You could have, you know, forced the action here if FOMO gets in here to untap.
Now
then you can double block.
You'll still get an extra combat step.
You will, but this FOMO won't be around.
But the Mako will.
But the Mako will. That's very true.
So when Werefox dies, if a double block, so if the double block doesn't happen, Jason takes 2, untap, do Profs again.
Yeah.
If the double block does happen, the Werefox dies, Mako comes back, and then second combat will happen. The Mako can't attack, but it will still get the counters from the Prof.
Okay. That is very true. Now, counterpoint. What if you take it and then take it again and then win the game on the crackback?
With Pete at 8, that does seem like a reasonable option. I mean, it can be take it, untap, say go.
It's still Jason wins.
Yep,
because the anchorage here. So as long as Jason just says, hey, I take this, and then whatever, if you attack again, you lose. So, wow, this is Jason going to be able to pull out this game as long as we animate that anchorage.
Just looking for a Leroy.
Well, I mean, you have to animate first and then Leroy, right? Isn't Leroy just get in there, not think about anything?
I think just slamming some lands and firing up the anchorage is not. There's no thinking involved there. Just boom.
Okay, all right.
Or that.
That'll do as well. Into the Flood Maw, and there is the attack to get across the finish line. And I got to say, Game 1 looked like Jason had it wrapped up. Game 2 looked like Pete had it wrapped up. And that's not how either of these games ended up. So, God, I love Magic.
That's just good TV, you know?
That's just good television right there. Jim, any kind of changes we would make? I would think we might see changes from Pete, as in like, oh, I'm learning more about the deck.
Yeah, for sure. I think Torch Tower looks pretty nice here. It would have looked pretty bad after Game 1, where the only creature that we saw was the 5/3.
Yeah.
But now seeing all of these 2/2s everywhere, Torch looks a lot more appealing. And yeah, you know, it's on Pete. You know, this matchup is more of a puzzle for Pete, where Pete's deck is pretty obvious. Pete might as well have an open deck list. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And so Jason's played against Pete's deck a ton of times already. I'm sure the plan's pretty set. But for Pete, this is just kind of, let's just figure out what is going on here. I've just gotten a whole lot of new information. Now I can go back to the drawing board. I'm going to be on the play, figure out how I want to tailor my deck to play against this very unique-looking Azorius deck.
Yep, and from what I saw from a glance there, Pete is bringing in red cards and taking out blue ones, taking out into the Flood Maws and bringing in torches. Why bounce what you can kill? I really like it. Smart stuff there from Pete, and I would agree. If I can look at the deck list here, Torch looks a lot better than Into the Flood Maw, but Into the Flood Maw is better against traditional Azorius control. So there's those little things that this unknown deck list is doing some work here. So
it's also interesting, thinking about playing around High Noon. Flood Maw is the way to end step, bounce the High Noon, untap, go off and do your thing.
Yeah.
The problem is Flood Maw isn't really good anywhere else in this matchup. So if Pete,
exactly medium.
if Pete is saying, listen, I can win these High Noon games, I'll just play my game, make sure I have some instant speed things to do on your turn, and go from there.
Yep, totally agree with you. All right, before we get into this third and final game of the match, let's talk about the sale that Star City Games is offering. They're always giving away these fantastic sales. And this time around, sales almost always end on Sunday night, so right before Monday. That's going to be 5% off all singles. Keep it as easy as that. StarCityGames.com/sale if you are interested in any of that. You like sales? You a fan?
What about Bloomborough signals? Are those on sale?
Those are part of singles, yes.
What about Time Spiral
Even Interrupter.
signals?
Wait, did I get it wrong? Did I do the joke wrong?
Is that card also on sale?
Yeah, it's on sale. Yeah. All right, we'll get back to the match here.
Shuffling up. Shuffle and cut and ready to roll. All right, so Peter's in the play here.
All right, so here we go. Game number 3. Going to be some big games. What's your prediction for this? You got a hot take for this game?
I think Peter being on the play is pretty important.
Yeah.
Being able to, the flash decks, the flash decks are a little bit similar to Dimir in that, like, if you can get under them, their cards get a lot worse.
Yeah.
But I don't think that they have as much comeback potential. Dimir has all the removal spells, kind of the really big flash spells, Enduring Curiosity, whereas the bodies here on Jason's cards are a little small. Mm-hmm. So I think if Pete's off to a good start, things are a little messy, but there are split-ups. There are things that are wrenching that too. And again, there is this lack of knowledge that Pete has. Pete doesn't know what's in Jason's deck. Is there split up? Day of Judgment. Is there Pinnacle Stargate? Ultima? Yeah. Who knows?
Exactly.
So
it could be anything.
Right. So a lot of the pressure here is on Pete to be able to kind of figure things out on the fly.
Agreed. And Jason had a little bit of some awkwardness there. I saw a glimpse of his hand. It was the old double island, triple Aven Interrupter. I think there was a Werefox in there, but the classic 2 islands, 6 pips of white style of hand, Yeah. It gets a little awkward.
It makes me a little surprised to see the Fabled Passage Bound Abyss, where when you have this dual land that only taps for 1 color on either side, it makes it harder to play these double pip cards like Refute and Interrupter.
Yeah, so you would think like more Foundries, more duels kind of thing?
Right.
Yeah, because, I mean, the one problem, no Steam Vents right now. That would go amazing in this deck. But, of course, Steam Vents would be even better in Isit Cauldron, so maybe fair that we don't have that one, huh?
I think that, like, if you're playing Passage, which is often a tap land, just play 4 of the Azorius Survival Land instead.
Oh, for sure.
Like, there are a lot of red sources. I didn't actually even notice the Sacred Foundries this time. There's 3 Sacred Foundry, 2 Mystic Monastery, and 1 Mountain. There are 6 plus Passage. There are 10 red sources in this deck for the activated ability on High Noon. That's commitment. That's commitment to the bit. I'm going to Lava Axe you. 5 damage. Taste it.
Jason is the hero that we all needed and deserved here. This is awesome. So, unfortunately, our hero is mulliganing down to 5 cards here, but looks solid. We have Split Up. We have Biza. We have 3 lands. Good enough, right?
Yeah, not bad for a 5.
Yeah, not bad at all. And Pete's hand didn't look amazing. It was solid. I saw like 4 lands and a Tursa. That's about all I glanced at, but this should still be able to compete.
I want to make it clear also that if Jason is the hero, Peter is definitely the victim. I mean, the villain, not the victim. Jeez. Yeah. Villain.
Definitely the villain here. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe the victim. We'll find out.
Maybe. We're going to find out for sure. All right, and there is a Sacred Foundry tapped, and a passes back.
FOMO.
One of my favorite cards in recent years. I love FOMO.
It really does everything.
It really does. It's like the 2025 Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Yep. This is the fun part of the Flash deck where, Jason's going to play a land pretty much every turn, just say go, and it's on Pete to figure out what is it.
Okay. So this is a spot where Jason has a Consult the Star Charts and has a Split Up in hand, and there's going to be 2 tapped creatures. So this could be great. The one choice Jason made here, though, that I want to make apparent before we see what happened, his lands were Foundry, Verge, and Fabled Passage. So his Fabled Passage is the only other land in hand right now, which could completely ruin his strategy here if we do not find an untapped land. But I'm pretty sure that was a High Noon that went to hand instead of the island.
I would be surprised.
It was. It totally was.
Oh, nope.
Well, we also have a High Noon, so it looks like we got High Noon and island.
All right. Well, that works out great.
Got High Noon as in we consulted for and then drew island, which is impressive. Okay, but that was huge. Now Quantum Riddler gets warped. And Quantum Riddler gets warped. I only see 1 card going to hand, so warp those out of here.
Welcome to Warp Zone, Peter.
And now this is exactly where Jason wants to be at this stage of the game. Empty battlefield, a decent life total, nothing crazy going on here. For a multi-5, you can't really hope for anything more from Jason's side.
This is where the strength of the Riddler comes in, though.
Oh, yeah.
Where, imagine Pete's next turn is just land, cast Riddler. And the next turn is land, cast Riddler.
Yeah.
Jason has to answer these things, but Pete's up on cards on every exchange. So Jason's already down on cards on the mulligans. That's why this card is so good.
Yeah.
It does the synergy thing. You tap it to win internet stories. Awesome. But it's just a good card when the games get scrappy, as they often do in post-board games.
And we keep talking about how this deck was played at the last Pro Tour, when Monstrous Rage was around, Corey Steelcutter, all that kind of stuff. The one thing it didn't have was this. Quantum Riddler, I think, was the missing piece to just put this deck over the edge. So without Riddler and losing Thrill Seeker, I don't think this is as good of a deck. It's probably still the best deck, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, this really solidified it for me. And the first time you play with this, the first time you draw 2, and then you play a FOMO when you have 2 other cards in your hand, you discard one of them and you draw 2. The first time I did that, I just started adding Riddlers to my main deck in sideboard. It's just so incredible as Biza comes down to gain 4 life and almost assuredly draw a card.
Yeah, pretty huge on the mulligan. This base is great for a number of reasons. It helps to unmulligan, helps draw a card, but it kind of stops what I was just saying, where if Basic comes in and now Basic is attacking, Jason can answer these threats 1 for 1. Pete might be going up a card or 2 here or there, but Basic's attacking.
Yeah.
And there's some sort of forward progress happening.
High noon, my friend.
Oh, howdy, partner.
We are living in a high noon world, and Jason does have a Werefox as the other thing I saw for interaction, and now the game changes a bit. Pete has a Spell Pierce, a couple of lands, and Spell Pierce gets a lot worse when high noon's in play, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and this is going to be cool. This is what I was saying, where hopefully Pete has altered his deck in a way where he can play on both players' turns and kind of play this high noon game with Jason.
Yeah. So here is the thing. Profs is going to be great. This Riddler is going to become a 5/7, but with a Werefox dealing with it, and then you protect it on your own turn, like, looks great for Jason. But that being said as well, Riddler underneath this style of creature is a liability.
Yeah, and this is where what I was saying. If Pete is able to play on Jason's turn, fire some removal spells, force out some counter spells, that's going to be cool, but you're right. The game is shifting a lot. 6 damage a turn is huge.
And, I mean, let's get real. We're at 5 less here if
Right.
we're Pete. We're at 9 right now. I mean, just talk about the, power creep of Lava Axe.
Don't talk about my boy like that, right?
I'm sorry.
Don't do Lava Axe dirty in front of me, okay?
Hey, I'm sorry. I take it back. Lava Axe is still the greatest card in Magic.
14-year-old Jim would be very upset with you.
I know.
To be fair, my other hot take when I was 14 with my 7th edition starter kit was the Counterspell was the best card of all time.
Yeah.
Because it can answer any card, even itself.
Wow.
That one holds up pretty good.
That one does hold up
right?
pretty good, yeah.
So I just brush my shoulders off a little bit.
Young Corey was playing 85-ish card decks before Yorion was a thing, just because I was like, why not just play more good cards?
Yeah.
So, we were on equal footing here, I think.
Yeah. My 4 Lava Axe, 4 Counterspell deck, yeah. Gotta get you.
The ultimate Isit deck. Yeah. You were ahead of the curve.
Yep.
Scholar on the stack, then the stack will be empty. So the ability, odd timing.
Doesn't really matter because Pete can't play spells anyway, so.
True, but that does change how he wants to discard. But
Sure.
Sure. I think Pete's hand is 4 land, Spell Pierce, and a Scholar. Vomit. That hand is horrendous for how much he's looted. And it looks like Jason Roberts on Azorius Control, in air quotes here, we don't even know what to call this. It's in Azorius Other for sure, is poised to be doing some good work here on a mull-to-5 on the draw up against the boogeyman of the format and in the hands of a great player.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Well, I'm kidding. Pete's great. Pete's excellent.
I'm going to go tell Pete exactly what you said after this, okay?
I'll tell him.
Okay. That's a good friend. So we're down to 8, which is an effective 3 with High Noon.
Yeah, Pete not being able to play a spell here on Jason's turn is backbreaking, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Pete's drawn really, really bad these last few turns.
And it did look like Pete did side out a lot of, the Into the Flood Maws, but, Into the Flood Maw would be good. It wouldn't be backbreaking because you could just block with the Riddler, but it doesn't kill Biza even, so here comes another Scholar, and, man, if there's a counterspell here, we are done.
Yeah, the red spells came back in, so some sort of Torch Tower or something like that could be pretty important. This is all right, a big resolve here for Peter. 2 fresh cards. Again, Peter is desperately looking for anything with the word instant on it, so Pete can play 2 spells a turn cycle.
Well, there's plenty in Jason's graveyard. You can just spot them out, you can just say those are some instants. Is that not what you meant, Jim?
That's not what I meant.
Okay. Gotcha.
2 profs gets discarded. Oh my God, this is really tough.
Oh no. And let's see. There is battle menu to be able to deal with the Scholar. 6 damage is in play. Oh, we're getting a 2/2 instead. I love it. Oh, battle menu, the all-star.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think that. This is another removal spell here, but either way, I think with the high unit play, this is a tough spot because now. Jason draws land 6, the game is over, and Jason's already ahead, too.
Yeah, destroying the creature felt safer to me, but whatever. Both of them get it done in this scenario.
Right, because once Pete goes to 5 or below,
there's nothing he can do, right?
Pete's deck has no way to remove High Noons.
To be fair, Tidebinder is a card, and it's not out of the realm to have that in a deck list here. Remember, closed deck list. Oh, and that is it. That is the hand. Jason Roberts takes it down with a deck firmly in the other category, and really, really impressive to see. We had Stoic Phoenixes. We had Werefox Bodyguards. We had battle menu to put 2 different 2/2 Vigilance creatures into play. This game had it all, Jim.
As a friend, I'm bummed. You know,
Yeah,
Pete's a good friend of mine. I'm making fun of him, but like I love Pete. So Pete's going to do great in this tournament. He's still X-1. But as a commentator, I'm ecstatic.
And a fan,
Mulligan to 5 against Vivv on the draw and still able to come through. And not to come through, like, that was a pretty solid win.
It was. It was pretty convincing for a mull to 5. You know, I mean, hey, had some nice draws off the top, but, you know, when his deck is all designed to be cards good against the best deck, I mean, we are going to be keeping a close eye on that amazing deck there, as that looked incredible. Automatically into day 2 as well. 6 wins. You're automatically locked in. So really impressive stuff. Any last words before we're heading out for the day?
Hey, we're done, right?
Yeah, we're all done. We got to go play some Magic.
We gotta go watch Reed and Ailey.
I need to go find that deck list.
Right.
And I need to go play it. Yes. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Absolutely. So that's going to do it for us. On the other side, you're going to be seeing Reed and Ailey bring you on home. And on the other side of this commercial, we're going to see our first deck tech of the weekend by Scott McNamara. We saw this match. You know, we saw this deck on coverage once. Didn't end up beating Isit Cauldron, but it is a really cool Simic Omniscience deck. Scott's always bringing the spice. So don't go anywhere. Check out this deck tech.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard here at Magic Spotlight Planetary Rotation, part of SCG Con Orlando. I'm Nick Miller alongside Scott McNamara, who is not playing Isit Cauldron this weekend.
That's right.
So we're going to get the lowdown on Simic Omniscience.
Yes, sir.
And this is a deck after my own heart. Anytime we get some Elvish Piper action, and then for this deck, this even does non-creatures, I am just all in. This is just a 20 years ago what I cared about in Magic, and you're doing all kinds of unfair stuff with it, not just putting in creatures into play. You're putting in Omniscience. How did you get to this build? Because there's a lot of Kona decks floating around.
Yeah, one of the cool things about the new set that came out, Edge of Eternities, was these station lands. The station mechanic is really sweet, and putting it on a land means that we get a way to enable Kona for 0 mana, for just putting a land in our mana base. So that was kind of the seed of the idea. A lot of people had this idea. The cool part about this is there's a station land in every color, and Kona is only single green. So there's a lot of options for how to go about building these Kona decks, and you saw the last couple weeks on Magic Online, a lot of people trying different Kona builds, cheating in big creatures, pairing it with Smuggler's Surprise to cheat them in as well. We're doing something a little bit different this weekend, where we're going to cheat in Omniscience instead and try to win the turn we get Kona into play.
And while previous standard formats saw cheating Omniscience into play as a route to victory, this one does it as well. Of course, teamed up with the Meringue River Regent. You have no win con that like wins on the spot. You set up a more deterministic win, right?
That's right, right. So similar to the blue-white Omniscience deck in the last format, we have the Meringue River Regent and Roiling Dragonstorm pairing. So once you have Omniscience in play, you get a Roiling Dragonstorm out, and if you have 2 Meringue River Regents, that's an infinite loop. You can play Roiling Dragonstorm as many times as you like, so you can draw as many cards as you want. And so instead of playing a win condition where we mill them out or we try to attack them all in one turn, we're going to put all of our Meringue River Regents in play in one turn, pass the turn with counter spells at the ready, and that's usually good enough to win most game ones.
Cool card we have here from Edge of Eternity, Chart the Stars. Consult the star charts.
That's right.
Excuse me.
That's right.
This is probably one of the bigger players of Edge of Eternity showing up in control decks, but also enabling the combo decks like this alongside Stock Up as a way to guarantee you find your pieces.
Yeah, I mean, Stock Up and Consult the Star Charts are some of the best card selection we've had in Standard in a really long time. The benefit of something like this, we don't have to put Omniscience into our graveyard like the Omniscience deck last format did. So we get the opportunity to play cards like Stock Up and Consult that aren't really doing anything with your graveyard, but they're really good at putting A plus B together just in your hand. That's exactly what this deck is trying to do.
Then another issue with the Kona decks is often, yes, you get your free enabler to tap it, but then the thing has to survive to your second main phase. How are we doing that with this deck?
Yeah. So, you know, Omniscience could be cheated from the graveyard last format. We don't have that, which is kind of a good thing. The graveyard is not a great place to be right now with all the Cauldron floating around. So it's nice to just cheat it out from your hand, right? And how do we protect it? So we have Dispelling Exhales, a normal counterspell. If you have 6 mana up, you can play your Kona and protect it with a counterspell. But the sweet one is Lost in the Maze. Lost in the Maze is kind of obscure enchantment from a couple sets ago. It's 2 blue and X for a flash enchantment. When it comes in, you can put stun counters on creatures equal to X, and very important, it has a static ability that tapped creatures have hexproof. So what we can do with Kona is play Lost in the Maze on turn 3, for example, and on turn 4, if we already have a station land, we can play Kona. They don't have an ability to respond to it once it's in play. We can immediately tap that to a station land. Bam, it's got hexproof, and they have no opportunity to respond. So that's kind of a cheesy way to make Kona happen all in one go, even if they have an Abrade up or a Torture Tower or whatever.
Yeah, and nice that it's also a defensive tool in matchups where maybe you can play longer and you need to slow them down.
Yeah.
It has utility there.
Exactly, because a card like Blossoming Defense seems like, 1 mana protect your guy. That might be kind of good in a combo deck. This is so great because it's versatile as well. If I have 4 mana, I can tap down both their creatures, buy myself some time, and then it'll stay in play for me to be able to combo the following turns. So really sweet find on that one.
You've also got the Bloomvine region here. You
Yes.
say that's just to gain infinite life to set up a you can't lose scenario.
Yeah. So Bloomvine region is like kind of a reasonable fair card as well in this deck. It's a dragon. You can use it as a cultivate effect to get extra lands in play. But also when you're going infinite with that Moraine, River Regent, Roiling Dragonstorm loop, as soon as you find your Regent, you get infinite life, and a lot of decks and standards just can't beat that right now. So yeah.
Isit Cauldron is the name of the game this weekend. 30% of the day one field.
Yeah.
You have to think of that deck when you pick a deck other than that coming into day one.
Of course.
How do you feel the matchup is, and what does this deck do to that deck that makes you kind of want to sleeve this up?
Yeah, what it does to that deck is ignore it. That deck is awesome, really, really good, an incredible fair game and a combo element. One of the ways you can beat that type of combo deck is play a bigger combo deck. There's always a bigger combo deck, and the bigger one is generally going to be favored in that matchup. So a lot of times what happens is they can do their thing, they can build a big board, but we're going to untap and kill them as soon as it's my turn. So I've been liking the Vivv matchup, despite losing it to it on camera today. I do enjoy the Vivv matchup, and it's one of the reasons I felt justified bringing it this weekend.
Yeah, and when you talk of a bigger combo deck, it's hard to go bigger than Omniscience.
Yeah.
Typically, that's the top of the totem pole.
Right. A lot of these Kona decks are putting like Valgavoth into play or some big creature. We just want to play Omniscience, put it into play, and win that turn. Yeah.
Anything else we're missing here in the main deck that we should call out? I got to say, Cavern Soul's MVP against the blue-white deck usually.
Yeah, Cavern's nice. A lot of blue decks in the format, right? So a lot of counter spells floating around. Cavern's also nice with our fair game plan of just casting Moraine River Regent. That's a totally reasonable game plan, and it helps enable that as well. One quick thing I want to mention here in the main deck, Unauthorized Exit. Kind of a mediocre interactive piece, just bounce spell with a little bit of card selection, Surveil 1 on it. Just something to buy us a little bit of time and just to bounce that Cauldron, give you that key turn to untap and combo them.
Sideboard here, 4X, Heritage Reclamation.
One of the best cards against Vivv, yeah.
Almost every green deck has some number of this card.
For sure.
Some counter spells, but I want to talk about this Bloomburrow card.
Yeah.
Dread.
Almost.
Do it for me.
Dream, Do, Entrancer. Yeah, there you go. Dream, Do, Entrancer is a really nice one. Something that I was a big fan of the Otters deck last format, and I played this card in my sideboard. Loved it against the red decks. I think Screaming Nemesis, little red creatures, three stun counters is a ton. It's also great against Dimir because it's got reach. So I really like Dream, Do, Entrancer, and it pairs nicely with the other kind of mid-range threat that we've got here in Fecund Greenshell, which is another Bloomburrow card that also is a big creature, 4/6, and has reach and gets value when it comes into play. So we like these cards against the Dimir deck or the really, really interactive decks where we can move away from some of the combo pieces and just play big creatures and try to block.
All right, well, this deck looks like a hoot.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're having a solid start. You're what, 3-1 so far?
3-1 so far, yeah.
All right, well, you were a runner-up at the first Spotlight Series event we had this year. You would like to one-up that by one place, I would imagine.
That would be amazing, yeah. Who knows if this is deck to do it, but I'm going to have a great time giving it a try. So.
All right, Scott, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard.
Absolutely.
Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Orlando.
Thanks.
everybody, and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Planetary Rotation here in Orlando, Florida. Great to have you along with us. I'm Ailey Loney. This is Reed Duke, and we are going to be with you until the end of the broadcast today to see who of our players can end the day undefeated and who needs to, you know, duke it out there a little bit at the end in the final rounds of the day here to make it through to day number 2 and secure their spots in the top 8, or at least work towards that as we get going. Reed, so far, you enjoying the action?
Yeah, it's been great. You know, we knew that the storyline of the event was going to be around Isit, Vivv, Cauldron. Yeah. I think everyone, all the competitors knew that that was going to be the deck to beat, the most popular, and it has lived up to its reputation from what we've seen on camera, and also some people have been successful in finding some ways to attack it.
They certainly have. We've seen some very interesting 6-0s that probably the Vivv decks were not prepared for, but let's take a look now at our players here, our standings as they are currently. You know, we see a smattering of other decks there amongst all the Isit Cauldrons, so mono red aggro, we've got some Azorius control, Dimir mid-range, you know, a bunch of different archetypes making their way up there at the top of the standings, and a turtle as well, which I quite like.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very nice.
So, you know, pretty much what we expected. The Isit Cauldron decks are going to be bubbling to the top as the best players with the best deck in the room statistically are going to make it to the top of the standings.
Yeah, so of the non-Isit decks, mono red seems to be showing a disproportionate amount of promise. It was not the first or the second or the third most popular deck, but it seems to be rising to the top, bubbling to the top as well, along with the Cauldron. Dimir and Azorius Control, those were some top contenders. They're kind of hanging in there with their proportional representation. And I think we're still going to have some opportunities to see some brews.
Yeah, I'm super excited to show in a couple of extra other brews. Let's take a look at page 2 here of the standings and see if any of the outlier decks have made it on here. I see a Golgari mid-range hanging out there. That's your cup of tea,
I know who I'm rooting for.
Raphael, you just got a new fan here. But, you know, a little more of the same here as the first page of standings that we saw. So 3 more rounds to go until these players know their fate, if they're coming back to play tomorrow or if, you know, they're going to do some on-demand drafts, kind of like how you did yesterday.
Right, yeah. So to put it, you know, to recap, if you're watching at home, the primary objective for the players is to achieve 6 wins, which lets them play tomorrow. However, records do carry over. So the people who are 6-0 already, they're not off the hook yet. In fact, you could make an argument that their matches start to count even more, because if you can get into day 2 in that 8-1, 9-0 position, then you start making a run for top 8.
Yeah, and you know, you would love to start almost ahead of everyone else in that regard, because you have a loss to give, perhaps, but you don't want to do that. You just want to keep winning, you know?
That's the best. That's the best way to navigate through tournaments. Just keep winning and don't worry about it.
You want to be good at Magic, just win. Pro tip. We do have some other cool decks to show you in our feature matchup this round coming up. We're going to be checking out a Simic aggro and a mono red aggro deck. Now these players are X and 1s, I believe, you know, so they have had a loss, but while we still can, we want to check out some of the innovation in the room. The Simic aggro deck is quite interesting to me. We'll give you a quick rundown of what's in the list, what we can expect to see as the players are shuffling up and getting ready to go. This little bug, Genomorph, Imago, I have lost to this so many times in Limited.
Yeah.
This thing slaps.
That's sort of a trick that I use, which is if something is so overpowering when you play with it in Limited, it's nice to ask yourself, like, okay, can this make it at the next level of competition, like in competitive constructed? And there are actually several cards that we're going to see in this Simic aggro deck that fit that bill. Genomorph Imago is definitely one of them.
Our players are ready to rock and roll, so let's jump on down to the feature match area, and let's find out if we're going to see some bugs and plants lit on fire by the mono red deck here in the hands of Antonino De Rosa, Joe Pinaccio up at the top of your screen. These are 5 and 1, so still in a very good position here, heading into the later half of day one.
For sure. So, Ailey, we've talked about the decks, but the players, too. I really enjoy seeing both Antonino and Joe in the feature match area. These are both old school guys that I played with a lot in the old days.
What's the old days here? You got to give us a decade.
Well, Antonino is like he was the old days when I started playing in the old days. So he's been around an awfully long time. Joe is more like he got started around my era in the 2010s. But something really cool that these two players have in common is that they've both represented the United States at the on the world stage in big tournaments. So Antonino was national champion in the early 2000s, and Joe was part of the national team, over a decade later.
That's really cool. Obviously, Magic has changed in how it does high-end events. Team events used to be a thing. Actual countries fighting out against each other also was a thing. So plenty of history in Magic to look back at, and cool to see two, as you call them, old school players showing up here to play. We've got some wabbits on the battlefield here. Hopefully some squished rabbits if you're Antonino, but looks like we're just going to get some Screaming Nemesis going here alongside the Hired Claw to get that damage going.
I like matchups like this that, compared to a lot of other decks we've seen, we covered Isit Cauldron versus Omniscience or, whatever big flashy over-the-top matchups. This is going to be very combat-centric. So mono red, pretty straightforward, trying to attack your opponent's life total as quickly and aggressively as possible. Now, the strength of this Simic deck is going to be its ability to just put a massive amount of power and toughness onto the battlefield very quickly. So I think what we're going to see is Ant coming out ahead, dealing some damage, getting Joe as low as possible, Joe stabilizing the battlefield, and then we'll answer the question of, can Antonino push through with burn spells, flying creatures, Screaming Nemesis, whatever he has available to him?
Yeah, definitely able to put up some big blockers here is Joe. Antonino going to have to be careful, though, what he tries to remove and when, because of the Paw Patch Recruit and the Offspring, being able to put counters on stuff when targeted. So now it's a fun way of, how do I get around these creatures? I don't want to have to deal with them. I just want to hit you.
Yeah, he also has to sweat his own life total because those Imagos, it's pretty easy for them to unload 6 flying damage per turn. So if Joe feels like he has the luxury to attack, he can put Antonino on like a 2 or 3, perhaps 2 turn clock. And that's actually a pretty good technique. I think a lot of players, when they play this style of matchup, it's, whoa, I'm against mono red. Let me pump the brakes, be purely defensive, keep my life total as high as possible. But every once in a while, if you can attack them back and make them worry about expending all their resources aggressively, it can be a situation of the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah. And the best removal is player removal.
Whoa, okay.
Ooh.
Triple block on Hired Claw. So this is currently
Feisty.
a 2/3, able to grow into a 3/4.
Up against the 1/3s and the Imagos.
It's a good block from Joe because if Ant chooses not to invest any resources, the Hired Claw is just going to trade down against the Paw Patch Recruit. And if Ant wants to do better and kill off one of these Gene Morphs, he has to spend half of his turn with 2 mana there, and still he'll lose the Hired Claw.
Damage, no combat tricks, just happy to trade the rabbit for the lizard. And Joe goes down to 7, not interested in blocking our Nemesis friend here. Does he have any 5? Oh, okay. There's the Scalding Viper we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, that's if you might be wondering why Ant has a blue-red dual land in his otherwise mono-red deck. It's for the corner case where he's going to use the Adventure on Scalding Viper.
Yeah. Steam Clean is what it's called. Returning a non-land permanent to its owner's hand, so it's one way to just clear the way a little bit here for the Screaming Nemesis. In for 4. Oh, nice. Before damage dealt, Curiosity jumps out, gets some extra cards and an extra body in the way. Man, now Joe's just like, all right, chump blockers, please. I don't want to hit this guy for too much, because then you start getting into like lightning strike range and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a great point. The
Burst
Screaming
lightning.
Nemesis is a bit tricky for the Simic deck that doesn't have a lot of removal, and honestly, some of that removal comes in the form of Bushwhack, which is a fight. Very, very painful way to deal with Screaming Nemesis.
Ooh, Tersa. Tersa Light Shatter. I'm gonna chuck a couple cards in the bin. Turn things sideways. So in for 6. If the Screaming Nemesis takes damage, it deals that much damage back to the, or anywhere, basically.
By the way, that Scalding Viper is on an adventure. A rabbit token got steam cleaned earlier, so pretty effective use of that corner case to get rid of a problematic token.
A rabbit got steam cleaned. Don't take your rabbits to the dry cleaner, please, friends. So just happy to trade Tersa with the Endearing Curiosity, which will come back as an enchantment. He's down to 4. Did he block?
He traded the Curiosity against the Tersa
Yes.
and took the damage from the Screaming Nemesis.
And there we go. Land trigger, we got 6. Nope. 5 lands here, so this is just becoming a base power 3/3. An interesting matchup here. Soulstone Sanctuary gonna get in here alongside the Gene Morph for 7.
Yeah, a nice attack there, because this means that if Joe, well, if the Soulstone Sanctuary survives a turn and Joe finds a 6th land, he threatens a flying lethal attack. But that Screaming Nemesis quite tricky, as that's guaranteed to deal at least 1 damage, and if there's a lightning strike or a variety of other threats. That's the Nova Hellkite.
Oh yeah, there you go, that'll do it. One of the cool art variants thereof, an easy way to kill off a Llanowar Elf. 3 mana, you get a hasty 4/5, and you get to kill things, so can't be mad about that.
I mean, 3 mana for 4 damage to a player is a pretty impressive rate already, and then on top of that, getting to kill off a dork and or cast it as a dragon later. It's just a nice card.
It's so sweet. You know, the first time I saw that, let's take a look at the sideboards here from our players. The first time I saw the Hellkite, I was so excited for it. I was like, oh man, this is just a great card. You know, it kind of feels like I forget the name of the dragon from Kaladesh. Was he Kaladesh?
Kaladesh was the Glory Bringer.
Yeah, Glory Bringer. Yeah. Kind of reminiscent of that. I was just like, yeah, it's cheaper. You get to kill a thing, and you hit your opponent for 4. What more do you want? So, great to see him make his way into these decks, and rightly so. I think he deserves a spot. Sideboards.
All right. So the first card that jumps off the page is Unable to Scream from Joe. That can answer some of those problematic threats that he was not prepared to deal with in Game 1, like Screaming Nemesis. Scavenging Ooze is a nice one against mono red, get that life gain. And also, you know, I'll just note that there's 53 creatures between these two decks. So, even without any tricky graveyard synergies, like just through the course of a normal game of Magic, creatures are going to attack and block and get killed, and that thing can definitely have some food to work with.
What about for Antonino's side of things?
Well, it's a good question because it depends on how he wants to approach the matchup. So he could take, he could treat it like a mid-range mirror where he's going to bring in stuff like Case of the Crimson Pulse for the long game staying power. He could value Reach where he says, all right, well, at a certain point, I'm not going to be able to attack anymore, so maybe I turn to Sunspine Links to try to get my opponent dead. Or he could just say, you know what, it worked in game 1, I'm going to keep my primary game plan intact.
Yeah. Because I don't suspect a lot of the mono red players were expecting Simic aggro represented too much here this weekend.
Antonino has one of my favorite all-time Magic quotes.
Yeah.
Which, remember, he was an old-time player, so when I was getting my start, he sat me down. He said, "Reed, listen, Magic is about vision." And that's the way he plays. He's like, I'm not going to follow a script. I'm just going to kind of have an idea in my head of where I want this game to go, and I'm going to make it happen. That's the talent of like an old-time master like Antonino.
Nice. Alrighty, friends. If you would like to join us at a future event, please do so. We have one coming up in October. It is going to be SCG Con Houston. We got the regional championship happening there, October 17 to 19. It is going to be Modern for the regional championships, and we're going to be streaming it on YouTube. So visit starcitygames.com/SCGCon to get more information on that, and come and check out a bunch of the side events there too. We have CEDH 5Ks, Modern 5Ks, RCQs, Pauper 1Ks, Mystery Booster sealed events, all that good stuff. You ever done a Mystery Booster event? You opened a Mystery Booster?
I have opened a Mystery Booster. I think that's as far as I've gotten. Maybe I did a Chaos draft that involved one Mystery Booster, something like that. But they're good fun. I mean, there's some cool stuff. And
absolutely.
And the important thing is you never know what you're going to get.
This life is like a box of chocolates, something, Forrest Gump. Yep.
Indeed.
Chaos Draft is awesome. And the new pick 2 formats, if you're more into limited, like, it's also great. You just need 3 other friends, get some packs, pick 2 cards, and, have at it. So
I like that because I've never been able to get 7 friends.
No.
7 friends is just like...
It is literally like herding cats.
Who am I, you know?
Yeah. Who has 7 friends nearby at one time besides at like a Magic Con or whatever,
But 3 maybe I could do.
Yeah, easy. Alrighty, game 2 underway here. Antonino up a game. Picking up the victory with the Nova Hellkite Frank. Okay, sorry. I must tell you a story about Frank. Frank is a fanatical firebrand, right? I named him Frank. This was the first card I think I probably ever cast when I learned to play Magic online. I asked for help from Twitch chat, and they were like, yeah, build this deck. This was when like Hazoret was all the rage when I started playing. And Frank, the Fanatical Firebrand, is probably the first card I cast, and I love him, and he explodes and blows things up. So, yeah, it's got a special place in my heart, this little monkey.
Yeah, it's a great one. Again, I've said it a few times so far on the broadcast, but the fact that mono red as an archetype is opened up. It used to be a few months ago, every red deck would start with, 4 Heartfire Hero, 4 Monstrous Rage, 4 Manifold Mouse, 4 of this, 4 of this, 4 of this. And then, by the time you're done, you have maybe 5 or 6 slots to customize and make your own. Now all of that is out the window. So people generally know what an aggressive red deck is trying to do, but there are no rules and there's no template for what you have to do in terms of your card choices. So we have a wide range of mono red decks appearing in this event. And, so far Ant is the only one I've seen playing with Fanatical Firebrand, but it's a great choice, especially when he goes up against a Llanowar Elves deck in the 5-1 bracket.
I wonder, did the Beastbinder attack there? Because if it did, then Frank is now a 2-2 with no abilities. But Nova Hellkite joins the fray here and dings off the Llanowar Elf in for 4. Ouch.
It's bad news for Joe. So he started the game. He went Botanical Sanctum, Bushwhack for a Forest. Then he played Llanowar Elves on turn 3 with no land drop. So he has a land light hand.
Yep.
It's not a matchup where he can count on Llanowar Elves sticking around to produce mana. It's also not a matchup where he's going to have a lot of time to draw out of an awkward hand. So I think this is bad news for Joe.
Yeah, pretty good start here for Ant. And the other reason I love Fanatical Firebrand in his deck is he's playing O'Hare Ashenil, which is the god from Ixalan. So if you would deal 1 damage while this is on the board, well, you're going to deal 4 damage instead, which is, equal to O'Hare's power. So Frank suddenly starts shooting bazookas.
Wow, that's very cool.
Yeah. Razorkin Needlehead as well. Boom, boom, boom. But, by that point, I'm pretty sure the opponent's dead, so maybe we don't get to see all the fireworks. I do hope we get to see O'Hare Ashenil, though. That would be sweet. Oh, unable to scream. Okay. So the little hissy gets told to sit down. So much just incidental damage in this deck. I love it. So even if he does get a massive board.
There you go.
Ooh, hello. Yeah, don't worry. A lot of people have to read that guy. And even when you read it, sometimes you get it wrong. Because it's like,
it's got a backside too. Nobody knows what that does.
It's a land that I don't know what it does, but you can flip it back if you deal a certain amount of damage, I think. But no one cares about the backside. We're just here to deal some damage. Now, is Frank explosive or not? Let's see. I don't think so. I think this is Beastbinder probably got in again. Just to avoid that, but... Ooh, never Hellkite. So 1 damage on... Oh, before attacks, looks like we're going to into the Floodmaw. O'Hare.
Yeah, in response to the Nova Hellkite trigger,
sure.
In fact.
So before it bounces, Frank gets in there. Explodes Joe down to 8, in for 4 with the Hellkites, and this is looking terrible here for Joe. I think it's going to be a pretty quick matchup here for Antonino. Okay, so Dragon is told to sit for a turn. Sentinel, the name is City, hits the board. Joe is in big trouble. Get a map token alongside the Sentinel.
He didn't use the map right away, which does mean we should maybe give him credit for having a 1-mana instant speed play, like another Into the Floodmaw.
So 2 blockers, 2 attackers. They're not feeling like themselves currently. And that is gonna do it. Just a good old fireball to the face. Burst lightning, I believe. So GG to Antonino, picking up the win there. Just good old burn, huh? Good old fashioned burn.
Good old burn, yeah. I mean, that's the ability of that deck to capitalize on a stumble is, again, one of the appeals. Like, the first game was close, scrappy, and had to play pretty carefully to navigate that one to a close win. The second one was more of a freebie. You have a fast clock, very unforgiving deck. You punish the Llanowar Elves, and before you know it, you're on to 6-1 in day 2.
Everyone was so hyped about Llanowar Elves coming back with Foundations, and I'm just sitting there going, why? Everyone's playing removal for all of the 1/1s in the format. Why do you think it's going to live? It's not going to live.
Yeah, it is true. There's a lot of ways to punish it, and then if you can't count on the Llanowar Elves, you kind of like build your deck and game plan around it. If it doesn't work out, sometimes you wind up having a game like Joe had there.
Yeah.
But hey, he's still having a successful day, 5-2, right on track to make day 2. So good luck to both of our competitors.
We do have another match for you here in our feature match area, so let's jump down and go and check it out. Not sure just yet who we're seeing. You're going to find out at the same time we do. Raynor Kuang up against Peter Bora. Probably massacring your surnames. I apologize. As we got, mono black aggro versus mono red aggro.
Yeah,
Let's go.
a deck we have not seen yet, mono black.
Yeah. I was curious about this when I was going through the submitted decks last night. I was like, okay, who's got this? Who is playing what? And this one tweaked my interest for sure. Here we go. Razorkin Needlehead. He's going to punish draws here for Raynor. Oh, this is a Sunset Saboteur deck. Sweet. Oh, there's so much silly stuff in this list. A lot of players, well, a couple players playing Dimir midrange have been introducing the Sunset Saboteur to the list, which I think is just awesome because, you know, you get an even faster clock. And if you're giving counters to your opponent, who cares? You're going to kill their stuff anyway. So I like that a lot.
Absolutely.
So doing a good job there of taking care of the Needlehead, but a replacement shows up in its place.
Very intrigued by this mono black deck. It's got a lot of cool stuff going on.
It sure does. Shout out to everyone bringing cool brews this weekend. Oh, playing cards. There's a couple cards in here. I'm like, what's that do? Burnout Bastronaut is the other card on the battlefield there. Cares about speed. It has Menace, which is handy. And it can pump itself up, so. Gets double strike if gets up to 4.
Okay, so that's Corpses of the Lost.
Ah, yes.
So is this, do you happen to be many undead creatures in Raynor's deck? I don't know if it's a specific theme, but yeah, skeletons you control get +1/+0 and have haste.
Yeah, he's got Tiny Bones in here, both variants thereof, the 1-drop and the 2-drop. Forsaken Miner, which is another cool little, comes back every single time you commit a crime. Yeah, there's some sweet things in here. So this is the one whenever you descend, not ascend. Whenever you descend, you pay a life and you get it back to its hand, and then you just keep making corpses. Well, yeah, corpses, skeletons. That's sweet. So plenty of creatures for Peter to deal with here. But doing a good job of picking them off so far and getting the life total down to 11 at this point. Three annoying creatures. Here's the Sunset Saboteur, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
It looks different upside down.
Unfortunately, it doesn't match up particularly well against any of Peter's creatures.
Oh, no.
Trading that thing against a Screaming Nemesis is a tough way to do it.
Yeah. And the Razorkin has first strike on his turn, so yeah. Menace hurts. Will just kill me. Oof. So 3, 6, 7. He takes. Gosh, down to 4. I think we're going to game 2 here pretty quickly. Yowza. All right. So, pretty powerful start there for Peter Bora on mono red aggro. Take a look at the side points here as the players have a good chuckle about that game. Let's see, what are we looking for? Okay, there's Karsi Revenant for Raynor. Some life gain there.
Yeah, sure. You know, anything that says life link or gain life is a pretty good bet against mono red. So I would expect the Karsi Revenants and the Preacher of the Schisms to come in. So Raynor maybe shifting along the spectrum from game 1 where he's aggressive with lots of, you know, high power creatures that can't block, whatever it might be, to sliding down to become more of like a pure black mid-range deck where he can use removal spells backed up by one of these hard-hitting 3-drops to control the game against mono red.
And the other side of things, much changing for Peter, do you think, or no?
Well, you got to keep in mind, like, Raynor has a pure homebrew deck. So the only thing Peter really knows is that, my opponent played a Corpses of the Lost that I probably had to read for the first time. I saw 3 swamps. I have no clue what's going on. If I were in his position, I would try to include a healthy suite of removal spells, maybe anticipating some of that, some of those black life-linking creatures like Karsi Revenant or perhaps the new 4/4 lifelink whose name is escaping me, the Elegy.
Oh, yeah, Elegy
Acolyte.
Acolyte, yeah. That card's pretty cool. I've died to it often in Limited for sure. But 4 mana in this economy? Who should think is Sheoldred?
Yeah, any time in the past several years it would have been Sheoldred, but finally Sheoldred the Apocalypse has exited the format.
The apocalypse is over. For now. Who knows? She might be back. Magebane Lizard, such a cool little inclusion for the red decks.
Yep.
As Percy Fang rocked that in the last event that he won. He's won a lot of them with mono red. And this guy played a big part.
Yeah, it's so funny, the parallels between the previous standard format where there was a very different Isit deck that was dominant. There was a very different mono red deck that people brought as a foil to Isit. And same thing, same dynamic playing out here in Orlando.
At least with this mono red deck, you can block and hopefully not die. You don't get monsters raged out of nowhere, which is a nice change.
Correct. I'd probably be looking at Case of the Crimson Pulse if I was Peter, because, any black deck, you might not know their exact configuration of cards, but you're going to expect a lot of trading. They're going to be killing your creatures, maybe making you discard. So in a game that goes long with a lot of resource exchanges, Case of the Crimson Pulse could be perfect.
Yeah. Red decks do tend to run out of cards, so that'll definitely help fuel the hand. Again, friends, we have plenty of events coming up this year, so come hang out. SCG Con Baltimore will be taking place October 24 to 26, so you can go from Houston the one week to Baltimore the next weekend, because why not? Come hang out. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. We're going to be doing Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. The format is standard. There'll be coverage once again on YouTube. Plenty of cool stuff to do. Artists, special guests, all that sort of stuff. And it's Spider-Man. It's going to be pretty big. There's a lot of advertising and money being thrown into the marketing for this one.
You and I will be there. Spotlight Series Spider-Man.
Yeah. Are you going to dress up?
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll leave that ambiguous in case it maybe if it intrigues some people enough to punch their ticket.
Yeah. I could be Gwenom or Spider-Gwen or something. I don't know. It's just because I'm blonde, so, There's so many Spider-Mans to choose from. There's like 10 variants of Sensational Spider-Man, I think it is. That's a lot of Spider-Mans.
There are a lot.
I'm going to get all their names wrong. Oh, it's Sensational. No, that's amazing. No, that's... I don't know what the other ones are, to be honest. I like Spider-Man, but... not so much into the comics as just the movies that I've seen.
It's a lot to keep up with.
Jeez, yeah.
Yeah, 60 years or something of Spider-Man comics.
Yeah. Once upon a time, I tried to get into comic books, but no, it didn't last very long. I was like, I don't have time for this, and they get expensive, so I'm just gonna stick to Magic cards, which is not cheap, but
I've definitely spent a lot of time in comic book stores.
Yeah, because that's fun.
Though usually the way it plays out is I just breeze past the comics and the sports cards right to the Magic the Gathering section.
Yep,
but it's all adjacent. It's all that same nerd stuff that we know and love.
Oh yeah. We love us some nerdy hobbies. What do we got here? Let's see what. Thank you, Reno, for holding your hand out so nicely for us. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. Let's go. Cecil.
I always, for 20 years, have said 30 years. Jeez, for many years I've said Cecil, but okay. I do believe it's supposed to be Cecil.
Okay.
So I'll just I just seamlessly switch between
Cecil, Cecil, whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
That guy, the Paladin, the Dark Knight, and then Redeemed Paladin. So he's going to do some of Peter's work here for him, though, which is a little concerning considering life total go low is bad against a mono red deck. So hopefully flip him and actually get to attack. On the board, first blood.
First blood for both
Yeah.
players.
Hey, Razorkin Needlehead. Alrighty, so in terms of life loss, Peter's going to be a little bit ahead here. Draw some extra cards. I think he should be at 17.
Yeah, should be 15 to 16 after the Cecil hit.
Yeah. Just because of the ding from Razorkin.
And is that Carsey Revenant? Yes,
Yes,
Carsey Revenant,
yeah.
3/3 flying lifelink.
So that's nifty. Handy critter to have on the board. Peter's going to want to find an answer for that pretty soon. 2 answers, in fact, if there's another creature on the board for him to renew onto. We'll get the life totals checked out and updated shortly.
Wow, attacking the 2/2 into the 3/3 lifelink. I wonder if that's fishy at all.
No, me? Combat trick? No.
Oh, I forgot you had a 3/3 lifelink. Oops.
14 to 16 now. Life totals go down. Let's make sure this Razorkin's doing his damage. There we go. Ding.
I think Peter missed a land drop. It's a little bit off screen, but he
Yeah.
seems to be not with as potent as a draw as game number 1.
Yeah, definitely not firing on all cylinders here. Kind of sputtering.
Raynor has
Hey,
20 swamps in his deck, and they appear to all be unique
that's
artworks
cool.
and additions. The first
Excellent.
person I saw do that was Autumn Burchett
Yeah.
in the Pro Tour winning mono blue deck.
Yes, yes, that was cool.
All right, Lightning Strike takes care of Carsey Revenant.
We've got some skellies going on there alongside Cecil. Who hasn't gotten too feisty just yet. That is such a weird lightning strike. It throws me off every time. Like, what is it?
Yeah, I guess I never stopped to process what's going on in that picture.
Something's getting electrified behind goblins. Yeah, it's Duretti in front and then... Okay. Doing the Sith Lord thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Turn passes back now to Raynor. Peter's having a bad time. Oof, another one. So what's that, a 4/4 now?
4/2.
4/2, yeah, it gives a buff. Just to the power. Yeesh.
And
Okay.
did you tell me that the Razorkin Needlehead has first strike only on your own turn?
Yeah.
So it's actually not a super effective blocker.
No. Definitely not something you want to be putting in the way, but if needs be, especially when you got 2 of these guys flying in here, you might have to.
When our colleagues were packing the coverage kit, they had all the tokens, legal and standard. They picked up the Skeleton Pirate. They're like, nah, there's no way we're going to need this one. We'll leave that at home.
Yeah. I'm sure someone in chat who's got more time and inclination to do this will tell us how many tokens are applicable in standard right now.
That's a great question. I wouldn't even, I mean, I could be orders of magnitude off if I tried to guess.
And it doesn't have to be like, oh, this one makes this 2/2 and this one makes that 2/2 bear. You know, just if it's 2/2 bear, it counts as one thing. Kind of like reprints of Shock. So if anyone wants to tell us.
But what about when it's like a bear soldier and a bear druid?
Yeah,
and
those would be different because they got different text on
one
them, so
bear
fine.
is mono green and one bear is blue green. And
Yeah, those are different bears. Sarkin has pitched up. A dragon has been beheld. There's a treasure there, and it's going to be cashed in straight away for Charring Bite. Nom, 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 nom. Take care of Cecil, get him off the board. Peter is fighting back.
so Raynor really wants to trigger that descend ability to
Yes.
pick up the Corpses of the Lost so that he's able to redeploy them and capitalize on his mana advantage, because this is sort of a classic Magic situation, mana screw versus mana flood. If Raynor can't keep his foot on the gas pedal eventually Peter's going to draw some mountains and have a full hand ready to deploy.
Yeah. I would rather be mana screwed than mana flooded. Nothing tilts me more than drawing land after land. Oh, okay. Well, that land is fine. At least it's something in the way. And we got our little...
Oh, it's so
2/2.
cool. It's a skeleton, so it gains haste.
Ew. Oh, gross. That is actually quite substantial. So what's that, a 5/3 and a 4/2? 5/3, 4/2. Yeah, that's not nothing. So Sarkin down, Miner down.
And then that counts as the descend, so he's going to
Yeah.
be able to pick up those Corpses of the Lost.
Hell yeah. Ugh, so next turn we got some more skellies coming. Just picked up the one though?
Just picked up the one.
Yeah, I didn't want to pay another life.
Doesn't want to pay another life. Maybe wants to keep the passive bonus around. Makes
Sure.
sense.
Also, what, only 5 mana at the moment? So probably, or 6 with the now dead Soulstone Sanctuary. There's land number 6. And in we go. With the Corpses of the Lost one more time. 2/2 Skelly coming in. It's now 4/2. Meow. Take 4. Oh, nice. Preacher of the Schism. And from the sideboard came to play. Might get a game 3 out of this. It's looking like that.
Yeah. Certainly I like Rainer's position.
Screaming Nemesis. Does that change anything? No, not when it's sitting on defense here. Karsi Revenant going to put the counters upon the skeleton and get in the air there, taking down Peter Bora. So, things tied up here. Game of peace between Raynor Kuang and Peter Bora. Mono black aggro doing some cool stuff. Sideboards, let's take a look at once again here as we go into our third and final game between these players. So Peter will get to be on the play. Just put your foot on the gas and hope for the best.
Yeah, I think so. I would, again, turn to the case of the Crimson Pulse. I would make sure I have maybe my Fiery Annihilation so that I can be well prepared against Preacher of the Schism and Karsi Revenant. But for the most part, it's the mono-red game plan. Just get some damage in.
Yep. Burn, baby, burn.
Sideboard cards we did see appear in game number 2. The Preacher, the Karsi Revenant. You got to imagine Long Goodbye and a couple of these extra removal spells are coming in.
As our players get through their sideboard, let's talk about some more events that we are doing this year. Later in the year, we're going to have SCG Con Las Vegas. This is taking place in November 21 to 23. It's the regional championship, but it's not just that. It's going to be modern, so if you qualify for the regional championship, cool, we'll see you there. But there's going to be plenty of other side events to be had, to be played. If you're into Commander, if you're into Limited, if you just want to get some signatures from cool artists, these events are awesome to do just that. So definitely come and check it out, and hope to see you all in Vegas in November when it's not stinking hot.
Yeah.
I prefer it then.
We've been in Las Vegas in the summertime the last several years, and
it's not nice.
Not the best time of year to be there.
The first time I went to Vegas, I walked out the airport, and it felt like I got hit by, I don't know what. It was just this wall, like you stuck your head in an oven. You know when you stick your head in an oven to check, what's going on in here? Boom. Yeah, and it was not pleasant. Like
I remember that too.
Degrees.
I walked out and I was like, oh, the heater must be broken in the airport or something. And oh no, that's just how it is everywhere here.
Oh, and it's so dry. Anyway, it's nice in November. Come visit us then. Alrighty, I think our players are ready to get game 3 underway here. Still plenty of time on the clock for them. We can have a chit-chat about stuff, plans for the end of the day. What's your usual ritual at the end of day 1? Assuming you've made day 2 and you're not, Disappointed and just want to go and sit in the corner.
Well, often you'll have some friends maybe who you don't get to see all the time, travel from out of town. So it's nice if you have opportunity to like go out to dinner, share some bad beat stories from the tournament, whatever, talk it over and debrief. But thing to remember about these events is it's a multi-day competition. So it's almost like you're running a race and you have to use your downtime like kind of smartly to make sure that you're well rested and in shape to compete the next day. So we're going pretty quickly at a good clip today, moving through the rounds, but there are some days it's like, hey, you don't finish playing till after 9 p.m. and
those are rough.
You got to start again at 8 or 9 the next morning. So you do what you can.
It's definitely a stamina testing endeavor, these events. Because, like, I don't play in big events like this. I don't have the time. I would love to. It'd be great. But you need to build up that resilience to be able to do this many rounds so often. Like, pre-releases, doing the 4 or the 5 rounds that some of the bigger ones do, those are exhausting. And I imagine these players have to do this for 8 or 9 rounds in a day. It's impressive.
Yeah, I find the rounds at the very end of the day can be challenging. I have trouble with the first round of day 2. Like, I always feel I'm not quite warmed up, not quite ready to play my best.
Groggy.
So yeah, all these little details about the tournament experience, I think people overlook it. It's you're watching at home. You're like, oh,
You're comfy.
I make Mythic on Arena. I play well. I know what to do. I know all these decks. I know what I'd be up to. Don't underestimate just the experience of a long Magic tournament. There's a lot to it that's different from just I can play a game of Magic well.
For one, you have to shuffle for yourself. That's exhausting in and of itself. Ooh, we're taking a peek. It's this intimidation tactics.
Okay, so it looks like Peter mulliganed to 6 on the play. He's going to lose his Nova Hellkite to intimidation tactics, which does mean the burnout Bastronaut's going to have to do an awful lot of work here.
I believe in you, buddy.
Or the top of his library.
Intimidation tactics is pretty good. Exiling a card? Nice.
Yeah, we've seen that sort of template a lot. Dreams of Steel and Oil was quite similar, but in these standard decks, almost everyone has a good number of very potent creature threats. So, yeah, it's very useful.
Speaking of Tiny Bones, the pickpocket. It's the board here. When it deals damage, you get to play things from their graveyard. No graveyard yet, but could be useful later. Notorious little thief that he is. So, both players, 1 and 2 drops on the board. And Corpses of the Lost, once again, start spitting out pirates. Oof. And the buff. Tiny Bones, a Death Toucher. The other skeleton, just a large lad. What do you prioritize killing here, if anything, from Peter?
Well, I would say the most obvious block is Razorkin in front of Token and Bastronaut in front of Tiny Bones. But this is a good spot for Peter to kind of slow down and think about what is my plan for the game? What does it look like if I wind up winning? Am I going to have to get lucky with the top deck? Am I going to have to try to race? Let that Cecil Dark Knight reduce both players' life total. So, yeah, it depends how you want to play it, and sometimes the face value move is not the one that you want to snap off right away.
Peter now turning things sideways as Tiny Bones taking care of the Bastronaut down and out. Sarkin hits the board. Don't think we have a Dragon to behold. That's recently drawn friendo here. I also like Peter's lands. Those are really pretty. I'm such a sucker for full art lands. Things go die-die. Tragic trajectory. Takes care of the Razorkin. And exiling the graveyard too. Strategic Betrayal. That's a sweet card too. You know, kill a thing and then exile the graveyard. Love it.
Yeah, very effective in this particular standard format where a lot of decks are using the graveyard. Well, Raynor has executed the mono black game plan of just kill, discard, neutralize all of the opponent's cards,
yeah.
and win with whatever's left.
Ooh, nice. Hello. Sissel Redeemed Paladin
All right.
comes to play. Let's see if he survives.
I'm pleased to see it once because that was sort of on my bingo card. Was I wanted to see Cecil transform and.
Jeez, nicely done. No answer there from Mono Red. Raynor found all the answers. So much gas in the tank there and just decimated whatever Peter tried to get going.
Yeah, the mono black aggro homebrew advancing to 6-1 and making day 2.
Sweet.
Very exciting.
Even the dice are excited about it, you see? Just like, woohoo, go mono black aggro. That's really, really cool. So kudos to Raynor, improves his record then to 6-1. So into day 2, it's got to be a pretty good feeling. Still a couple rounds to play though. And yeah, that's a really, really cool list. I love it. And also gets to play Arch Enemy's Charm. You know, 3 black pips is hard for any other deck.
I'm excited about that card. Yeah, I mean, he has only 1 copy. And for me, like, the appeal of a mono black deck is getting to tap into that card the way that you can just build in extra removal while at the same time having this flexible card that serves you in a variety of situations. It's so appealing.
Yeah, and such a sweetly built deck too. I mean, also playing the Rutgers Rakshasa, so you know, if there's a wide board on the other side, you just renew it and give all of your guys decay and they die.
Yeah,
Which
it makes
is so cool.
the decay counters makes people unable to block, which is great. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff going on with that deck, and you know, for all of the brewers out there, giving hope that even in this world with a dominant deck, the Isit Vivv Cauldron, you know, doing so well, climbing the standings, there are people who are doing it their own way.
Yeah, so kudos to all of y'all who are bringing your home brews to the Spotlight events. These are great events to do exactly that. You know, people from everywhere are here this weekend. As you mentioned earlier, you know, we've got people from Brazil here, we've got people from Japan here, so definitely worth the trip because, you know, besides thousands of dollars up for grabs for the winners of this event, spots in the Pro Tour, which is something that many Magic players aspire to, and this is one of, I won't say the easiest ways, but it's the easiest access.
Most direct,
It's free to come play. So just register on time, submit your deck, and then come play. Simple as that.
Yeah, they're really great opportunities. So, you know, if it's a good fit for you, if one's coming to your region, you know, check your schedule. The Magic Spotlight events, they're really fun.
Yeah, there are plenty coming up as well. You know, we got 2 in October, I believe, 1 in Houston and then in Baltimore. So if you're anywhere near those places, come hang out. Then later on, we got Houston as well. Did I say Houston? I did say Houston. We've got Las Vegas and then Atlanta in early 2026. So lots to do, lots to see. And if you just want to play at home, why not go and pick up some product from SCG, Star City Games. Edge of Eternities is available to order. There's also Spider-Man up for pre-order. If you want to sell your cards, you are able to do that. So yeah, definitely go check out starcitygames.com. See what's on the website. Lots of other games as well there for you. While we are waiting to see where we're going after this, friends, just want to say a big thank you as well to our sponsors for this weekend, Beckett and Dragon Shield. Thank you for sponsoring SCG Con. You can find your Dragon Shield products on the website as well. And there's a cool promo on this weekend for Beckett. If you want to get your cards graded, 50% off using the code STARCITY. So go and check that out and, yeah, get some of your shinies graded. Put them in a nice slab. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have plenty more action here from Spotlight Planetary Rotation. What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Spotlight Planetary rotation here in Orlando, Florida. SCG Con happening alongside this, and we're looking for some people to put into the Pro Tour. At the end of all this, it's still day one, obviously, as things stand. We are into round number 8, and yeah, we're going to start whittling some people out of the competition here, Reed.
Yeah, some people out of the competition, some people getting their 6th win to advance straight to day 2. But we're getting in the thick of it. You know, if you're competing and you've made it this far, it's a good job already, and just try to finish strong, get into that day 2 position. Let's
see our players who are in the best position currently on our standings. We've got, what, 5 undefeated players? 1 lone mono-red aggro player there amongst the undefeated Isit Cauldron players. So congratulations to them. Hopefully one of them may end up undefeated at the end of all things here. And looking down as we go, we got a couple more mono-red aggros, Dimir midrange, Azorius control. There's the Golgari midrange player holding strong there, number 12.
Yeah, for sure. I'm rooting for Raphael, you know, both specifically as a Golgari player, but also just as like sort of a non-top tier deck making it this far.
I mean, that deck is probably in the other category when you look at the metagame breakdown for this today. But let's take a look here at page number 2 of our standings, just to see if there's any of your friends you're looking out for, hoping to see make it through to day number 2. All these players are sitting in a very good position. All of these players are in already and looking good towards the top 8. So that's the next thing that they can start focusing on.
Hao Shan Huang, we watched him on coverage earlier with the really cool Teamer Battle Crier combo. We saw him almost
so close.
notch a win, but clearly off camera he's been doing work, 6-1 record. Brantley Lockwood, 4-color control, we're interested in that. But
Sweet,
an awful lot of Isit Cauldron. This deck is, look, it's the most popular deck. It's the best deck. It's disproportionately chosen by strong, competitive, experienced players. So, as you've been saying, we're expecting it to bubble to the top as the tournament progresses. Other than that, Mono Red has impressed me. It seems like Mono Red is performing admirably. Dimir and his Dimir midrange Azorius control, which were our 2nd and 3rd most played decks. Those seem to have like proportional performance, you know, a couple copies showing up in our top 32 when we looked at the standings there. And then, keeping an eye on which brews are going to be successful. Golgari midrange, 4-color control, Teamer Battle Crier, what'll it be? We saw Mono Black.
Yeah, that was sweet. Mono Black deck making an appearance here at our top tables. So, you know, tomorrow at the beginning of the day, once we crunch all the numbers, we'll be able to give you a metagame breakdown of who had the best conversion rates as we go. Our feature match has just been handed to us, so we'll be able to jump into that very soon. Ooh, and it looks like we get to see some Golgari in action. We've got Raphael Kenji Marquez Nishiyama up against Riku Kumagai. For your viewing pleasure, dear friends, as soon as they're ready, we will jump down there and get going. But let's have a look at this Golgari mid-range list here. We're just going to chat about it and see what they are up to. Okay, so playing Ouroboros, that's the first thing I spot when we jump in here. Also playing Cecil on turn 1. There's the Elegy Acolyte we mentioned. This is just like a collection of good cards.
It's just good, honest magic. You know, it's just some removal spells, Llanowar Elves to power out big threats, a few copies of Unholy Annex to, you know, make sure you keep the gas flowing as you get into the long games. But, just very, very classic mid-range strategy, trying to use a couple of well-placed disruptive elements, duress, removal spells, and just put your opponent on a quick, resilient clock.
I love all the one-of-fun of removal spells. We got a Long Goodbye, a Bitter Triumph, we got Intimidation Tactics, 2 duress, Shoot the Sheriff at the end. So, it's just like, what removal do I want today? Why not everything?
Yep.
Love it.
Well, that's what I always say, you know, when deck building, if you're undecided between 2 options that seem pretty close, split the difference. Then, you know, if you draw them both, you get to line up the right tool against the right job, makes your sideboarding nicer against a variety of possible opponents you might face. So, I like what Raphael's come up with here.
This is going to be sweet. This is going to be sweet to see how it fares up against Riku Kumagai's list. Riku is playing the Isit Cauldron deck, as we mentioned, and yeah, I'm actually curious to see how Raphael has done up against different archetypes. So round 1, Mono Red Dragons, then Esper Pixie, 4-color control, Mono Red Aggro, Isit Cauldron, Mono Red Aggro, Azorius Control, Isit Cauldron. Okay, this is the next matchup coming now. So the one that he lost was against Mono Red Aggro. So far, so good.
All right, very cool.
Yeah.
So he does have a win against Isit Cauldron. He's got a plan.
He
That
knows
bodes
he
well.
knows how to beat it. So yeah, that's going to be a sweet feature match. Like I said, as soon as we are ready to jump down there, we'll go check it out. And yeah, looking forward to seeing, hopefully, some non-Isit decks making it into day 2 in good numbers. Let's jump in. Our players are ready to rock and roll, and so are we. Let's boogie. Here we go. Raphael, Kenji, Marquez, Nishiyama. At the bottom of your screen, Golgari midrange, Lenore Elves. Do you survive? That is the question we all want to know, and the answer is yes, you get to live. Amazing. Rico on a mulligan to 6. Has our Mako out, turn 2. Karsi Revenant. Yes, this is the start we like to see.
Yeah, Llanowar Elves is actually a pretty reasonable way to approach the Isit Cauldron matchup, just because they don't have that many slots available for cheap removal. There's a lot of pressure to use them on cards like Abrade, Into the Flood Maw, Broadside Barrage, which are not particularly good at answering a turn 1 Llanowar Elves, especially when the Golgari player gets to be on the play.
Yeah. Torch the towers, maybe those sort of removal spells line up against the Llanowar Elves. But currently, as it stands, I mean, Raphael's having a pretty excellent start here. Having our Adventure as well. Adventure spell going off there.
Mosswood Dread Knight, one of my favorite cards in Standard. And fortunate for Raphael there, I think he started his turn in that fashion because he didn't have a land drop, but he found one off the top.
Nice. Who needs lands when you have a Llanowars? Actually, you still want to have lands.
Ideally, you have both, exactly.
Definitely let's have both situation there. It's a Karsi Revenant padding the life total here. And the turn passing back now to Riku. He's got Prop's Eidetic Memory. He's got the Mako on the board. Do we have a third land? He isn't a mulligan to 6. So hopefully those 2 lands weren't the only he had in hand. Looks like it may well be the case. Big think here about what it is he wants to cast. So start things off with a fear of missing out. Discard a Vivv, into the bin it goes. Little Mako gets a little bigger.
Yep, plus Riku will pick up another counter on something with the Prop's Eidetic Memory. As you mentioned, though, third land is what he really wants in order to continue developing. Raphael's draw does not look like it's going to offer a lot of breathing room, especially if he can follow up with a removal spell, a big threat.
Yeah, this is there's a third land for Riku, so that's a good sign for him. You know, being on the draw, on a mulligan, your opponent's ramped, you definitely can't afford to miss land drops. So, good thing Riku did find that. Representing a bounce spell, perhaps, into the Flood Maw. If he wants to deal with one of these pesky critters that Raphael's deployed. So 4 mana for Raphael to play with. He's got plenty of options. I don't know if it's a Ouroboros time. Ouroboros, I can't say that word to save my life. Plant Worm. So just going to get in there with the Karsi Revenant, gain some extra life. 3 in the air. Riku is down to 14. And nothing. Cool. All right.
Yeah, Raphael's passing with the end available, which is pretty cool. I think basically the calculus here was he didn't want to spend his whole turn on a 4-drop
Sure.
into the Flood Maw.
Yeah, that feels bad. 1 mana to answer a 4-mana threat. Now, what creature do you think Raphael wants to nab with the end?
Well, ideally you would hit Vivv, because if you're able to extract all of those from the opponent's library, it really does restrict what the Isit Cauldron deck can do. The problem, of course, is that the best draws from Isit Cauldron don't involve casting Vivv. It just goes straight to the graveyard. So in this case, I think he's just going to use it kind of as an honest removal spell to take care of whatever he believes is the opponent's biggest threat.
Yeah. And, you know, we have seen the Isit Cauldron deck shift gears from being this combo deck to, I'm just going to kill you with big things. So, you know, getting one of the Fear of Missing Outs off the board or hitting a Steam Core Scholar if that approaches or appears, then that will still do pretty well in keeping the life total high as we see Agatha's Soul Cauldron hit the board here.
It's going to be a big problem.
That is a big problem.
Even removing one creature, there's still several threats that can gain that Vivv ability.
Yeah. So just target the bear FOMO?
Yeah, I think so. And then what's the worst that can happen if there's a single removal spell from Raphael? You know, you only get
Still
one of the FOMOs,
so
and
much
you
mana.
still have access to at least 7 additional mana.
Jeez. All right, going for the end, hitting the Mako. So now it gets to dig through the hand, the graveyard, and the library. Exile all those friends. This is a good way to get information about your opponent's deck, huh?
That's true. Good point. Because this is a closed deck
Yeah.
list event, at least on the first day.
So going through, gets to take a peek, find all the Makos and exile them.
Well, the good news for Raphael is that Riku is gonna have a ton of mana, but there's nothing obvious that he can do with it. Okay, Wild Ride, great. You get to make some big creatures, but it's not like he has a Winter Night Stories or a Quantum Riddler where he would just be able to go. Instead, it's going to be like kind of a fair fight, at least until the top of the library delivers something.
Yeah. So information gleaned there from Raphael. Riku gets a shuffle. He didn't exile any from hand, so he doesn't get the draw. So pretty good position that Raphael finds himself in. Playing good, honest Magic, like you mentioned.
We're not particularly close to Delirium either.
Land and, what was it, a Vivv? Yeah.
Land and Vivv, but the Vivv might be, Cauldron eventually, so...
Yeah. And doesn't look like Riku has much of a follow-up here, barring the Wild Ride you mentioned, so desperately needs some card draw. I mean, I guess if he wanted to, he could have activated the Cauldron and animated the land, but yeah, no real reason to do it on his turn. Or at least at that point. Shoot the Sheriff, gonna take care of Fear of Missing Out, at least one thereof. And then
Wow, taking out both
Tragic Trajectory.
creatures
Woo!
so that there's nothing on the battlefield to get Cauldroned.
Ouch.
Except that Soulstone Sanctuary, which is not nothing.
No, that can still be pretty large indeed. And that was a good swing in there. Rikukuma got down to 7 now. And this Isit Cauldron deck is reeling a little bit here. Four mana. What are we doing here? Tap 4, tap the Cauldron. We animated the land? No. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, end step, get Vivv under there. plenty of creatures to get a counter on a critter if there's one in hand, but we have to find that creature first. Yeah, Soulstone Sanctuary, Wild Ride. Just doesn't do anything. I don't think we'll see it in this matchup while Riku ponders his turn here. What happens with the Corsi Revenant if it's gotten by Agatha's Soul Cauldron? Can you do the renew ability or no? No, because that's only from the graveyard, right?
Yeah, that's only an ability of the card in the graveyard.
Right, gotcha.
So it would just be kind of a nice, normal thing to do is to exile your opponent's Corsi Revenant, pick up a counter, and hate on their graveyard.
Yeah, okay. I found that interesting, why the Draconaut Engineer was taken out. Because in the mirror match, if you give your opponent a Draconautics Engineer, you're a little sad about it.
Right. I will have no shortage of mirror matches that we can show you on camera tomorrow, and it is a very, very challenging and compelling, matchup.
Yeah.
But boy, there's some unintuitive stuff going on there when both players have access to Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Jeez. Yeah, it's so many intricate decisions need to be made, and there's so much going on at any given point in those mirror matches especially, so got to pay close attention to what's going on, as now we see Soulstone Sanctuary animated. It gets the counter, no 5th land to be able to keep it up and ready. So, hey, we did find a Winter Night story though, that's good. What can Riku cobble together here? Can he survive this game?
So 1 red mana floating, a land drop to give, but he needs something pretty special because Raphael is threatening a lethal attack.
Yeah.
So at minimum, needs to play a creature, maybe find a removal spell, maybe double Marauding Mako, but no, he's actually just going to concede.
Doesn't have it, didn't find anything to block those critters on the board, so great start here for Raphael. On the play, able to capitalize, had like the perfect curve, all things considered. So Riku is going to consult the sideboard now and see what he can find to help him up against this Golgari mid-range deck.
That was really exactly what you want as a Golgari player. It's like, okay, I got my Llanowar Elves, I dropped a big threat, and then just kill opposing stuff to make sure that I can preserve that early advantage that I won off the Llanowar Elves ramp.
Yeah, absolutely. What is Riku going to go to, do you think, in the sideboard?
Well, I think he'll want removal spells, Broadside Barrage, Cut Propulsion. Those are options. He could go to bigger stuff like Ral Crackling Wit if he anticipates that Raphael is just going to have a ton of spot removal. Obliterating Bolt. So, yeah, it's mostly about just perfecting the reactive suite and make sure he's prepared to deal with Raphael's potent threats.
Yeah, 22 creatures in his deck, so definitely will have some targets for all those pieces of removal, or Riku Kumagai. On the on Raphael's side of things, I like Lord Skitter. This guy's fun.
I like Lord Skitter as well. Yeah, Raphael's sideboard, like, he could plausibly bring in basically everything except Malicious Eclipse. So 13 cards in, but that's the dynamic of a mid-range deck is you don't tend to have any cards that are terrible.
Yeah.
So he just has this deep roster of like basically 70, 73 cards that are all useful to him, and he's going to just try to pick the ones that are the very, very best. So, I mean, I imagine Ghost Vacuum. I imagine some amount of hand disruption so that he can fight that battle.
Yeah.
I noticed that he doesn't have ways to actually destroy a Soul Cauldron in his main deck, so I think he'll want to turn to some number of those, Maelstrom Pulse, Disenchant type of effects.
I think the only thing he has in the main deck is the Petty Revenge on the Disruptive Stormbrood.
Yes, good point.
That's one thing. Oh, no, that's a creature.
It's the Stormbrood itself.
Yes, the Stormbrood itself. Yeah, sorry. Got the two mixed up there. But yeah, that's what I really like this dragon. such a sweet little, very Golgari thing that it likes to do. Just the one of in the main deck, and then, yeah, you know, for the rest of it, it's just get a bunch of creatures down and kill you. The way, Magic, the way Garfield intended.
Yep.
Probably not, but, you know. So some really sweet options in the sideboards here for our players. Lord Skitter, able to exile things from the graveyard. And again, this is a closed decklist day, I could say. So, you know, you don't know how much graveyard hate will be coming in from Raphael's side of things. So, if you're in Riku's seat, how much do you sideboard against that?
I think if I was Riku, my general approach would be to play to the strengths of my deck. Now, the black and green has no shortage of graveyard hate options, but it's not quite the same as like an Azorius control deck that's going to have Rest in Peace to totally shut down your Cauldron for the rest of the game. So, you know, I would just take my medicine. Okay, look, they're going to have Ghost Vacuum, whatever. Yeah. I'll deal with that when it comes to it. But I'm going to keep my Vivvs. I'm going to keep my Cauldrons. I'm going to try to do my thing and just kind of lean on the higher power level of my strategy and of my individual cards, and try to overpower the Golgari deck.
This Golgari list, one of the dark horses or underdogs here this weekend, so definitely keen to see Raphael do well here today and tomorrow. One of the last event that I was a part of, the top 8 was 7 Isit Cauldrons and 1 lone teamer hero.
We are prepared for that outcome here in Orlando, but we're hoping that it won't play out quite like that.
Yeah. I think people, you know, the other decks are a little more prepared for all the Isit Cauldron shenanigans. Just hopefully the other archetypes don't take each other out on the way to the top 8, you know?
That is a funny dynamic where it's like, okay, everyone against Isit Cauldron, main deck your annuls, main deck your Rest in Pieces, anything goes. But then sometimes you do have to play these other matchups. Yeah. You know, we saw mono red against mono black. Like nobody really is preparing for that stuff. But you know, sometimes you sit down and that's what the pairings give you.
Players are ready to get underway, so let's jump back into the action here. Soul Cauldron on the board for Riku Kumagai to kick things off. If you would like to order Edge of Eternities, go and do so now. Fuel up your rocket ship. We're going to space. Go check out Star City Games and get all the latest products from Magic the Gathering.
Okay, so Riku is having a modest setup type of opening here where he's preemptively deployed the Cauldron. He's sculpting his hand with Winter Night Stories, but it's kind of nice, like, if you think your opponent has passed with Shoot the Sheriff, and you just go, well, I'm not going to play a creature. I'm just going to take this turn to draw cards. I'm going to make your mana go to waste. It's a very, very nice technique.
Nice. Got the Quantum Riddler in the bin. Sentinel of the Nameless City hits the board here. Brings along a map token with it. So first critter down belongs to Raphael. No Vivv in the bin just yet, but let's see what Riku can do here as we go to turn number 4. Okay. Obliterating Bolt takes care of a pretty chunky threat there in the Sentinel.
So Riku's just playing Isit control so far in this game.
Have you ever been in a matchup where your opponent just plays Pyres, but they don't have any of the basics to turn on the other color? So they're just basically playing a mono red deck? It's the funniest thing. Not the case here, though, for Riku. Raphael deploys yet another Sentinel. Makes another map token. And let's see if we're going to crack one of those immediately. Dismiss that. Get out of here. And with no targets, not able to look at the top of the deck at all. So yeah, like you mentioned, just Isit control. Riku doing a great job of keeping everything off the board here from Raphael's side. Steam Core Scholar, perhaps? No, here comes Vivv.
Casting Vivv.
Hey, bud. All right. Cool. Gonna give Vivv some power to work with here, so 1 blue mana, if he so chooses, available. Nice. Prof's Eidetic Memory. Cool, cool, cool. Draw a card, make Vivv a little bigger. Isn't able to activate itself again. But that's a pretty decent setup so far. But I did see the end in Raphael's hand, so this is probably not going to go very well.
Wow.
This isn't going to end well. Spoiler alert. Oh, and then he gets to look and see how he sideboarded too. Oh, icky. That's it. Cut propulsion. Couldn't tell you what that did if
Target
life
creature
depended on it.
deals damage to itself equal to its power, and if it was a flyer, it takes double.
double. Yes. Not meant. Not that one. One of the top pieces of removal in the limited format. That's for sure.
So another sideboard card there in Riku's hand, Negate. That's interesting. Not necessarily an obvious include.
Vivv down. You hate to see it, but Raphael is getting all the information he wants. So, I mean, if he retains it or not, but there's the roll, like you mentioned, so we actually also get to see how he sideboarded. There's another Vivv, another Vivv. Any other sideboard cards pop out there for you?
Torch the tower, at least one copy.
Doesn't look like too many changes were made.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Keeping things
Yeah.
mostly intact. Couple extra removal spells, the Ral, 1 Negate.
Yeah. Does look like 1 Vivv got trimmed.
So now Riku will have to play the whole rest of the game without his combo. If he likes, he can spend this turn harmonizing the Winter Night stories to get further ahead on cards. So this is going to be a much, much different game than the first one. It's going to be more about value.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do with the little Mako. Draw a bunch of cards, get this thing as big as he possibly can. Hope that Raphael doesn't have a piece of removal in hand. We see a Maelstrom Pulse, though, so this little guy's going to do his best, but he's going to get dead pretty quick. What else is in there? We see a Cecil. I think that's a Tragic Trajectory Raphael's holding on to. So it definitely has the answers.
Okay, discarded the Abrade. 2 counters on Mako, 3 more counters on Mako, so that's now a quite meaningful threat. No creatures in either graveyard.
Just exiling it, because why not? Line for turn from Raphael. He's got a couple options here. If he wants to remove that threat immediately, he has the option to do so. Doesn't have many threats of his own, though, at least from what I saw in his hand. He has Cecil, so I guess it's not nothing. But it does look like we're going to Maelstrom Pulse first and foremost. Oh, getting profits out of here. Cool. And then Trajectory, taking care of the Mako. Follows up with a 1-drop of his own and Cecil. Dark Knight.
Really interesting play, Maelstrom pulsing the Prof's Eidetic Memory. An alternate approach that he could have taken was to just try to keep creatures off the battlefield and sort of let Riku have all the Cauldron, Profts shenanigans.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just, for Raphael's sake, hope that he's prepared to deal with something like this Quantum Riddler.
Same. Because, yeah, I mean, both of those permanents, they need creatures to be effective. So Quantum Riddler hits the board, gets to stick, at least for the time being.
And remember, there is a negate still in hand, so duress the perfect answer. Might as well counter it.
Yep. Keep the rest of a hand a secret, but no mana available then to do anything else. Bitter Triumph takes care of the Quantum Riddler.
It's even kind of nice paying the 3 life to accelerate your Cecil's transformation.
That's cheeky.
Okay, so the map token, the Explorer, reveals Tragic Trajectory, which not obvious if you would want to keep that. I think it's a fine one to keep.
Yep, so that's going to stay there. Cecil gets a little bigger.
Yeah, and then he didn't attack with Cecil. Not sure why you would make that judgment call. Could have just been, yeah. Could have been a judgment call. Could have been an oversight.
Hey, look, we're starting life totals once again. Don't forget about that Restless Cottage hanging out in the lands there for Raphael. Plenty of creature lands to come and say hi. Ooh, hi, Rel. So let's see what Crackling Witty Roll can get done here for Riku. Turn passes back here to Raphael. So Rel starts at 4 +1 just to make an otter. So he's got that little buddy -3. Can draw 3 cards, discard 2. So great way to pump up some creatures with the other permanents on the board like Profts. And then -10 I doubt we'll get there, but instants and sorcery spells you cast have Storm. I don't think I've ever seen him ultimate, to be honest.
Yeah, usually the game doesn't get quite that far.
But again, another card that cares about non-creature spells, so. Here comes Sentinel of the Nameless City. Once again. Now, Riku's gonna just start chewing on things. Pump up these creatures a little bit. And try mount an offense here, because, yeah, both players have answered each other's threats pretty efficiently. Fear of missing out. Chuck a land.
Oh, so
Some
I was
cards.
wondering if Raphael didn't use the map because maybe he had an instant, but I think what's going on is he's saving it to be able to turn on Tragic Trajectory
Nice.
easily on a future turn.
Yeah, that's clever. Find the thing you want to kill and then make sure it dies. Because not many things survive -10 in this format.
No, I mean Marauding Mako under
Maybe,
some
yeah.
nice conditions, but
It's like, how did you let this problem get so big? Well, in true Golgari mid-range fashion, this game has become quite grindy. Now it looks like we're targeting Sentinel. Find Intimidation Tactics on top. That's going to go in the yard. Counter.
yeah, that's a good, useful Explorer because you get the counter and you didn't want to draw that.
And importantly, as you mentioned, that also triggers Void. Kind of like Revolt. And Tragic Trajectory takes care of one of the creatures here. Strategic Betrayal. Ooh, nice.
I'm expecting Riku might eat the creature in response, leave himself with a 3/3 otter. He has some other plays available to him. He could make the Soulstone Sanctuary into a creature, but I don't see why that would be super helpful here.
Yeah. And there goes the little guy. Nice to know you, man. So, Cecil and Sentinel gumming up the board, but going in at Ral here, making sure it dies. Or?
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, 2, 3, 4 creatures attacking a Planeswalker at 3. Riku has 2, 3, 3 blockers, so there's like no real great option where he doesn't lose a lot of material.
Yeah. He's got an instant in hand? Yeah, okay.
Okay, so 4/4 Otter
Against
plus
a
Torch the
4/5?
Tower against 4/5 Sentinel of the Nameless City.
Does that get through and kill it? Oh, no, he gets the... saves it at 1. Nice. Smart. I was wondering how he was going to keep Ral alive there, but Ral does get loyalty counters when you cast a non-creature spell, so... Hey, you got to see it again! Big good card! Woo!
Beautiful. So that means Raphael must be at 10, though
Yeah.
the life totals might not be fully updated.
Yeah, the life totals haven't changed in a while, so...
So actually what Riku was thinking about was where he wanted to put his Agatha Soul Cauldron counter. He could have animated the Soulstone Sanctuary and put the counter there, but he perhaps thought that would, make his plans too obvious, or maybe he had a different reason why he didn't want to do that.
So Cecil Redeemed Paladin has joined the fray. Was he a 6/6? He chonky, jeez.
Nice that he untaps too
Yeah,
against the Soulstone Sanctuary.
Please, attack me. I don't mind. So, I've almost lost track of what has all happened in this game. It's just been such a grindy matchup here.
Yeah, this has been a great game. Much different dynamic after
yeah.
sideboarding, with both players having more removal. And a lot of plays and individual turns where, it's the plays aren't scripted. It's the players using their judgment about what to value, where to point removal spells.
Lord Skitar hits the board. He likes to play with graveyards, makes little friends that come and hang out with him. It's at the beginning of combat, so good way to gum up the battlefield here against big threats. I like that rat. Jesus. Keeping the graveyards clean, I respect it. A little Otter jumps in the way. Cecil gains a bunch of life, so looks like our life totals are getting sorted out here. We'll get them correct as soon as we can. So would have gained 6 there. I love that Cecil gives all the other attackers indestructible as well.
Mm-hmm.
So big rat army, go. Well, once again, just making some otter friends of his own. Otters aren't rodents, are they? I was going to say it's a battle of the rodents, but I don't know if they actually are.
Yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't know for sure.
Biologists in chat, help us out. No, they are carnivores belonging to the Mustelidae family. I don't know what that is, but good for them. Small furry things. It's a battle of that. As Riku does his best to keep his Planeswalker alive. It's like a little mini game that we've gotten into here.
It is
Life totals be damned.
It is impressive how many turns Ral has been on the battlefield.
Yeah. He's sticking around, man. Oh! It sticks. Ouroboros. I got it right, I think. I don't know.
Sounded right to me.
Sounded okay.
Also not a rodent.
No, it's plant worm. Very, very big plant worm. Oh, gosh. And then they start pumping each other. Ugh. Oh, this is going to get nasty. So it starts off small. You think, oh, it's innocuous. Oh, 1/3. Psh, what could possibly go wrong? Pump that once, you are so dead. Now Cecil's, what, 7?
Yeah, so if you can't kill Cecil, then you can't kill. Then he protects all of the other attackers.
Yeah.
So it's a very tricky spot for Riku to navigate unless he. I mean, Riku to stay in the game has probably got to draw a card drawing spell into more action, including a removal for the Ouroboros. If he can somehow keep the Ral at 3 counters, he does have the option to cash that in for the draw 3.
All right. Just going in with Cecil. Is there any way Riku can kill this guy? No, just going to chump once again. Thinking about it. Oof. 7 more life. 23. Once again, Rel lives. Oh boy. I get the Soul Cauldron. It kind of just seems like a spite exile. It's like, give me the graveyard. I'm just going to eat it. Oh. Can't get anything else going with it, unfortunately. So it's literally just there to keep the graveyards clean. Community service, if you will. Oh, man.
If Riku does not have a strong hand, he's going to have to use Ral's ability, and he's doing this because he wants to get a counter so that Ral can -3 and still survive. But he's desperate. He's got to find something.
Yeah, he's digging now. This is definitely not the position Riku wants to be in. Gets a couple cards off of Ral, but you got to think it's do or die at this point, especially with that Ouroboros on the board. Internet Stories. Dig, dig, dig. Can you find anything meaningful, Riku?
Missed adding a counter to the Ral.
Oh, got it there. What's he chucking? Okay. Internet Stories in the bin. Are we delirious? I don't even think that matters right now. I don't even think that helps.
Is it right that Riku's still at 20? Basically, all of the action, all the combat action has been centered around Ral?
Assume so. I'm looking at life totals there on Raphael's pad. Yeah, it says he's at 23 and Riku's at 20, yeah. Yeah, he puts himself in the first column. In the second column, there's no other numbers marked. So, yeah, Riku's still at 20. Planeswalkers, protecting your life total since, when were they introduced? Lorwyn?
That's right.
Lorwyn!
Mm-hmm.
When was Lorwyn? Like 2007?
7, I want to say. Yeah, give or take a year.
Goodness me. This game, this might be the last game of this match. We're sitting at 11 minutes to go, and the way it's been going, like, this is a grind fest.
Yeah, so even if Riku can pull off some kind of miracle turnaround, first of all, he has no access to Vivv, so he can't combo. Second of all, Raphael's going to be at like 40 from the Cecil. So, you know, it's going to be kind of brutal for Riku to try to win 2 games in this amount of time.
Absolutely.
Even 1 would be impressive.
Jeez. Yeah, no. And if there's no removal for this plant worm, like that's a 2/4 currently, so counters on everything. Does it get a counter on itself?
Well, Riku answered the first one. This is a second.
Oh, this is the second one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the good news is that Riku finally got some traction. He got his wheels turning. So he has access to a lot of mana, Winter Night Stories in the graveyard, the Ral's ability. So he can dig more to find removal, more card drawing, whatever. He gets to play the game now, but he just has a lot to deal with.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers. I mean, does Raphael even care about Ral at this point? Or is it just time to go face?
I have a theory.
Okay. One to
Okay.
face, the rest to Ral. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Because, yeah, Ral down. No point in blocking. One of them would get through without removal, so... The creatures live. Riku takes, what, 8? Or? Is he blocked? No? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Jeez.
Oh, the Winter Night Stories. So now both the Ral and the Winter Night Stories are gone. Riku's at the mercy of the top of his deck. Could this be the last turn of the game? No, he has more action.
Another Winter Night Story. Okay, he's digging. He's not going down without a fight. I'll tell you that much. Raphael sitting absolutely pretty here. A bunch of rats. A buff every turn. Life gain aplenty. And a ghost vacuum to just take care of anything that hits the yard for Riku. Good grief. So ghost vacuum can't get that one just yet. Looks like we're going to fire it off immediately to prevent it getting got. Dig, dig, dig. What can we find?
The way Riku tapped would actually result in damage. I don't know if he meant to do it that way.
Okay, so he'd be at 11 then. I think when we eventually get to attacks, it probably won't matter based on the size of these creatures.
I would agree with that. He needs kill the Ouroboros, into the Floodmaw, the Cecil, and then he's got a lot more work to do on future turns.
So what's it? 3, 6.
I wonder if there's a Restless Cottage on Raphael's side, because that would
There
be
is.
there
Yeah.
is. Okay,
Yeah.
that would be a big factor as well.
Yeah, it's hiding underneath the pile of 4 there. Whew-wee. Man, Riku is looking for every answer he possibly can here, but I think the writing is on the wall at this point. Raphael going to pick up a win here. It's a Torch the Tower and a Parade in hand. I see there for Riku. Jeez. Time to go to the cottage. Animate that. Before combat. Get it on the action with the counters.
2 counters to everything this time.
Yeah, as it got a little bigger. Yeesh. I admire Riku's persistence here in doing absolutely everything possible to survive. Let's see if he does doing some quick math. That's it. Goodness me, Riku Kumagai fighting for his life there, but Raphael just overwhelming him with an army of rats.
Wow, Golgari advancing to
Woo!
7-1.
Gotta love it.
Beating a world-class player on Isit Cauldron.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just great. I mean, we're going to have some cool decks represented in day 2. I'm satisfied already.
Yeah, this was a sweet, sweet list to see in action, and, you know, those the ends.
Yep.
Pretty much spelt the end when they were cast, you know.
The end on Vivv was a crucial play. That devastating combination of Lord Skitter plus Ouroboros. The nice, suite of singleton removal spells that you pointed out. Just everything working out really nicely.
Yeah, so it looks like the Golgari mid-range deck is definitely lined up well against the Isit Cauldron deck, provided there's no float or screw or anything like that in the matchups. But, yeah, if he keeps playing like that, it's got a pretty good chance at the top 8.
Yeah, I sort of liked the recipe there. Game 1, be assertive with Llanowar elves
Yeah.
and big threats, get things over with quickly. Game 2, settle into your removal spells, duresses, disenchants, play the longer game.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah, definitely played the longer game there, that's for sure. And, 2-0 in the end. It may not have even gotten to game 3. I don't even think you can win that fast with Vivv in the best circumstances. So, yeah, that was really sweet to see the Golgari mid-range deck doing so well. We're going to see if we have time for another matchup. I think we're still about 16 matches out in this round, so I believe we will be jumping into another feature match here for you. Let's go join it in game 2 and see how our backup match is doing here in the feature match area. Daniel Fournier up against David Yuan. Mono black aggro, woo! Up against Azorius Control. I'm rooting for mono black aggro here. I don't like Azorius Control much, unless it's playing against Vivv.
Now, I wonder if David is playing the same mono black deck that Raynor was in the last round, the skeletons, because there's a lot of you could do in the realm of mono black.
Yeah, I think it might be Orzhov aggro. I'm not sure. There's a bit of a discrepancy between what's on the screen and what's in Melee, but it looks like it's a Pixie deck. Okay. It's a Pixie list with Sunset Saboteur, Tiny Bones. Sweet.
Well, I'll take that too, because we haven't gotten to see a lot of Pixie on camera. That was, I can't remember what place it was, but one of our top, 6 or 7 archetypes on the Metagame Breakdown.
Yeah.
And 6-1 is great showing.
Yeah, excellent indeed. Pixie itself has kind of fallen out of favor over the last couple of weeks. Just seeing, Frank Carson's analysis of the winner's metagame share, Pixie has been a little less reliable from what he's determined. But here it's looking pretty good in the hands of David Yuan, sitting at 6-1.
Okay, Ailey, we just got the deck list in front of us, and this is a sweet one.
Yeah?
It is Orzhov Pixie, but it's kind of like a light touch with the Pixie. Only 3 copies of Nurturing Pixie itself. And indeed, it does have that Corpses of the Lost engine. Forsaken Minor, Corpses of the Lost, Case of the Stashed Skeleton. Who knew there were so many skeletons even available in Standard?
They must have been hiding in the closet.
Yeah. They were stashed away.
Yeah, they were indeed. Case of the Stashed Skeleton also being played, so that is very cool to see here. Sweet list here from David. And Nurturing Pixie and Sun Pearl, Kieran, excellent ways to trigger the void on key cards, like the Tragic Trajectory. So plenty of questions to be answered here from Daniel Fournier's side of things as he consults the star charts to see what the fates have in store for him in round number 8.
Honestly, picking up Case of the Stashed Skeleton with Nurturing Pixie is a pretty strong play.
Yeah.
I haven't seen people do that yet.
Yeah, because you get a 2-1. When you solve it, you get to basically Demonic Tutor, right? Sacrifice it, search for a card into hand, shuffle. Yeah, that's sweet. I can never remember which one it is, Demonic or Vampiric, one of the two.
Demonic goes straight to your hand.
Yeah. Vampiric's the one you lose life, it goes on top, right?
That's exactly right.
Sweet. Oh, there's some nonsense in this deck. I love it. Also, Temporal Intervention, a one-of, also from Edge of Eternities.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So, Void triggers a bunch in this deck, so you're just, it's another duress in essence.
Yep. Thoughtseize even.
Yeah, Thoughtseize actually, without the damage. Oh, Magic is cool.
What is Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar?
Bauble Burglar is the 2-mana 1/3. Whenever an opponent discards a card, exile it from the graveyard and put a stash counter on it. During your turn, you can play those with the stash counters on, mana, any color, blah, blah, blah. And also, you can activate it to make an opponent discard a card.
Wow. One of those foundation cards that I just got lost in the shuffle for me. I'm not familiar with this one.
Well, there are a lot of Magic cards at the moment, Reed.
Yes.
I don't blame you.
Okay, meanwhile, we should give Daniel Fournier some attention. We actually have a deck tech from Daniel that hopefully we'll be able to share with you at some point on the weekend. But we've seen him in the feature match area before. He's doing a great job with his Azorius control deck, one of the premier pilots of this top archetype.
Yep. Just blew everything up there with Day of Judgment, so all those critters gone. But it does look like Sun Pearl Kirin was able to pick up the Case of the Lost Skeleton once again. Excuse me, Case of the Stashed Skeleton. I'm getting my enchantments mixed up.
Here's Coil and Catch from Daniel, refill his hand.
Fable Passage in the yard.
Main phase Coil and Catch even.
Oh, nice. Okay. Dig, 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 dig. You always love to see the control player doing things on their main phase, using all their mana up and only having a planes left. It's kind of nice.
Yeah,
Just
nice
saying.
shields down moment. But Daniel has sort of earned himself the ability to do this, but with the defensive measures he's played previously. Day of Judgment cleans things up. He's got a pretty high life total. So yeah, you know, make that value play, set yourself up. All good.
A reprieve. Turn passes back here to David. Now let's see what shenanigans he can get up to. Both players sitting at 1 apiece here. This is round number 8, the penultimate round for today. Oh!
Requisition Raid. A spree card that pumps your creatures and destroys opposing enchantments.
Icky. What's the other spree card? The 6 mana instant speed board wipe. Oh, I hate
Final Showdown? Showdown at...
something like that? Yeah.
Yes, some kind of showdown.
Same set. Might be on this deck. I'm not sure, but yeah, that one. Oof. That's brutal. Stocking up. Let's see, what can Daniel find here to help him? Keep these critters off the board. Like you mentioned, though, life total is still high, so no stress just yet.
I'm starting to think this is like one of the nightmare matchups for Daniel's deck. Just so many kind of sticky, resilient threats, plus all the hand disruption for... sorry, it's not for duress, but the mix of
essentially
duress, intimidation tactics, temporal intervention.
Yeah, just information and disruption. All the things that Daniel doesn't want to be given to the opponents here. And also, like you mentioned, sticky threats. There's the Forsaken Miners. If you don't exile those guys, they keep coming back whenever you commit crimes. And from what I've heard, burglars like to commit crimes, so... Plenty of criminal activity on that side of the battlefield. And Azorius Control, well, they're the fun police, so it's an excellent matchup. Okay, Elspeth Smite. Wow, I haven't seen that in a hot minute. That takes care of the Kirin. So exiles that. Station of the wow. Case of the Stashed Skeleton back once again on the board. So got some more skellies going here. Can we get Corpses of the Lost out anytime soon, I wonder? Ooh, okay. This is a good way to catch up here for Daniel. Bays of the Bounding Spring. We'll get the critters along with the big old elk moose thing. Elk, that's what it is. I don't know if he got any of the other benefits off of it. I think it's just the critters. So. So our round is almost done. We're going to speed things up here a little bit just to see the conclusion of this match. Because I don't like not seeing the end of a show. I don't know about you guys, but I get salty when I want to see the end of something. So Cecil hits the board. You up for some speed magic, Reed?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Come on, Mr. Producer Man.
Speed talking, too.
Speed, let's go. Sound like an auctioneer. Yeah, crank it. Crank it. Unless you're going to blow things up, then maybe don't. Here comes Elspeth. Storm Slayer, that's the one. She is going to make some critters and gaunt this battlefield here for Daniel Fournier.
Does appear that Daniel has turned the corner.
Oh, yeah.
David finally seeming to be running low on threats.
Hey, okay. Maybe too little too late here. Corpses of the Lost. Making some friends. Giving a buff and haste to all of the skeletons here. Don't know if he can... I mean, do you just jam and hope?
Well, it's a bad spot. I mean, leaving the Elspeth uncontested, we know how that tends to go for people.
Yeah.
However, you know, letting yourself panic and throw away your creatures is not going to serve you well either. So David just really needs to think about what his options are.
I like how he lined up Daniel's blocks for him there. Just like, so if I were you, I would do this. Not that he was doing that, but, you know, just thinking out loud there, perhaps. Giving Daniel the option to kill off some of these critters. How's he feeling? What's the crackback look like for Daniel, though? I guess the question is, where are these creatures going, first and foremost? So the suspected skeletons do have a menace, so they're a bit trickier to block and deal with. Because they are a menace to society. So fish and double block. Leaving the suspected skeleton to swing on through. Elspeth survives. Baze is left behind. Cecil. Does Cecil attack? He must have, right?
Cecil did attack.
Okay, yeah. Took the 2 damage. What did Daniel go down to? 17 now? Okay. Must have had the life totals a little off there then. Oh, Overlord of the Mistmoors.
Doubled.
Ooh!
Yeah, the effect doubled from Elspeth's passive ability.
Oh, that hurts. Look at all those bugs.
I don't imagine David's going to be able to fight through that in any form.
Got any mono black board wipes? A massacre girl, perhaps? Not legal in the format. Jeez Louise. All right. Baze is getting frisky. Time counter ticking down. Passing turn back to David. Can he find anything here to clear this battlefield? I'm going to go with no. Because, yeah, that is a lot to get through an answer right now. Corpses once again. Gets another skeleton. Just turn things sideways. I feel like this might be the throw away your creatures part of the game.
Yeah, Daniel is moments away from winning this one. I mean, David has there's no reason to concede. You might as well continue playing for as long as you can. But I'm ready to call this one.
Yep. Put a couple bugs in the way, stick a human in front of Cecil. Do we want to kill the suspected guy? Probably not, because that lets David go and fish for something in the deck once it's solved. Oh, he's going to kill it. Okay. So Get Lost kills that, so no damage. Getting through. A couple map tokens for David's troubles, and a solved case on board, if that matters at all. I'm going to think it doesn't. Elspeth now going to put counters on everything.
Yeah,
That's got to be it, right?
it's even lethal. It's going to be 9, 10,
4,
11,
6,
plus
7.
5 is 16.
Yeah. That's a lot of damage. Draw a card, pump it up, there's the handshake, and Daniel picks up another very powerful and convincing victory there with Elspeth Storm Slayer. Tokens.
Tokens, control, Golgari mid-range.
Yeah.
We have some other archetypes in
Yeah.
the mix there at the top of the standings. That's good to know.
Yeah, this is sweet. So congratulations to Daniel putting up a good showing for Azorius Control fans out there. We are going to take a very short break, friends. We have one more round to get through, so don't go anywhere. Don't go far, at least. And we'll see you after this. Welcome back to Spotlight Planetary Rotation here in Orlando, Florida. It's hot and muggy outside. I don't want to be out there, but it's nice and cool in here unless you're playing in round number 9 of this Spotlight series. I'm Ailey, this is Reed, and we are going to be jumping into our action very soon. But, Reed, let's take a look at our standings and see just how many Isit Cauldrons are here. That's a lot of them.
Yes. So first thing to notice is that all of our undefeated players are playing Isit Cauldron. That's 3. And many, but certainly not all, of the 7-1 players, Isit Cauldron well represented there. But we have 2 mono red, 2 Dimir. We have Golgari. We know that there's a couple of Azorius control because we just saw Daniel Fournier win to advance to 7-1. So, day 2 is going to be more of the same in the sense of is it Cauldron against the world?
Yeah.
But as we get deeper into the tournament and even this round, we're going to start seeing some mirror matches.
Oh, absolutely. We've done our best to avoid them, but alas, we can no longer as we determine who our undefeated player for the day is going to be. Let's take a look here at page number 2 of our standings just before we jump into our feature match area. Hey, that 4-color control deck is doing pretty sweet. I'd love to see that tomorrow, hopefully. Can see if we can get that in the feature match area. So Riku Kumagai playing just now, sitting at 6-2 down there. Any other big names or standouts here for you that you'd like to mention?
Antonino De Rosa, former United States national champion and one of the best players of like the early 2000s era. Great to see him back and winning some matches. A number of like really accomplished players that I recognize from recent United States events. So, it's a murderer's row, the top of the standings here with some really strong competitors. Yeah,
absolutely. So that is how the standings look at the moment. Anyone who has got 6 wins or 18 points has made it through to day number 2. So a lot of the players, they're going to be sitting pretty happy, not stressing out too much. But for a lot of players that you didn't see on those slides, at least, they're going to be stressing a little bit as we go into this round here, looking to get that 6th win to make it into day number 2. So I'm not entirely sure what the record will be necessary for top 8.
It's just on the smaller side in terms of the Spotlight Series events, but still, you don't have a lot of losses to give in a 700-player tournament. Yeah, you certainly don't. So even then, still want to make it into day 2, try and up the equity for the weekend for yourself. And if you do happen to crash out, well, you know what's cool about these events? There's an SCG con happening right next door over there. So you can just go and play in some other events. Pick up a modern deck and go and jam something over there, or CEDH, or Commander, whatever floats your boat. There's someone running around here asking for vintage cube players. I wanted to go play, but then we had tempting.
to work.
There's tons to do for sure.
Yeah, we had to go work, unfortunately. But let's talk about our feature matches. Now, we've done our best the entire weekend or day so far to avoid the mirror, but it's time. Friends, you're going to get through it with us. I promise we're going to be okay. What's important in the mirror match? What's the most important thing, I'd say?
The really fascinating thing about the mirror match is that the key card, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, has this symmetrical dynamic where you can take creatures from the opposing graveyard. One cauldron can thwart another cauldron activation. So what's going to matter a lot is timing and sequencing. So whereas in a normal matchup, you might be able to set up by, fear of missing out, discard my Vivv.
Yeah.
That's there, safe for me to use later. That's a much more dangerous play when your opponent can be the first one to deploy Agatha's Soul Cauldron and strip it right out of your graveyard.
Okay, so that's going to be a big thing for the players then to keep in mind. Now, when it gets to sideboarding, what we've seen a lot of players do is take most of the Vivvs out of the deck and switch up their game plan entirely.
Yeah, that's an interesting approach. I'm not sure that I know what I'd be doing if I was sideboarding in the mirror match. I'm not sure if everyone in the tournament is going to have the same strategy. And probably a big story of the second half of the event is going to be, well, who planned best for the mirror? Who's got that next level strategy or sideboard plan? Well, let's see. We're going to jump down into our feature match now, determine who will be our undefeated player here as we wrap up things in round number 9. 2 8-0s here. We do have another 8-0 player in the second feature match. So Stanley
Keselowski rocking a really cool suit today, I must say. Commend you on that. And Jacob Dubois down the bottom there, both on Isit Cauldron. Let's see who has the other player's number. Marauding Mako to start things off here for Jacob. Turn 2. Oh, he's playing the full text basics. Oh, no. Oh, no. They hurt my eyes. Really good start here, though, for him. Prop's Eidetic Memory on the board. Turn 2. I hate those basics so much.
Yeah, those are a little tilting.
Apparently our director likes them, and I've just lost my job for the rest of the year. Oh, man. Nothing for Stanley yet, though. Is he on the reactive gameplay right now, or what's he thinking about? Okay. A Braid. Get rid of that little critter before it gets out of hand. Turn passes back now to Jacob. Does he have a turn 3 play? He does. It's Vivv. Hey, bud. Just a bare naked Vivv. Hanging out. No clothes on.
Well, Jacob's had a pretty strong draw here where he's gotten to go first and just curved 1, 2, 3. Stanley keeping pace with the Braid, but the fact that he has to backpedal and answer threats on every turn is definitely putting him at a disadvantage. So, for example, if he was to deploy his own Vivv here, that'd be a perfectly fine play to make on turn 3, but it would mean Jacob gets to make the first move, so to speak.
Yeah. So Stanley decides, you know what, I'm going to get my game plan enacted here. I got the Soul Cauldron and the Mako on the board up against this Vivv Onitier from Jacob. Okay. Soul Cauldron, Soul Cauldron. Counter on Vivv, so 1 mana available thus far.
So this is an example of the really interesting mirror match dynamic. Stanley has an option here. He could eat the Marauding Mako in response to Jacob's Soul Cauldron. It's the only creature in the graveyard. However, he might also choose to keep it available so that Jacob can't make a play like Fear of Missing Out, discard, Vivv, then I get Vivv under my Soul Cauldron. So there's these judgment calls, this timing sort of cat and mouse game that we're going to see a lot of.
So Vivv activated. 2 mana available. Starting town in the bin, courtesy of Fear of Missing Out. Land for turn. And now 2 counters from Prof. Just the one. Importantly, though, no Vivv underneath the Cauldron, so we don't have any activated abilities yet for Fear of Missing Out.
This is great. I mean, it's so fascinating already with 1 turn cycle of both players having Cauldron. Like Stanley, he kind of knowingly walked into a trap there where he activated his Soul Cauldron, targeting the opposing Marauding Mako. Jacob, obviously on the board, could have eaten it in response.
Yeah.
But the fact that Stanley so clearly made that play, Jacob's got to be thinking, well, is this what he wants me to do? Does he want me to put the shields down so that Stanley can then discard his own Vivv and combo off? So it seems that both players are prioritizing using their Cauldrons defensively to prevent the opponent from comboing off, rather than just accumulating counters and making the obvious play.
Yeah. That's cool. It's very much a standoff in most situations when there's 2 Soul Cauldrons on the board. As we see the Quantum Riddler hit the board here now for Stanley. Fill up the hand a little bit. Present a later threat. And follows up here. This is one of the Beastbinders, I think? The Azure Beastbinder?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You don't see it in every Isit Cauldron list, but Stanley, he's got 2.
Nice. So this little guy can temporarily make something just a 2/2 with no other abilities. So good way to switch off a Vivv for a turn if needs be. But only on attack. Winter Night's Story. Probably one of the breakout cards from Tarkia Dragonstorm at least in the current meta.
Winter Night Stories is so nice. So it's in the model of, I guess we could call them the thirst cards: thirst for knowledge, thirst for meaning, compulsive research. But it's just got that harmonized tacked on, which makes it so powerful for these decks that like to fill their graveyards and just keep the wheels turning.
Yeah, no, it's excellent. And also, you know, having the text of, you could use it one of two ways. Either you just discard a creature, which is great because most of the time you want a creature in your bin, or you discard 2 cards to make your Makos even bigger. So it's a really, really sweet addition to this deck, and it fits in so nicely. Maybe even better than Stock Up in this list.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, there's a lot of card draw spells contesting for top spot. You know, consult the star charts now. As we move to combat here, little Vivv, big Vivv, gonna get some more counters on him. Ooh, jeez, like.
Yeah, like many more
Many
counters.
more counters. Hello. He's a house. What's he been eating?
All right, so seeing how this is playing out, it makes a lot of sense the way that Jacob is playing this slow, careful game where he's like, look, I've got the Vivv on the battlefield. I've got the biggest creatures. I'm on the front foot. I just need you to not have one of those crazy turns. So he's leaving his Agatha Soul Cauldron up at all times to protect against Stanley, assembling the combo that's the namesake of the deck, of getting Vivv inside, you know, his own cauldron to get that mana advantage.
Goodness me. Also doing a good job there, I think, keeping Jacob off of Delirium. He took the damage from Vivv, so he's down to 6 and needs to pop off this turn, or yeah, we're gonna go to game 2 pretty shortly. Just, what, 9, 12 Vivv? No biggie. All right, Stanley. What do you have for us? Got the Otter, so you could shuttle Vivv for a turn, but then it's still just this massive creature. Here comes Steamcore Scholar. Best flavor text. That's weird.
How did I never catch that?
It's really cool. I love that it has Vigilance too, so you can attack and then do the harmonized thing with Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, also really great with Fear of Missing Out to get multiple combat steps.
Yeah. Without
Really,
having to target it, it's so good.
really great with Profts just to get this like massive flying vigilance creature.
Yeah.
So everything about this deck, it comes together so cleanly. So many angles.
Yeah. It's S tier, basically. Into the Floodmaw is going to get rid of the Azure Beastbinder to prevent it from switching off one of these creatures. Unless Stanley has anything to say about it. There is a Vivv in the bin there.
Yeah, the Vivv in the bin just adds one more layer to an already complex board state where both players are eyeing that with their Soul Cauldrons. No one wants to make the first move.
Yeah, it's so tricky, you know. It gets to the point where you just probably neither of them activate. And you just focus on deploying creatures and saving your life total because, yeah, Jacob is 5 spells away from killing Stanley just off of the passive ability from Vivv.
Yeah, what Jacob could do is he could try to present Delirium, at which point there will be a lot of pressure on Stanley to use the Soul Cauldron to take Jacob off of the FOMO attack trigger. But then if he has to do that, shields are down. Jacob could then take the Vivv from the opposing graveyard. But I'm not even sure if any of that's going to be necessary because he has a 10-13 Vivv. I mean, let's be real here.
That's a lot of mana. Good grief.
Okay, so Winter Night Stories, wouldn't be surprised if he just harmonizes that immediately.
Yeah. right, let's get the dice out. That's a lot of mana. Split the difference here, I imagine. 5 and 5. Activated. So, Steam Core Scholar got tapped to lower the Harmonize cost, or, yeah? Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep. So, draw 3. Ding. Down to 4 goes Stanley. I mean, he might just die here without attacks even being necessary. Let's see. What does Jacob find? There's 2 more Steam Core Scholars in his hand. Ah, funny. Oh boy, so many options. So much room for activities. Can't see what the card is on the left there, the red one. Steam Core Scholar gets chucked.
Yeah, so even with what we see, you know, you could just play a bunch of creatures, draw a million cards. If you end up with Delirium, then you're gonna basically force Stanley to chump block with his whole board.
Yeah. Oof. Good grief. Profits is going to get so huge. Oh my gosh. That's 7 cards already, so he's got, what, Fear missing out, another...
Okay, Jacob
Vivv?
found Into the Flood Maw too, so you can remove a blocker, you can remove... What you could do is you could Flood Maw your opponent's Soul Cauldron, which would then force Stanley to activate, and then you get to one-up that by activating your own Soul Cauldron, get Vivv under there, repeat the whole process again with a new, you know, influx of mana.
So what's still 4 mana available? But, yeah, like you mentioned, if he takes that line, clears the path for the Vivv that he's drawn, discards that, I think he's got another way to discard in hand.
Yeah, so, I mean, this game was pretty lopsided, and I think drawing the Into the Flood Maw makes it more or less trivially easy for Jacob to win.
Oh, yeah. So it looks like he did take him off of Delirium's, just the 1 attack, I think. It's a little hard to tell. But, yeah, Steam Core Scholar and the Beastbinder getting in the way here of the 2 massive creatures. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So they die a horrible, horrible death. Absolutely stomped on. Okay, and the turn passes.
Yeah, so really disciplined, careful play from Jacob. Like, he could have kept going. Of course, had a window to use his own Soul Cauldron to eat the Vivv.
Yeah.
But I think he just wants to leave no uncertainty,
Yes, for sure.
multiple lines of defense against Stanley ever getting back into the game, and he just says, "Look, my board's enough.
Yeah.
I can win by attacking here."
He shut the door on him, and he's sitting there with his arms up against him, being like, no, he will stay out. So game 1 goes to Jacob Dubois. That was icky.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob just had, well, I shouldn't say just, because I don't want to minimize anything that the players did in that game, but Jacob had quite a strong draw in the play, you know, that 1-2-3 curve out with lots of gas still in the tank, unanswered Vivv. But in addition to that, he played in a really careful, circumspect way to make sure there were no cracks in the armor, no way that the opponent could sneak back into the game by doing something unfair.
Yeah.
So that's just good magic, you know, knowing how to establish an advantage and then protect that advantage really, really well.
Yep, absolutely. Making sure he doesn't trip over his own feet 2 feet from the finish line. As both players now consult very similar sideboards.
Right, yeah, this is, 10 cards the same here. Both players with 2 Annul, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Torch the Tower, 2 Spell Pierce.
1 Disdainful.
1 Disdainful Stroke, so that's 9 cards the same.
Broadside Barrage as well.
Yep, 10 cards the same. Okay. So
Good job.
what are the differences here? Draconautics Engineer, negate, Ral, unable
Nova
to
Hellkite.
scream,
Yeah.
Nova Hellkite, Quantum Riddler, but
That's
Stanley has
spicy.
the extra Quantum Riddlers in the main deck. You're pointing to
Monuments?
Monument of
Yeah,
Endurance. Yeah,
that's cool.
that is cool. So I love that as sort of a non-graveyard angle to take in the game. If you think about if like setting up that Soul Cauldron standoff, or as you outlined, Ailey, like maybe one or both players are trimming the Vivvs after sideboard, well, suddenly the game could become more about value, and setting up a Monument to Endurance could be just what the doctor orders.
Yeah, I really like that card. I think there's some awesome things you can do with it. And if you would like to pick up some of these cards and you got some old stuff you want to sell to do so, well, you could sell your cards to Star City Games. You get great prices, a 30% trade bonus. You can easily upload what you have to sell and get the value for those. 3 convenient ways to get paid for your unwanted Magic the Gathering cards. So definitely go check out sellyourcards.starcitygames.com, or if you're lazy like me, pick up your phone, open the camera, and there's a QR code that will take you right there. It's much easier that way. All right, let's see if the players are happy with hands. Ooh, I see a Mako, I see a Vivv, land stuff. Cool. All right, Thundering Falls, let's go. Does that stay on top here for Stanley? Both these players undefeated. This is the final round of day 1. They'd love to go into day 2 with a 9-0 record.
Yeah, getting to lead the standings overnight is such a good feeling. Jacob's 1 game away.
Still cool, calm, and collected. Both these players keeping their composure as Marauding Mako hits the board here for Jacob. What does turn 2 have for Stanley? Yeah, I mean, that entire game 1, Stanley was pretty much in the back foot. Like, he answered threats as best he could, tried to develop his own board, but just could never get out from underneath Jacob. And let's hope that the similar thing is not happening here, as Prophetic Memory hits the board, and Mako is going to get got by Into the Floodmaw.
I really thought Stanley could be representing a Null there as a powerful sideboard card that both players have access to 2 copies of.
Yeah.
As it turns out, it's Into the Floodmaw, which is not quite as clean or permanent of an answer, but still gets to continue pressing his on-the-play advantage.
Yes. And that's definitely what you want to be doing now. Because if you are unable to pick up the victory when you're on the play, in the mirror, you're going to have such a bad time. I mean, he's down a game already on the draw on the first one, so let's see where we go from here. So, damage in.
Oh,
Mako gets
brutal for Stanley, no 3rd land.
Ruh-roh. Winter Night's Story in the yard there as well. So that's something that could help get him out of this possible hole he's digging himself. You see your opponent miss the 3rd land or land drop. Do you kind of like sit up in your chair a little bit, being like, oh, this is nice?
It's a good question. Man, how to answer that? It's
It's okay to be happy if your opponent stumbles on resources. You feel bad for them. Still, obviously, everyone wants to play a good game of Magic, right? You don't want the game to be determined by flood or screw. But it is a part of Magic.
in the moment when you're there. It shouldn't be so much like happy or sad.
Yeah.
It should be more like you smell blood.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you're
yeah.
a shark in the water. It's like, okay, my opponent has shown weakness. How do I capitalize? How do I get the game over with before they can right the ship? Because I will say, I've played hundreds of games where my opponent missed a land drop or like had a bad start, something bad happened to them, and then they came back and beat me.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get overexcited or count them out too early.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the key is like, okay, let's calmly process what's going on in the game, what's going right for me, what's going wrong, and how do I make sure, things keep going right.
Yeah. Capitalize on the board state as it is. Tersa Light Shatter hits the board here. Gonna discard a couple more cards. Get some more counters on our little shark friend. That's a pretty formidable force he's establishing here, Stanley.
Yeah, so
Are we delirious?
only discarded one to the Tersa,
Yeah.
which is a pretty strong a sign of strength because the extra counter on the Marauding Mako would be pretty meaningful there. But he was able to get Delirium based on the 2 types of Fear of Missing Out that he
Nice.
discarded. And, it's good news for Stanley if he thinks he has a really strong hand. He wants to hold on to his cards.
Nice. Yeah, Tersa's so cool. I think she was one of the cards I was most excited for.
Yeah.
But then, no one seemed to be too high on her until Vivv appeared, so... Here comes Mako, Winter Night Stories, lots of cards to be drawn, dings to be done and dealt. Can Jacob get back into this game?
So he'll have as many as 2 counters on the Mako and 1 mana from the Vivv, but he does have the Profts too, so so he can have a whole basically second turn after combat here by making the 4 power Vivv.
Nice. Yeah, maximizing what he gets out of the Vivv activation. I'd be very curious to see how many of the combo pieces they kept in, if Cauldrons are in. Nice, all right. Dismantling that board.
Yeah, he did miss the Vivv triggers.
Yeah.
Could have picked up a couple extra counters there. But yeah, I mean, could this be a repeat of Game 1 where Jacob just rides the big unanswered Vivv to victory? I'm not ready to write that in stone yet because, once again, Stanley, it is meaningful to me that he liked his hand in the moment that he cast the Tersa, didn't over-discard, so let's see, Stanley, what's the plan? I think you have to do something better than just replaying your creatures.
Yeah. How does one answer a giant Vivv? Well, into the Flood Bowl. Most likely answer there for Stanley, so kicking things off. Nope.
Stanley is the one who had unable to scream in his sideboard.
Yeah.
Not super clear if that's going to be coming in the matchup, but it is an option available to him.
Mako first, good sequencing, and then Fear of Missing Out. Make sure you get the discard trigger for the little shark. And into the Flood Maw, takes Vivv off the board. Meow. Tersa gets in. Do we want to trade? Nah. The shark gets out of hand, right? I mean, you do go down to 6. 6 does hurt. Oh, that's tempting, though. I would be very tempted. So, Jacob feeling confident that 6 is enough to survive here. Card drawn. We got Winter Night Story in hand. Land for turn. Kick things off this turn with the Winter Night Stories. Let's take a look and see how many things are we discarding here to make our Mako even bigger. So some extra creatures would be very handy here for Jacob.
Yeah, this type of turn. So this game is different in that it's less interactive. Like both players are just tapping out, doing as powerful things as they can each turn. But it's still really, really challenging in the number of options available to each player. Like we know that Jacob had the Vivv in hand that he could have deployed on this turn, electing to just make a couple of big blockers.
I think he put an extra counter on that he shouldn't have.
Yeah, he went from 2 counters to 5.
To 4 and then 5, yeah.
Well, he got 2 from the Winter Night Stories.
But he only discarded one thing. It was just Vivv.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, so I think he's got an extra counter on the little guy. Oh, uh-oh. Yep, that Vivv's going to get got. Nom, 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 nom. Come here, friend. We're going to get some counters on our friendos here. Can we get a counter on Tursa too, just to really, really capitalize? Are we just sitting tight? We have Delirium. Yeah, we still got Delirium there. Can't really attack into this massive shark. More dice, please. Yep. Looks like we're going to activate some critters here, get some mana. What can Stanley cobble together? We do have the Winter Night Stories, I believe, still in the yard that he hasn't cast.
Yep. Well spotted.
Yeah, the alternate art thereof. And I think you'd still keep Delirium because he's got a, what's that, land in there? Okay. Oh, nice. All right. Prophecydetic Memory, so that's a way to get more counters onto Tursa.
Yep. More counters, more mana. Although it's tricky because Stanley would really love to get the game over with.
Yeah.
Which would mean connecting in combat. So being like, okay, I'm going to use Profs to get a counter on Tursa, then make more mana. That would miss the window of a lethal combat attack. So let's see what he can put together in terms of buffing his attackers, removing opposing blockers.
Which creature just came in? Or are they all able to attack this turn? Oh, Soulstone Sanctuary's there as well.
No, yeah, everything can attack this turn. So the mana was spent on Soul Cauldron and then Prophecydetic Memory.
Okay, cool. So we still have Delirium, right? So just swing all. Swing
Yeah,
Chariot.
that works.
Coming forth to carry me home, etc. Because 2 blockers, sure they can kill off something, but no mana. Big ouchie. Because, yeah, they're all 3 toughness, 3 power, right?
Yeah, any 2 of these should be lethal.
Assign blocks anyway. Just make sure, you know. Those little guys get in, and CC's at 6, and oh, oops, I'm dead. Okay, right, cool. Game number 3. So Stanley picking up the win there. Needed to in that situation. So now I go back to sideboards. How does the dynamic change now for Jacob, who will be on the play once again?
Well, that's a great question. It's not obvious that the sideboarding or the approach to the game should be different on player draw. Because I think a null is just a good card that you want in both play and draw, but a null is often highlighted as like that's a way that you can break serve. You use your first turn to counter your opponent's second turn, then resolve your 2 mana play and kind of flip the script. So certainly looking for that in your opening hand, making sure that whatever hand you do keep is quick enough that you're not just going to get buried.
Yeah.
One of the meaningful things is that they've now seen each other's post-sideboard configuration. So we talked about how like some players might be trimming Vivvs. Jacob, I think, showed 2 in that game, so maybe he's not one of the players who's adopting that strategy. I don't believe Stanley showed Vivv, so he was more on the big creatures and crunch plan.
Big dum-dums. I'll steal your Vivv. Which is exactly what he did there. While the players consult their sideboards and get shuffled up, we want to say a big thank you to our sponsors for this weekend. Thank you to Beckett and Dragon Shield for sponsoring SCG Con. Find the Dragon Shield products on our websites, and if you need to get your cards graded, well, get them to Beckett. There's also a really cool promo happening this weekend, which I'll tell you about a little later. But yeah, big thank you to our sponsors and to everyone involved for helping us bring the action here at Spotlight's Planetary rotation to your eyeballs, because that's where it should be, right? Right. I like how they're decks. There is a decks. Look at them. One's blue, one's red. Planned, I tell you. Scripted. Yeah, both players putting on a really good show for us here. The mirror match is probably the most complicated matchup for the Isit deck, I would say.
Definitely it can be. Yeah, I think that's a fair comment in general, because there are going to be some games where, you know, somebody just has a great draw on the play and kind of steamrolls, but in those games where there's back and forth, there's points of interaction, maybe both players have Agatha's Soul Cauldron, the tight play, careful timing, careful sequencing can definitely matter.
Jacob not happy with his draw there, so gonna send the hand back. Hopefully finds something else that works for him. Stanley looks like he is good to go. Yeah, look at him. Stretching out, making sure there's no cricks or anything.
Hey, final match, final game of the day.
Let's take a look at one of our other backups in the meantime while Jacob gets his hand ready to go. Let's see how our other 8-0 player is faring. Takeshi Ozawa. Up a game here. Up against Ubik-san, who's sitting at 7-1, and let's see if we can do a quick analysis here of this battlefield. It's looking like Ubik is having a good time.
Yeah, my analysis that we're pretty likely to go to game 3.
Yeah. 19-14.
Although
all the permanents on the board.
I think Ubik is tapped out of both colored mana and Cauldron. So I mean, crazier things have happened. Like maybe Takeshi gets to Cauldron of Vivv and equalize the board, but you know, short of exactly that, there's no fair, you know, combination of removal spells and blockers that he's going to be able to put together to equalize this board.
Yeah, no, this is looking like the ideal situation that the Cauldron player wants to be in from Ubik's side of things. But gonna put up a good fight here. Steam Core Scholar, drawing a couple cards. And it does look like our main match is ready to go. So, Marauding Mako on the board here for Jacob. We'll confirm, but I think he mulled to 6. Nice. Good start here.
If I saw correctly, I think Jacob ended up keeping a high potential one-lander there, like Mako, FOMO, you know, land.
Fingers crossed go.
Yeah, fingers crossed go, and I think he drew that mountain.
Gotta risk it for the biscuit sometimes. Look at this. Mirror match in every sense thus far, down to the lands.
Stanley said, okay, I'm going to play this Fear of Missing Out. I'm going to trigger my Mako, but I like all the cards in my hand.
Yeah.
So, oh, wow. So that's meaningful. Like, okay.
Yeah.
In any normal matchup, if you're playing against, say, mono red, this is the perfect start. Like, right down to dumping Vivv in the graveyard to set up for later is perfect. However, setting up for yourself also means setting up for your opponent. So Jacob has the opportunity to play Soul Cauldron, eat that Vivv, and then like he might just steamroll his way to 9-0 if he has that. But it looks like he doesn't.
Stanley chuckling. He's like, yeah, that's probably risky, but I don't think Jacob has it. Otherwise, he would have slammed it, finds, and into the Flood Maw, but no third land. Oof. All right. Just turning things sideways. He's getting in there. Take out the Marauding Mako, leaving the Fear of Missing Out hanging out.
Yeah, nice double block opportunity for Stanley. I really like that. Now, do you have your own Soul Cauldron?
Do you? Oh, come on, Stanley. You wouldn't have done that if you didn't have it. Otherwise, what were you trying to do, bait him? Thundering Falls. Okay. Crofts. Sure. So he can get in for an attack here and not get blocked. Yep. Turn sideways, take 3, down to 17 goes Jacob. What are these guys doing? They're just like playing hot potato currently. It's like, oh, who gets the Vivv? Well, now there's 2 for us to share. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the second one not super meaningful because it's all about whoever deploys the first Soul Cauldron here.
Yeah.
And, you know, we talked about, like, there is this possibility of players trimming Vivvs. I also want to make it clear, like, that's not our recommendation or us saying that everyone's doing that. It's just a possibility. I don't think there's any possibility somebody's taking out a Soul Cauldron. I think I would be shocked if both players didn't have 4 in their decks after sideboarding.
The reason I say that is in the Arena Championship, Corey was costing it, and he mentioned every time I would like listen in and hear what's going on, he mentioned, yeah, they took out both the Vivvs or 2 Vivvs, so only had 2 of them in the main deck. So it's like, oh, okay, interesting. And that happened quite a few times.
It kind of makes sense to me as like, okay, I want to access this card when the game goes long, but maybe I don't want to be in the spot that Stanley finds himself in, where I feel pressure to like put a naked Vivv into the graveyard that could cause trouble later.
Yeah. Winter Night Stories gonna make one of these critters real big, courtesy of Props Eidetic Memory. Jacob's still struggling on lands here, friends, so not looking good for our other undefeated player at the bottom of your screen.
So what we're seeing here is just a good old-fashioned creature battle. Let's play some spells, make big bodies, take advantage of Props Eidetic Memory, up until the moment where someone does find Soul Cauldron, and then the dynamic of the game will change.
Yeah. So no Delirium just yet. That little Mako getting real big. Again, perfectly balanced, barring the land situation, and that is going to hurt Jacob. It's hurting him already. You can see he can't do anything meaningful on his turn. He's got some reactive spells, but that's about it for this moment in the game. Just has to pass turn. What was that you said about smelling blood in the water?
Stanley's got to smell blood in the water. Get it over with. Give your opponent as few draws as possible in a dangerous situation.
Oh, I want to say that should do it, but there is a Into the Floodmaw in hand. There's the activation.
So Jacob could... Oh, he doesn't have 2 blue. I was going to say Into the Floodmaw and then Spell Pierce it on the way back down, but he has that mountain.
That would be nice. Pesky mountain. Into the Floodmaw, going to get rid of the biggest thing on the board that makes the most mana. There is a Winter Night Story in the yard too, so definitely don't want that Mako sticking around making as much mana as it would have. Shoo. So Vivv is now underneath the Soul Cauldron. Fear of missing out can help out in this department. So let's make some mana. 4 of it to be precise. 2 and 2. Where do we go from here? Or 1 and 3. Okay. It's not as bad, but it's kind of reminiscent of the Nadu mirrors, where you had to like keep track of which zone, which thing was where. Yeah.
Definitely.
Thankfully, not as bad as Nadu. Uses all that mana. We got a Riddler. Hell yeah. Quantum Riddler. Draws another card. Is that the first card drawn this turn? It is, right?
Yeah, so Stanley is looking to use Props Eidetic Memory to add a counter to the Riddler, get more mana after combat.
Are we delirious? Looks like it. Meow. Yeah, don't forget the trigger. You do get that twice. Bonk. Down to 5. I think Stanley is looking poised to be one of our undefeated players, potentially the only undefeated player here, as we wrap up things on day 1 of Spotlight Planetary rotation. Another Prop's Eidetic Memory. 1 goes to the bin. Gets another card. Can he close things out? So combat's over. Still some mana floating. No Vivv to just finish off with dings. Nothing at the moment.
Yeah, the best thing that could happen for Stanley is he just finds another Into the Floodmaw or some kind of 1 mana interactive card. A Null would probably drive things home as well, because once again, we face that situation where the only way Jacob can possibly participate in this game is to get his own Soul Cauldron out. So if you just leave up, you know, a Null, Spell Pierce, Into the Floodmaw, whatever it might be, I don't think there's any fair way. Jacob agrees.
That is going to do it. Found another Fear of Missing Out. So Stanley Kazelewski is undefeated. That's going to feel really, really good here, Reed.
Yeah, I mean, 9-0 probably needs about 3 more wins tomorrow to make top 8. But look, you showed up at the office. You did the best you possibly could, right? So,
sure did.
You know,
yeah,
job well done. Hope he sleeps well and he's ready to go tomorrow.
I think he definitely will, being undefeated in the tournament. Putting yourself in the best position to get into the top 8. And yeah, speaking of, we're going to have plenty of action for tomorrow lined up for you, friends. Our players, they're still wrapping up their matches, that sort of thing. But yeah, we'll know who makes it in to day 2 very soon. And I think that's about all there is for the rest of this day here, Reed. So any highlights for the day for you?
Yeah, just good games.
Yeah.
You know, we can't say well, we don't know what our conclusions will be at the end of tomorrow, but it's not perceived to be the most well-balanced standard environment because of this standout Isit Cauldron deck. That said, I do think it's been a fun tournament in terms of the games.
Yeah, the games
like
great.
Even that mirror match is a pretty cool one. Everyone bringing their best to try to beat Isit Cauldron with this range of strategies. So I've enjoyed it. I hope everyone will join us tomorrow to see how like the rest of the narrative plays out. If anyone actually can be the hero and and beat up on these Cauldron players, but it's going to be great regardless.
Just because I'm terrible with times, what time does the broadcast start tomorrow, Mr. Director? 9 a.m. Eastern, so be sure to tune in then. Come and hang out with us on YouTube. Tell your friends. And yeah, let's see if anyone can defeat the menace that is Vivv. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.